Good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Okay. We have a packed house. It's 9:30, and so this Places for Everyone hearing session is now open. As you all probably know by now, I'm Stephen Lee, one of the inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan alongside William Fieldhouse and Louise Gibbons. Some normal housekeeping rules before we start. A reminder, please, for everyone to switch mobile phones, laptops and other devices to silent mode or turn them off. We have water in the room, which will be topped up periodically, but please don't bring food or hot drinks into the room, please. As far as I'm aware, no fire alarms tests for this morning, so if the alarm sounds, please vacate. There we go. A test. Good test. Thank you. Turn that off, please. So yes, if the fire alarm sounds, please vacate the building at an orderly fashion following the green emergency signs, or as I always say, just follow the GMCA. And you all know Helen and Yvonne, our programme officers, by now, and if you have any queries or anything about the procedural matter or the room or anything like that, or what's happening, then please direct them to them in the first instance. So the purpose of the format of the session today, obviously a reminder that the purpose of the examination is to help us decide if the plan that was submitted in February 2022 is legally compliant and sound, and if not, how it could be modified to ensure that it is. This session, like the others, will take the form of a structured discussion of the matters set out in the agenda, which hopefully you've all had. That was published a few weeks ago, but there's an updated one a couple of weeks ago, I think. As you all know, today we're returning to the subject of peat, looking at some of the general issues about national policy, and then returning to some of the specifics on individual sites and their policies. Since the last sessions, we've had obviously the 5 statements of common ground which we asked for, and which obviously we'll be basing much of our discussion on today. We've had a letter and data from Marrow Developments relating to JPA 1.1. We've had some data from ACOM and Peel relating to Port Salford extension, which I think was referred to in the Statement of Common Ground, so that's a logical thing to have before us. We've also had 2 documents which are relevant. One is the government's recently published document on Lowland Agricultural Peat Task Force recommendations and the recommendations document. I think it was only published last week, and as government document, obviously sensible for us to have. And then also we accepted a document entitled Peatlands and Development, which was published by the IUCN UK, a peatland programme briefing, and that was published in March 2023, and again we consider that to be relevant data and information for our discussion. We actually put a note on the examination website, I think last week or the week before, asking people to make sure they'd viewed this information, and so hopefully you all should have an opportunity to look at it. Moving on to some other matters, we are aware, or we've been made aware by the programme officers, that Natural England may have circulated some information to some, or maybe all of the participants. To be clear on this, we were contacted through the programme officers on Friday, or Natural England contacted the programme officers on Friday, to see if we would accept some additional information, which was quite late in the proceedings. We understood this amounted to what was in effect a hearing statement. We'd made it clear to all parties earlier in the process we weren't inviting hearing statements for this session, and so in the interest of fairness to all parties, some of whom may also have wished to submit statements if given the chance, we would not accept them. We also made it clear to Natural England that they would have an opportunity to inform us of their position at today's session and to answer any of our questions. Once that message had been received by Natural England, we contacted again via the programme officers, to see if we would change our minds on this, and also if it would be acceptable for the information to be shared separately and outside the process, if you like. We still declined to accept the information for the same reasons given before. We're also not in a position to tell parties who they can and can't share information with, but we did not ask Natural England to share any information, and we did not share any contact details through the programme officers. Because, of course, Natural England could then have decided not to share that information, as we'd already informed them through the programme officers. They would have an opportunity to explain their position at today's session, but we do understand, again, from on Monday, again, contact via the programme officers on Monday, we're aware that some information has been circulated, though obviously we're not sure who has seen it and who hasn't. So we're in we've been put in a little bit of a difficult position, having not accepted the information in the interest of fairness, and it not being before us, but then being circulated anyway. We're not sure who's seen it and who hasn't. And so the first question, I guess, and it might be a show of hands, is who has seen it and who hasn't seen it? Who has seen it? Okay, is that everybody? Anybody who hasn't? I should have done that way, shouldn't I? Yeah, quite, yeah.
Sorry, sir, to intervene at this point. Just when we're seeing that information, can we just be clear, perhaps I'm assuming there is a letter, which certainly we've seen, and I know other people have seen, and I'm assuming that's all that's been circulated.
Well, I don't know, because I don't know what's been circulated, so that's part of the question, is what has been circulated. Yeah. But if I just come on, that's the question. My next question, I guess, was, does anybody have any points they wish to raise about it? So that's the first point of order, I suppose, is what has been circulated, which I might ask Natural England to clarify. Oh, and Mr. Gatkowski, if you want to come in first.
Yes, because this is actually something which I'm quite anxious about. I mean, Natural England, I think in fairness to Natural England, they've sought to set out their position for today's hearing session in a letter dated the 30th of June 2023. It has 3 attachments to it. I take on board and for what it's worth, agree with all the process and procedural points you've made. But the position put briefly is that reading the letter has been very informative and helpful to me and my team, if you like, in preparing for today's session, because it's given us an insight into the points that Natural England are making and the points that they very fairly and clearly explain they do not wish to engage in. So it's been a helpful read. We were put into a bit of a quandary because we received this letter and attachments, and plainly we thought it a sensible thing to do to read them. We had understood that Natural England themselves, or this can be clarified by them obviously, but we had understood that Natural England had circulated the letter and attachments to some of the parties at today's proceedings, but not everyone. And so once we realised that the position was that some people had this letter, but not everyone, we then, if you like, volunteered to distribute the letter and attachments, particularly to the site promoters who had not to date been included in this, not I'm sure because of any attempt to exclude them. I think there's an issue about data protection and email addresses and so on and so forth. Anyway, so as you've seen from the show of hands, everyone has the letter and if they wish to has been able to read it. And the disadvantaged people in the room at the moment are your 3 good selves. And for my part, I mean, I do take all the process and procedural points on board, but it would help a great deal if you were able to have the correspondence or to accept it and to read it, because, as I've said at the outset, it is extremely helpful in clarifying exactly the position that Natural England does take on certain points, and also clarifying parts of the debate that they're not going to, for understandable reasons, enter into. So, for example, it's clear from the letter that Natural England have explained, as they have in the past, that they are not taking points of soundness. Now, obviously, that's an important point as far as I'm concerned. It's also clear from the letter that they do not see it as part of their remit, again, for entirely understandable reasons, to engage in the debate as to whether, if the habitats that we're dealing with are irreplaceable habitats, etc., whether the public benefit would clearly outweigh whatever the harm is to those habitats. That wider public interest debate is not something that Natural England participate in for understandable reasons, because it's not within their remit, that sort of planning judgment. But just having that clarification and also their position on each of the 5 sites that we're dealing with and where they are, if you like, majoring and where they're not majoring on the issue of peat, I found very helpful, I have to say. And it does seem, for entirely understandable reasons, I mean, I entirely understand how we've got ourselves into this pickle, collectively. Everyone in the room has this and has read it apart from you. So I personally think that needs to be rectified, to be honest.
Thank you. Natural England first, and then if anyone else has any points.
Thank you very much, sirs, madam. Yes, we found ourselves, frankly, on the horns of a dilemma, conscious that the statement of common ground, as per your action points, only covered certain parts of today's agenda and clearly didn't cover the very first item, national planning policy in relation to development on peat. and also conscious that we had not set out our position in any written document that was before the examination in relation to a topic that we are aware has been discussed quite extensively at previous sessions, in particular focusing on paragraph 180C, as my own friend Mr. Katkowski has just mentioned again, of the framework. We thought it would be helpful, we hoped it would be helpful to all of you and also to everyone at the session to know our position on that. Also, and you've referred to a couple of them, there were updates regarding some of the allocations, some of the P allocations that we hadn't seen before. So we wanted to give our update as to those. So that's why the letter was written, and that's why it was written when it was, because I think the ACOM document went up possibly the day before the letter went, or maybe a couple of days before the letter went out. Anyway, that was the sequence. Obviously, very unfortunate that it went out after you had placed a very clear note on the examination documents page that you wouldn't be receiving any further materials. Now, having, and entirely understandably in line with that note, having been advised by your programme officer that no, it wouldn't be accepted, the further dilemma we then found ourselves in was, in order to allow this session to run, we hoped, as smoothly as possible, we wanted to make sure that everyone had our position, not least that as regards 180C, and we'll come to it, as regards 180C, Natural England is very clear that the peat across these sites is irreplaceable habitat where it's restorable, the deep peat, but equally it's not absolutely making a planning judgment about whether wholly exceptional circumstances apply. We didn't have, because our relations with the authorities in regards to the Statement of Common Ground have always worked on the basis that we liaised through the authorities, and we never had the promoters' details. So we didn't have everyone's details. So what we asked the authorities to do, please, is pass the letter on to the promoters. We had the details of some participants, just because we had them, some of the nature conservation NGOs, bodies, etc. So our intention, and clearly always was, get it out to everyone, aware that, and we had to frankly run this risk, that you might very well look askance at us circulating it to the parties, albeit you hadn't said don't circulate it to the parties, and we had told you that was our intention, but aware that you might say, well, we did say we wouldn't accept it into the examination, so why have you done that? And the answer is, frankly, to try to be as absolutely fair as possible to everyone in this room, and to make sure that no one here is hearing what's in that letter for the first time today, to hopefully assist the examination, was our thought process. And I'm sorry it's worked out that you're the only three people in the room who haven't had it, frankly.
Thank you. Any other points anyone wishes to make about this, and whether or not it would be problematic for us to accept this now, albeit late in the day? No? Okay, just bear with us 1 second. Okay, so what we've just decided is that we will go do the rest of the opening, get round introductions, and then we will adjourn. We'll have copies provided to us of that information, at least so we can consider it. Might advise about half an hour, we suggest for that. I think we'll need to look at that. And then we'll come back and we'll make a start. Is that okay?
That's absolutely fine, sir, and very sensible, if I might say. When you have the information, you'll see there's a letter of the 30th of June, which you most certainly need to read. There are 3 attachments, and to be frank, I mean, if you had the time, I would at least do a skim read of attachment C, which is a report from I think it is Mr. rather than Dr. or Professor, but I'm not sure, Mr. Lindsay, I don't know whether he is doctor, but Professor even. There you are. I guessed he must be a professor, actually, from the nature of the dissertation. But so Professor Lindsay's paper, I think, would warrant at least a skim read in the half hour, but the letter is the primary.
I mean, clearly, it may well be that some of my questions that were prepared in advance of that end up being moot, or simply say, refer you to our letter after I've said that, but fair enough. Okay, so thank you for that. I'll move on then to finishing the opening. So we're going to start with, I've already heard some of it actually, some general cross-cutting matters, looking at national policies in particular and any relevant plans and programmes that are in place, such as the wetlands nature improvement area and that kind of thing. And then we'll move on to the individual sites. As set out on the agenda, the intention is to start with the Port Salford extension first, then move on to north of Earlham, because that deals with both of the Chat Moss sites, then go on to New Carrington, Ashton Moss West, and then Haywood and Pilsworth last. What we intend to do is to have a short break between each of those sites to allow people to shuffle papers and shuffle people if you want to. Obviously, I imagine everybody wants to be here for the general discussion. You're more than welcome to stay for each individual site discussion as well, of course, but if you are dealing with a particular site and you don't wish to sit through several hours of debate about those, you are also entitled, more than welcome to find somewhere else more comfortable to sit. As we've already discussed, we've obviously received a lot of evidence and information relating to peat already, and I've had numerous sessions where the effects of development on peat have been discussed. It is inevitable that some of that will be repeated in light of the statements of Common Ground and some of the associated evidence information that's been submitted in response to them. There are also things, obviously, we want to look at again where we have issues we still want to get clarity on. However, it is important that we stay focused on what we want to discuss and our questions and issues, and not cover territory where we're content we have sufficient information to make our decision. So unless we specifically ask a question or open an area of debate, this is not an opportunity to reiterate points necessarily made before. That information, that evidence, and those discussions are still before us and will still be taken into account. We also don't intend to reopen discussions on general merits of each of the sites or other aspects of those sites which aren't related to the issue of peat or items set out in our agenda. With that in mind, as was made clear on the examination website, there may be some outstanding action points on these sites which are not related to peat, and we shall communicate those if necessary after the session. The reason we left them out of our, if there are any, left them out of our last action point list is because we knew we'd got this session. We didn't want to confuse matters by setting out actions on these sites if they then became moot or needed further work after this session. So we've clarified that, and hopefully that should be made clear now. Before we adjourn, actually, I will end with my normal reminder that if any party says that you want what you wanted to say, there's no need to repeat or echo that point or tell me that you agree with it or echo it. I'm also going to ask again that questions to answer are kept as short as possible, and other than where we specifically allow it or ask for it, nobody seeks to read out any pre-prepared statements. Given the time constraints today, and which are obviously going to be even more constrained, I'm going to be quite strict about these instructions. Once we do start, as is normal practice, if you wish to make a comment, please put your Toblerone sign up on one end, and I'll invite you to comment when appropriate. The normal course of events will be I will ask questions generally of GMCA first. As we have new participants, I may well direct some questions directly to Natural England or even the developers as we have the statements of common ground, but then before opening up to the to other comments. As I've said, we'll have probably some very short breaks between agenda items to allow people to organise themselves and to allow us to organise ourselves, but we'll still, we'll see how we get on. We're talking about still having a normal adjournment at 11 o'clock, but bearing in mind what we're doing now, that may have to change, but we'll try and break for lunch around 1. I think we would hope to be in a position to have the general items and Port Salford done by lunch, but whether that's possible or not, we'll have to see. Tomorrow is a reserve day, but obviously we want to try and avoid that if at all possible for everyone's benefit. So any other questions or queries before I ask for introductions? No, good. So yeah, we'll do introductions first, and then we'll take the aforementioned adjournment. So if I start with GMCA, Mr. Gierkowski.
Good morning, sir. Chris Katkowski, KC for the GMCA.
Good morning, everyone. James Shuttleworth, Salford City Council for GMCA.
Morning, everyone. Anne Morgan for GMCA.
Morning, Fiona Fryer, Salford City Council for GMCA.
Morning, Marge Powner, Friends of Carrington Moss.
Hello, Jackie Copley, Countryside Charity.
Morning, everyone. I'm Sarah Johnson, Head of Peatland Nature Recovery for Lancashire Wildlife Trust.
Good morning, everyone. Martin Walker, also Lancashire Wildlife Trust.
Good morning, Francis Henry, ARD, which is a local residents group from Earlham.
Good morning, Lewis Nelson, also from ARD and Councillor for Caddisden Earlham.
Good morning, Claire Pegg from Cushman Wakefield on behalf of Arqiva for Ashton Moss West.
Morning, Ben McCarthy, also Cushman Wakefield on behalf of Arqiva.
Simon Pemberton from Lichfields on behalf of United Utilities Property Solutions, who own part of the site.
Imogen Zolver at Lichfields on behalf of United Utilities as well.
Ian Gilbert, Stantec on behalf of Redray.
David Hillary, landowner, JP11.
Chris Stroud, Mara Developments on behalf of John and David Hillary, significant landowners in the Northern Gateway.
Good morning, Andrew Newsom, Cordingley's on behalf of Staley Developments Limited, Ashton Moss West.
Morning, Conor Valley at CV Planning on behalf of the Northern Gateway Development Vehicle.
Good morning, John Coxon from Emery Planning on behalf of Wayne Estates.
Good morning, Mike Wilton from Arup on behalf of Wayne Estates.
Jonathan Easton, King's Council, also on behalf of Wayne Estates.
Good morning, Francis Hesketh, Director of TEP Ecology on behalf of Peel Land and Property.
Good morning, Andrew Bickerdike from Turley, also representing Peel Land and Property.
Chris Young, KC Peel.
Dr. Paul Thomas, Senior Advisor for Peat and Wetlands for Natural England.
Petula Nielsen, Strategic Plans and Projects Manager for the Cheshire to Lancashire Area Team of Natural England. Thank you.
James Burton of Council, instructed for Natural England.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. If you've been here before, you'll know I'm terrible with names, so I'll be referring to you all by your organisation or pointing, particularly for people at the other end of the room who I can't see the signs. But okay, so if obviously Helen can organise copies of those documents for us to be provided in the retiring room, we'll adjourn now till 25 past. 20 past. We'll adjourn till 20 past 10. Thank you all. Okay, thank you everyone. We're a little bit late, so we've had a lot to read. So, okay, thank you for that. We've obviously looked at those now. It may well be that we would have hopefully covered most of those points anyway in our questions, but obviously there would have been a chance to raise anything if we didn't, and the same still applies really. Obviously, if there's anything that, as we go through our questions now, is rendered moot, then tell me, but also again, still, if obviously we miss anything out that you want to desperately say because of these papers, then please do so. But I will move on now to the first item on the agenda, which is national planning policy relating to development and peat. We did have an earlier session on this where we discussed whether or not national policy includes such things as a moratorium on development affecting peat and matters relating to paragraph 180C of the framework. I think my starting point is going to be 180C of the framework, and my questions will just get some massive clarity and confirmation from GMCA about some things. So the first question I think things we want to talk about is whether or not the areas in question, in general terms, and obviously we'll come on to this when we go into the sites, we can drill down to that, fall into the category of irreplaceable habitats that is set out. If they are, would then relate to national policy. So we look first to paragraph 180C, and that says the development resulting in the loss or deterioration of irreplaceable habitats should be refused unless there are wholly exceptional reasons and a suitable compensation strategy exists. This obviously which refers to granting planning permission or dealing with plan applications, but in our earlier discussions we did talk about whether or not this would be relevant to the making the allocations, and I think the conclusion from GMCA was that it remained relevant for making the allocations. Is that correct?
Well, so if you recall, the way I put it last time round is that this is the closest you get, if you like, to clear guidance on the subject, as Natural England's letter, page 2 says, sets a clear test, because otherwise one, looks to see where the guidance is. I mean, it is intriguing, but one would just have to be patient and wonder why this is the case. That the paragraph is about planning applications and doesn't refer to plan making, but there you are. And I think the way I put it before is that we can apply this by analogy. It's the closest we get, and at least it gives us a framework for making submissions to you and making our case to you, but more importantly, it gives you a framework for considering the issues. So there is one point I want to add, though, to that. So first of all, 180 begins when determining planning applications. I've been content to apply this by analogy or as a proxy, if you like, for plan making. And then we come to development resulting in the loss of deterioration of irreplaceable habitat should be refused. Well, in this case, we'd be saying, should not be allocated unless there are wholly exceptional reasons. And the footnote, as I've stressed before, explains what wholly exceptional reasons, what sort of approach one should apply. There's an example given of a particular type of project, but it's the tail end of the footnote, which is important because that refers to where the public benefit would clearly outweigh the loss or deterioration of habitat. So that's, if you're looking for an acid test, if you like, there it is. The subparagraph does run on, and a suitable compensation strategy exists. From memory, I don't think we really paid much, if any, attention to this in our previous discussions because we were looking at the more fundamental.
We will today.
Exactly. Proceed, don't proceed point. And when we get to presumably to the policy wording for each of the 5 allocations, I think it would be helpful to consider whether or not the policy wording needs to be made clearer in any particular instance in relation to this point.
As is often the case, Mr. Gatkowski, you've looked into your crystal ball and preempted my questions.
You shouldn't have left your notes on the table. There you are. But the point I wanted to add is something that helpfully arises from Natural England's letter, and it's a perspective that I hadn't raised myself before, but I think it is an interesting point and a useful point, and that is that Natural England's letter on page 2 also refers quite rightly to paragraph 11 of the framework, which of course has a plan-making part of the presumption in favour of sustainable development, and they refer to 11B, of the framework and item 1 or sub-item 1. And it is a useful reference, if I might say, because we're told there that strategic policies, this is under the heading of plan making, strategic policies should as a minimum provide for objectively assessed needs for housing and other uses, as well as any needs that can't be met within neighbouring areas, unless, now we've obviously had this strategic discussion about whether Places for Everyone has got it right or about right in relation to its strategy. It's the unless bit which is relevant here. Unless, sub 1, the application of policies in this framework that protect areas or assets of particular importance provides a strong reason, I'm emphasising those words, a strong reason for restricting the overall scale, type or distribution of development in the plan area, footnote 7. And footnote 7 then cites as one of its policy areas irreplaceable habitats. It brings us obviously full circle to 180. But the point I wish to emphasise here is that the plan-making test set out in 11B1 is that one should meet one's needs unless, and here it would be irreplaceable habitats, unless that provides a strong reason for restricting. And of the things that are potentially to be restricted, scale, type, distribution, it's not really scale here, it's not really type here, it can only be distribution. In other words, have you distributed your strategy correctly by, in accordance with the framework, by putting an allocation on a site where there's peat. So that strong reason approach needs to be borne in mind as well, I think, very firmly, and I'm grateful to Natural England for raising the point in their letter. So that's what I wanted to say by way of introduction. I think in response to your point, you know, are these sites, do we accept that all these sites are irreplaceable habitat? I think it's fair to say there's a question mark against some of them, and we can only really have this discussion as we go through it site by site. And I don't think one can just give a generic sort of overall answer to this. You'll be aware, I'm sure, that in relation to JPA 30, Ashton Moss West, that Natural England's letter explains, as indeed does the Statement of Common Ground, that they're, to put it colloquially, not pushing the point about peat there for pretty obvious reasons. So I don't think we can take a one-answer-fits-all approach, to be quite frank.
Okay, I think that's fair. One point, I do want to talk about generalities of what characteristics of, which we can cover, I think, in the generic book, may also drill down to. So I take your point. Obviously, my recollection is that at the time, and this is pre-Statements of Common Ground, and the way I say, that these habitats, in general terms, could be irreplaceable habitats, and that obviously, as far as you were concerned, which you've just explained, that there were wholly exceptional reasons, and we'll come on to what that means again later. I'll go through, but
indeed,
but that's still your position, subject to maybe looking at the individual insights.
It is, because I want to stress that the way we've approached this, the way I've put my points before, is to say, in effect, let's assume that we're in the territory of 180C. Let's assume, because at least then that gives us an approach, and it gives you a way of resolving the position, and it gives you a focus. And the focus is, just as so many other areas of the plan, we've had a focus like this. The focus is whether or not the public benefit does outweigh whatever's on the other side of the equation, and obviously that's a site-specific discussion. You can only, there isn't a one-answer-fits-all answer to that point, because the public benefit and the loss or deterioration is going to vary from site to site, obviously. So the way I put it in the past is, let's assume that we're in this territory, because to me, the really key question is the overriding public benefit. Is it present or absent? That's the real point in all of this. And we can spend a long time, and we will spend much of today, I'm sure, getting ourselves extremely interested in whether the precise wording of the framework is or isn't met in any particular instance in relation to the habitat on each of these sites. But really, one needs to just sort of stand back from all of this and say, well, where's this all going? What's the point of all of this? And the point of all of this is that if there is a question mark, in relation to the, if it is the case that one or other, a number, all of these sites are truly irreplaceable habitats, then one needs to grapple with the key point, which is the public benefit test, or, as Natural England have drawn attention to, seen in the context that for plan making, one needs a strong reason for not distributing one's development as we wish to do so.
Thank you. Renders a lot of my questions. Actually, don't worry about all your questions. I just want to get that point.
By
We are going to
design
go through
rather than
them.
accident.
Yes, I'm sure. Yeah. Right. So, notwithstanding what you just said,
Trying my best.
And we may well come on to this specifically, but it does sound like, and from the information, whether or not a deep peaty soil, mossland, whatever you want to call it in this area, would be classed as irreplaceable habitat might depend on the factor. What I think we'd like to understand is, and maybe obviously around, is what characteristics are necessary to be an irreplaceable habitat in that context, or rather what needs to be missing for it not to be. I don't know if you, in general terms, then we can obviously just pick up if those characteristics exist when we get on those sites.
Well, in general terms, again, the framework has a definition of irreplaceable habitat, page 68 of the framework in the glossary. 2 sentences. The second sentence is a list of, they include, so it's not a closed list. It doesn't specifically mention peat, although it does mention bog and fen. But anyway, it's not a closed list. So it's the first sentence of the definition which is all important, because that sets the general approach, or the approach of principle. So, and here it is, habitats which would be technically very difficult or take a very significant time to restore, recreate or replace once destroyed, taking into account their age, uniqueness, species diversity or rarity. And the first part of that, I think, is where the focus of the discussion will be. Technically very difficult or take a very significant time to restore, recreate or replace. And there is a question in a lot of this as to exactly what is in mind for these sites, and that's why I said it would be helpful for you to at least skim read Professor Lindsay's paper. Are we talking about restoration, or are we talking about doing something else which might be, a very nice thing to do, but which isn't actually restoration. But we can only come to that site by site, But in general terms, if you're actually seeking to understand, well, what on earth is an irreplaceable habitat, that definition tells you what questions you're meant to ask yourselves, in relation to each of these sites.
So if it was not possible then to restore or recreate or replace, if that was not in question, it just wasn't, that would then fall outside the irreplaceable habitat point. Would that be what you're suggesting?
Well, the issue that I have with this is where does one fit into the, I'd be genuinely very interested to hear what Natural England wish to say about this and others, but where does one fit into one's assessment of the issue, the question as to what is envisaged for each of these particular sites? And that's why Professor Lindsay's paper is very helpful, because Professor Lindsay, in a very nice way, ticks a number of us off by saying we've misunderstood what Natural England actually want to achieve. They don't want to achieve the restoration of bog. They're actually looking for, I think it would be creation rather than restoration, but the whatever it is of fen in these particular cases, or in some of them. And it's where does one play that point in to this whole thing? Because it needs to come in somewhere. One needs to bear in mind in the overall judgment call, if you like. Well, if this is an irreplaceable habitat, what exactly is it that one is seeking to achieve here in the non-development world? Anyway, I think I'll leave it there, because there's a home for the point somewhere, and I have to say, I'm not sure in my own mind whether the definition of irreplaceable habitat quite captures the point, but there has to be a home somewhere for understanding not simply what are we dealing with on these sites, but what is it that, and here it's Natural England, but what is it, and others, what is it that Natural England and whoever else it is who's interested in this actually want to achieve on the site?
Okay, thank you. Before I go on to maybe a sensible time to bring Natural England in before we go off on some of the questions, just about that point I've just made about, well, what characteristics do you consider there needs to be classed as irreplaceable habitat?
Yes, thank you, sir. I'll be bringing Dr. Thomas in. I hope that's acceptable very shortly. Could I just address first, though, the premise as to whether or not 180C is engaged, because we were one of the things we noticed was that it had been approached in previous sessions on the basis, well, let's assume it's engaged. We don't see it in such a tentative way. As we see it, the working of para 11b, little Roman 1, which takes you to footnote 7, requires you, amongst other things, to look to policies in the framework that are concerned with irreplaceable habitat, amongst many others in that list, of course, of footnote 7. 180C is the policy in the framework. It's not, unless I'm missing something, it's not one of many. It's the only policy in the framework that is concerned with irreplaceable habitat. So, awkward though it is in the text, because of course it has a STEM paragraph, as we know, that tells you it's about decision making. Actually, one has to look to it. It's clearly engaged if the habitat is irreplaceable habitat, and then one has to reach a planning judgment, although one might find it rather hard to see how, if having applied 180C and reached the conclusion that there are no wholly exceptional circumstances, that wouldn't then be a strong reason, but maybe that's going outside my remit. So that's our position on does it apply? Yes, it does apply. It's not a question of assuming. We need to consider it. In terms of the question that you're driving at, what criteria do we apply for deciding whether or not something is irreplaceable habitat? Clearly we need to work through the definition in Annex 2. It's not, though, in our view, a definition that, in the wording my own friend Mr. Katkowski has actually looked at, namely, would be technically very difficult or take a very significant time to restore, recreate, or replace once destroyed. In that part of the wording, that is not concerned with the questions that the statements of common ground have covered in the later points there, regarding likelihood of restoration and so on, what's actually being proposed, what Natural England are proposing. That's concerned, in our view, with how long it's taken for the deep peat across these allocations to form. And we all know that deep peat, and as you know, the commonly understood definition is 0.4 metres and below, forms in life time spans that aren't referable to human lifespans. So it's clearly, in our view, within that part of the definition. One then goes on and asks oneself, and I should say habitat's such a broad term, as we've said in our letter, it's clearly within that. One then asks oneself about the next part, taking into account their age, uniqueness, species diversity, or rarity. That is, that's an either-or list. It's not you've got to tick every one of those to fall within irreplaceable habitat. And this deep peat across these allocations, and sorry to make it about the allocations, but it's hard to explain it otherwise, because it's, and Dr. Thomas will explain, because it is lowland, it's extensive, it's not just that it meets the technical definition of deep peat of 0.4 and below, it is notably deep. And all of those things, plus, very importantly for Natural England, the fact that we know we can restore it because we've done it in so many locations immediately around in this area, and restore it in a short time frame to wet fenland or wet grassland or paludiculture, and at relatively low cost. It's those things that bring it within the definition of irreplaceable habitat, and that, for the purposes of deep peat, and we're very specific, as you've seen, this is a judgment call reached in relation to this particular peat. It's not a position we're taking for any deep peat, any 0.4 metre deep peat nationwide at all. If I might bring Dr. Thomas in.
Before you do my answer, my question to Ms. Kalkowski was, what characteristics would need to be missing then? I think that's the other. So if my point was, if you've got an area of deep peat, and I think without jumping ahead to Ashton Moss West too quickly, as an example, naturally I haven't raised any concerns about that. Is that because, what I'm trying to understand as a matter of sort of principle, is that because it's not an irreplaceable habitat because you don't think it's realistic to restore it, or it is an irreplaceable habitat technically, but you're not concerned because it's not realistic to restore it. I think it's a subtle, and maybe some people may consider it not an important difference, but I'd like to understand the difference.
No, we consider it very important because we consider that goes directly to the question of uniqueness and the question of rarity, and that's it's those two parts of the list where we say the fact we know we can restore this and we can practically feasibly restore that brings it in the definition. Whereas there's clearly peat, and with Ashton Moss is the example immediately before us that isn't restorable, and so we say it's not unique, it's not rare for that reason.
Thank you, that's helpful. Thank you.
I thought it would be useful to sort of put the peat into some sort of context in terms of its rarity, its age, and its restorability as well.
Yeah. I mean, would that be better addressed on a site-by-site basis, I wonder, rather than, because obviously each site might be slightly different?
I can do it in a more generalised way.
A very general point now, just to get my point about what characteristics. What I'm really asking now, if the question is it depends, and we're not saying all deep peat is definitely replaced by that. I just want to know what the depends is, really.
Yeah.
And it's been explained quite nicely there. So that's the point.
I suppose starting off, really, I've spent the last 21 years working across the Manchester Mosses, both with the Environment Agency and Natural England, on the restoration of these sites. So I've got kind of a first-hand knowledge of what is possible and what is restorable. One of the things I always do when I'm sort of planning and advising others on the restoration of these sites is to look at the context of the site, its history, and how the site has developed and formed over time. So, I think it goes without saying, really, that everybody agrees that lowland peat is really important. It's critically important. The UK and UK and Ireland has got the lion's share of all of Europe's lowland raised bog peats, and it's a massive store of carbon. And
I said we're
this
pretty
is
familiar with all that
set.
by now.
So, if we talk about the Mersey Valley mosses, so as a general, they all started to form about 12,000 years ago. Basically, there were specific conditions which existed at that time, which is basically due to big blocks of ice blocking up the rivers and causing normally dry land to be inundated and flooded. So all the drift, all the hollows and valleys in the drift where the mosses are flooded, and that instigated the development of wetland communities. And the thing about wetland communities, that they grow, and because of the waterlogging, there's anaerobic conditions, and peat accumulates. And the funny thing about when peat starts to accumulate, even though the original conditions, which the ice melted, went away, that would have kicked off the peat formation, no longer existed. The fact that the peat was there then continued the conditions required for peat formation. So it's a really important factor that where there is peat is the kind of only place you can create more peat in the future, because the environment has changed, it's been moved on, the ice has gone, and people have been modifying the rivers and doing all sorts of things since then. The other sort of factor involved is the local climate, and this kind of relates to the distribution of lowland raised bogs. The lion's share, as I said, that's like basically of our lowland raised bogs sits between sort of Cheshire and South Cumbria, and that's to do with the amount of rainfall, as was demonstrated walking in this morning. That's why we've got the bogs in this area. In fact, it became so wet around here about 7,000 years ago that the bogs that developed out of the fens and wet woodlands that started off the peat formation on Chat Moss and the Mersey Valley mosses actually started to become ombrotrophic and build up to such a degree that they basically splurged out of the basins that they were originally confined within and blanketed the landscape, burying small hills and ridges, and basically creating actually rarer subtype of lowland raised bog called intermediate or ridged lowland raised bog. So that's kind of put in the context of the rarity of the particular habitat we have in the area. I think the main points to pull from that is that the peat is really critical in terms of if you want to create future peat. And I think the other one to take away in terms of just, it's hard to imagine something that grows on such a long time scale in human terms because it doesn't fit with human lifespans. But you're talking a metre of peat every 1,000 years. And I think that'll do for me for now.
Okay, thank you. Any point before I move on? I've got some other points about this, but I think I'm going to save them until we get on the site.
Sure. Can I just come back on a couple of points from Natural England, my learned friend raised from Natural England? So, as I understand it, on the sort of primary, on the point that I was expressing some lack of clarity in the framework about this, as I understand it, Natural England do regard it as being relevant to whether or not, in each case, we're dealing with an irreplaceable habitat to take into account the way it's put by Natural England and their confidence that the peat in question can be restored. You'll remember my learned friend saying, it's irreplaceable habitat because, amongst other reasons, we know it can be restored, quote unquote. So that point that I was puzzling about does seem to be regarded as something which is relevant to the definition, the status of the land in question, if you like. The other point is more of a footnote point. I mean, it has for a long time been asserted, if you like, or stated by Natural England that deep peat is anything deeper than 0.4 of a metre. I do just notice, and you might want to bear in mind, that the Lowland Agricultural Peat Task Force report, which is OD40 at page 63 of 64, in its glossary, 63 and 64, has 3 types of peat. Skirt peat, which was a new one to me, that's less than 0.4 of a metre. Shallow is 0.4 to a metre, and then deep is more than a metre in depth. So there does seem to be some disparity between the approach in that report and the position that Natural England have stated for some time. That's more of a footnote point because we know the depth that we're dealing with on these various sites, but I just wanted to state that for clarity. But no, so fine, let's move on to other matters.
Okay, so I think we'll probably get into the issues on what are these sites irreplaceable habitats as and when. Sorry, did you want to make a point?
I just need to ask, make the point that we don't feel that enough data has been gathered about the depth of peat in the true sense, and we know for our allocation that there hasn't been the true investigation of the whole site.
So, we'll come on to that. And I'm okay. I've started the ball rolling.
Thank you. Just for my own clarification, because I always thought that deep peat started at 0.4 of a metre. I just want to... obviously different definitions. I suggest you go have a look at the document that's just been referred to, which is the, as I will, the peat task force document, which has that definition. Maybe other oh, here we go.
I'd just like to point out that both for the Nature for Climate Peating Grant Scheme definitions of deep peat, that is, and for the IUCN UK peating code, is below deep peat considered 0.4 centimetres. So there is the discrepancy in the descriptions, but the DEFRA's Peating Grant Scheme defined deep peat differently than what is considered here today. So there's one point.
There's different. Sorry, I think I can take that. There's different definitions. But what we know, or we have some information about the depth of the peat on these sites, which is often referred to as 2 metres or plus. So that sort of seems to be, again, we can have that debate a lot. But if it's all above the definition, the highest definition anyway, then I don't suppose we need to worry ourselves too much about that.
I'm trying to assist, sir. I'd certainly read it across the board in the statements of common ground that this at least was a point that was common ground, that 0.4 metres and below equals deep peat. Maybe I've misread them, but
it's the new document. It's this recently published document. So I think, I don't want to go into any more about the depth because we can get onto that on the sites and whether or not it's deep peat. We could spend all day talking about this.
Have the point. This is a chronological point. The statements of common ground were agreed before this peat task force report was issued with that definition in it, and I said it was a footnote point.
You did. You set a hair on in. But I will, obviously, Wayne have stuck their sign up, so in interest of my fairness.
Yep, so Jonathan Easton, KC, for Wayne Estates. I'm trying to get it out of my head, deep peat, because it brings back memories of the back of the bus on the way to rugby, school rugby matches. But I've got a number of points. I'm focusing only on irreplaceable habitat for the moment.
Okay.
And it
we'll pick that up now.
Yeah, so I thought that was the...
Yeah.
Cool. So it seems to us that there are a number of questions you have to ask yourself. First of all, is what is under consideration a habitat? And technically speaking, peat is a soil which is capable of supporting certain habitats. And if you look to the most recent letter presented by Natural England, at the third page, bottom of the third page, they say, as regards the word habitat at the start of the definition, we consider it as a broad term, certainly broad enough to include deep peat that can support a range of peat-forming communities, including priority habitats such as lowland, raised bog and fen. I'm going to trespass for a moment on site specifics, but on no basis can the New Carrington site at the moment be described as including priority habitats such as lowland, raised bogs and fen. So I think one has to have regard to what the current position is on site, and perhaps more importantly, what the likely position is going to be in the event that my client's site is not allocated. So that was the first question, is it a habitat? Second point to note, and I can say this briefly because it sort of picks up on the point that Malone from Mr. Katkowski and Natural England seem to accept, is that whether or not a habitat, assuming that deep peat is a habitat which falls within the definition, is an irreplaceable one, depends to a large extent on whether it's restorable. And it seems to me that that's stated explicitly on behalf of Natural England on the same page of the letter, third page. Natural England's position is in line with the peat action plan, which states there should be no development on brackets restorable deep peat. So the likelihood and the feasibility of restoration, it seems to us to be a critical question that one has to ask before one concludes that a habitat is or is not irreplaceable. And again, the background to this is the fallback position. The baseline is what would happen in the event that the sites are not allocated. And our firm view is the same as what's been happening for the last 150 years, which is agriculture. And I'll just pick up a point now, which I know that we'll discuss later on, but we confessed a degree of confusion about Natural England's position in relation to restoration, because as Professor Lindsay's helpful note explains at paragraph 311, the aim of restoration is not to alter the nature of the existing peat, but instead to initiate fresh peat formation over the degraded layers. So in the case of New Carrington, it wouldn't be removing everything that's there at the moment to expose the underlying peat and do something with it to re-wet it so that at some point in the next couple of thousand years, fresh peat would form on top of the old peat. It would be a creation of a series of new peat layers with all of the engineering works that were required as a consequence of that. I confess to thinking, well, why does that, if fresh peat formation is important, why does it need to be done over existing peat? Why can't the conditions that are necessary to create a fresh peat layer be done anywhere? So there's a number of points I want to come back to in due course, but that's our points in relation to the definition of the framework.
Okay. Natural England then, both two signs have gone up, so whoever wants to go first.
Thank you, sir. I'm very anxious that there are no misconceptions. I don't think there are, but I hope our position is very clear. The deep peat that at the moment, as it were, has no vegetation upon it and is largely being farmed is irreplaceable habitat. We're not saying, I don't believe we have said this, but we're not saying it's only irreplaceable habitat if there's some other habitat on top of it. So that's the first point. the second point, again, we're dealing with matters of generality here, but the second point is we don't see that the likelihood of restoration limb, and of course you've split it between potential for restoration and likelihood quite deliberately, we don't see the likelihood of restoration limb as going to that question of whether or not it is irreplaceable habitat. Likelihood of restoration, certainly the way it's been addressed in the Statements of Common Ground, is all about, well, questions like, well, what funding streams are available, and what would the landowners do if it wasn't in allocation, and so on. No, that's not part of the question. It's about the potential, absolutely, and I hope we've got it across that it's unusual because it's restorable. That's irrespective of what might actually happen in that counterfactual world, and so on and so forth. I know that Dr. Thomas has something to say about the other points that my learned friend Mr. Easton made.
Yeah, I mean, again, they were very specific. I might leave them, if we could pick them up at New Carrington. There's bulwarks going up. I want to make some progress. So I think I've got the point. We can come back on that later when we talk about the site, I think. Is it Ard? Sorry, I can't. Yes.
Can I just make a point that habitat isn't just the peat, it's a landscape, and the landscape, whether it be in farmland or as
but we are just talking about the peat today. So
yeah, but the habitat is where wildlife lives.
Quite, and we've obviously, I've made the point at the start, we're not going into, we've obviously discussed these sites before, we've got all that information, all that is part of the equation. We're here today to specifically talk about the peat issue, so I want to leave it at that.
I didn't want the wildlife to be rubbished. It's very important.
Sorry?
I didn't want the wildlife to be rubbished. It's very important.
It's not being, no.
For all of us.
It is, and you've made that point before. I remember very clearly making that point before. So I have a eidetic memory for these things, so don't worry. All these things are written down, all in my head. So you put your sign down when you've finished, please. Right, we'll just move on. Obviously, we will bound to come on to this again. The other limb, of course, of the 180C, or another part of 180C is obviously it must, if I get the words right, development resulting in the loss or deterioration of irreplaceable habitat. So obviously there's a debate over whether it's irreplaceable habitat. Then the next question is, would development result in the deterioration or loss? So again, whether or not that's easier to deal with on a specific site-specific thing, or whether there's a general point about, is it sort of inevitable that development in this case would always lead to loss or deterioration?
I personally think you can only do this site by site, frankly, because, well, I won't explain because then I'll start talking about the sites, but...
Fair enough. I suppose put it on notice, that's what I want to obviously talk about. Absolutely. That in those terms. And I think if we deal with it on the sites, we will then.
Indeed, because the five are... You certainly can't treat them as if they're all equal in terms of these points, and they do have their distinct...
I mean, the other thing we'll obviously be talking about in that context is, and it comes to the suitable compensation strategy as well, is whether or not this can be avoided or mitigated satisfactorily through layout design, geotechnical construction
techniques.
And
again, site by site, there are some where you could certainly achieve, as far as we're concerned, you can certainly achieve real potential benefits for peat, to put it colloquially, within the site, and there are others where compensation by way of off-site, would be more pertinent. But that again is an allocation by allocation specific point.
Given what we've just been doing, I think is a danger if I do open this up too much to generals. We'll just go off on a meander down that route anyway. So I'll move on then to, there's a point about again sticking with 180C. And we've touched on this already this morning, really, and it's this issue about the phrase wholly exceptional reasons and whether, and again, my recollection is that you quite largely equated wholly exceptional reasons with exceptional circumstances test in Greenbelt. Is that fair, or would you like to clarify?
That certainly wouldn't have been deliberate on my part. Because I'm keen to keep these tests separate, but I mean you can see an analogue, I suppose. But the way I put it is very straightforwardly that wholly exceptional reasons manifest themselves where the judgment is formed that the public benefit would clearly outweigh whatever the loss or deterioration is on, each particular allocation as we look at it. So you have to have a judgment call as to what's the degree of harm, to put it in a straightforward sense, and you then decide whether the public benefit wrapped up in whichever allocations it is you're examining would clearly outweigh whatever that harm is. If you find that there is a clear outweighing, then that is the wholly exceptional reason. Otherwise, the footnotes wouldn't make sense when read with the subparagraph in 180. But I do go back to saying all of this for plan making is in the context of 11B sub 1, because fundamentally you then have to ask yourself, well, that's all very interesting, but does this provide a strong reason for not distributing development in the Places for Everyone document onto this particular allocated site, proposed to be allocated site? So that's how I see it, certainly.
So one wouldn't necessarily follow the other. If you were to conclude, well, actually there may be exceptional circumstances to justify releasing land from the greenbelt, it doesn't automatically follow that would mean paragraph 180C is passed.
To be frank, I would say it's highly likely that if you find there are exceptional reasons for releasing greenbelt, that you would then find that the public benefit clearly outweighs the loss. But the reason why I say it isn't exactly the same is because, of course, in the greenbelt instance, you're asking yourself a much wider question. In this particular instance, you're asking yourself it's a focused question, because the harm side of the equation isn't anything else. It is, what is the damage, so to speak, to the irreplaceable habitat? What's on the negative side in irreplaceable habitat terms? That's why the question is, the answer to one question doesn't necessarily give you the answer to the other. I suspect that there's, a close link, but it would be wrong for me to say, if you're with us on the greenbelt, you should be with us on this, because this is a narrowly focused, I'm not trying to demean the point, it's an important point, but it's a narrowly focused point, and the narrow focus is on the question of irreplaceable habitats. What's the damage in the particular instance you're asking yourself about to irreplaceable habitats? Does the public benefit, all the good as we see it arising from the allocations outweigh that?
Thank you. And obviously, we've mentioned as well already that the footnote 63 gives some examples of the types of project which it may consider to be fall into this category, if you like. They obviously it talks about nationally significant infrastructure projects, orders under the Transport Works Act, and a hybrid bill. So, except these are examples, not a closed list, but is that the kind of order, scale, and magnitude of things which do you think the framework is seeking to point us in the direction of?
No, I don't accept that, because I think this is the product, frankly, of the fact that 180 is actually in the context of determining applications and isn't written about plan making. But my learned friend for Natural England, has made a perfectly good point that, if I might say, that 11B, in referring to plan making, has a footnote which refers to irreplaceable habitats. You search in vain for anything on irreplaceable habitats in terms apart from 180C. So somehow all roads lead back to 180C. But I don't accept that one should read the footnote as pointing you to nationally significant, because otherwise you would find that there'd be little, if any, relevance in this for plan making, because a plan is, here we have a super plan because we're dealing with 9 of the 10 Greater Manchester authorities, but most plans be dealing with simply one authority's area. And yes, you might find there's a nationally significant project in the local authority's area, but most of the plan isn't going to be of that scale. So the way I would put it here is that if you find, as we say is the case in relation to any of these particular allocations, that they are of particular significance to our strategy, and that were the allocation to be removed, it would be an extremely hard and fundamental blow to the strategy, then that's more than good enough to fall within the footnote, the public benefit footnote. So you've got to ask yourself this question, focusing on the context of whatever is the plan that you're dealing with. So here, Places for Everyone for 9 of the 10 Greater Manchester authorities. How significant is the allocation to the strategy in that plan? And if it is very significant, and some of these just jump off the page and answer themselves, they are absolutely at the core of the strategy, So, if we're in that field, then we're certainly in the field of this footnote, as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you. probably talk about compensation strategy, but again, I'm wondering if it's easier to talk about that in relation to sites.
I think you should, if you don't mind, because you'll find the policy wording as we look at each allocation. You know, if you remember one of my catchphrases, we've been consistently inconsistent. So you know, you need to look at the wording in each allocation to see whether it's passes muster, if you like, in relation to this compensation point.
I will just, I suppose I will just actually ask a question of Natural England, though, in that context of compensation strategy.
I was hoping you might ask me about the previous points as well.
You can come on to those as well, but I'll the compensation strategy point is, as far as you're concerned, again, very general terms. Does such a thing exist for this? Bearing in mind what you've talked about in terms of the difficulty of recreating peat, all of these issues, is there such a thing as a suitable compensation strategy that would satisfy Natural England in principle? And again, if you want to hold that just as a matter of principle to think about when we get into the sites, it's like a forewarning, if you like, but just.
So now, I can be clear and I can take it at a general level. Our position is, if we're right, and this is irreplaceable habitat, then it follows, by reason of its particular nature, and we've talked about the time depth, that it's very, very difficult to see how one can have a compensation strategy. We're obviously open to considering anything that anyone puts before us, but we struggle logically because of the particular nature of this type of irreplaceable habitat with how one gets there. So that's as a general matter. If I might pick up, and I hope it's helpful, the previous points in terms of how we see this paragraph 180C being approached, how it should be approached. It's no accident. It's clearly no accident that the draftsperson has used wholly exceptional, and that sends you the clearest possible signal that this is a stricter test than the exceptional circumstances test for alteration of greenbelt boundary. I might even say than the merely exceptional circumstances test, because it's asked you to look for something wholly exceptional. And the footnote tells you that, and it gives only one example, and I'm afraid we cannot offer you any assistance as to that example beyond asking you to just read the words and take from it what you can from those words. But it's very clear that the public benefit in the case of an infrastructure project would need to clearly outweigh, and that's the word. I've already said that we struggle logically with the concept that one could apply the 180C test, see the proposal, whatever it is, fail, as it were, because wholly exceptional circumstances are not made out, and then not conclude that that isn't a strong reason back in 11B. Thank you.
Can I that's helpful, and you have our position on that. In relation to footnote 63, obviously, so you've referred to nationally significant infrastructure projects. Obviously, the example, and it is just an example, runs on orders under the TWA, Transport and Works Act, and hybrid bills. So if you think about orders under the Transport and Works Act, I mean, for example, if you've caught the tram in Manchester at all, I mean, that's been promoted under a series of Transport and Works Act orders. So that's, not a nationally significant project. It's very significant for, people and visitors and workers in Manchester. And that's been done in a series of these orders. I know this because I've done some of them. So, you can see that the scale referred to in the footnote isn't simply things of national significance. And so when we have here a plan which is cross-cutting across 9 of the 10 Greater Manchester authorities, we are at least of the scale of orders under the Transport and Works Act, I would say, by way of an analogy.
Okay, thank you. I've got one final point on national, because I think most of these points are picked up side by side, but Friends of Carrington Moss?
Thank you. I just wanted to pick up on the point about the levels of harm versus the level of benefit. And I'd really like to urge you to look again at the integrated assessment, the SEA, because the guidance there is very explicit about the requirement to identify, describe and evaluate the likely significant effects on the environment. And I think what isn't in the SEA is a clear understanding of the losses in relation to the ability to reduce the carbon emissions as set out in the DEFRA peat pilot report, which you've had and accepted as evidence. And I don't believe that they've been adequately assessed in the integrated assessment. I can give you some examples, but I won't go into that unless you want me to. But I would urge you to look at that again, because I don't believe that the SEA adequately covers this, and it's a good example of the gaps in that SEA.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to come back on that point?
I'm going to resist the temptation, because again, we can only really discuss these points site by site, I think. So when we get down to the nitty-gritty, if you like.
Okay, CPRE. As we did raise this before, it's better if you can put your sign before I go back to GMCA, so they can have the final word rather than we go to GMCA and then open it up again.
Yeah, apologies. It comes back to the point CPRE has made before about using best available data, and we're in a difficult position that this spatial plan is being progressed on 9-year-old ONS 2014, when really we've got census 2021 data that's been now out for 2 years. It's been verified and checked.
Is this to do with peat?
Yes, because it's to do with the very special circumstances. We're not convinced that there is the need for the level of housing and the level of job based on actual detail. So it's just a balancing act. Yeah. This is irreplaceable habitat, and we know more about the failure of government achieving targets. We know Greater Manchester has more ambition and wants to achieve net zero earlier. And everyone in the room ought to be supporting that aim.
Okay, thank you. I said, obviously, I've said before, we've got a lot of these points already. So if you've made that point before, you don't need to make it again. One final, quite straightforward point on this, I think, for me, is the obviously we're now aware of and have accepted the government's response to the Lowland Agricultural Peat Task Force report. It's a government document. I just wanted to confirm, as far as does that alter national policy in any way, shape, or form?
No, patently it doesn't. And if you bear with me for one moment, if for your note in OD 40, which is the Peat Task Force Chair's report at page 49 of 64. So I've got a hard copy. I don't know whether it's the same on, online, so to speak. Page 49 of 64, at the tail end of recommendation 8, the chair says, and I'll just read the paragraph out so I don't cheat anyone of the context. As part of this proposal, I recommend the government considers how peat is safeguarded through the planning process. That's an interesting point in itself. In addition to water storage, planning can have crucial implications for on-farm processing plants, and so change may be required to ensure that planning is sympathetic to wetter ways of farming. Though the impact of development on peat goes beyond the remit of the task force, I believe protections on this and peat extraction should be strengthened. So the point there is, it's said to the government, you should consider how peat is safeguarded, etc., but it's made explicit the impact of development on peat goes beyond the remit of the task force. So patently, nothing in the chair's report bears upon or changes or makes new government policy. And in the government's response to that document, which is OD 41, as far as I can tell, the government says nothing in response directly to that particular point. It's the tail end of recommendation 8. So there's certainly no change in whatever government policy is on peat, and there's a big question wrapped up in all of that. Whatever government policy is on peat in planning terms, it certainly isn't changed in any shape or form, whatever it is, by by this recent report and the government's response to it.
Thank you.
The government's response obviously is a DEFRA document and isn't even the planning ministry's response.
Okay, thanks. I had some questions for Natural England. I think some of those, now having read your letter, probably are addressed, and I think there'll be obviously opportunities for you to say whatever you want to say when we get onto site. So I've got nothing else further. Sorry, your signs that I can't. The Wildlife Trust.
Hi, just coming back to the LAPTF report. Although it doesn't obviously directly link into the planning policy, I think it does provide a clear steer in terms of the recommendations and also the funding coming from the government for looking at alternative ways of managing agricultural peat soils in a more sympathetic and sort of wetter farming way. I think I just send a clear steer that if the development is taken away from the agricultural peat areas, there is a clear alternative going forward, and that is being developed to work for land managers and farmers on those agricultural peat soils. And also Lancashire Wildlife Trust, we have trials ongoing which are showing the clear benefits both in terms of carbon reduction emissions and the potential economics that will provide. And I think we're at the cusp of a great change in terms of policy and funding from government for agricultural peat soils, and then that's why I would beg that is taken into consideration when we're thinking about allocations on peat soils. Although at the moment agricultural peat soils may be not seen as clearly irreplaceable lone raised bog habitats, there is the clear potential that will be removed if they are developed on. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other comments about national policy issues which we may pick up, obviously, in site-specific stuff, before I move on to the next part of the agenda? Friends of Carrington Moss got theirs marginally faster.
Could I just make two very quick points? Firstly, there was a Climate Change Committee report that was published last week, a progress report to Parliament, which had a recommendation, number 171, to implement a comprehensive delivery mechanism to address degraded peatland and extend current restoration ambitions set out by the UK government. So just to mention that is there too. And the second thing I wanted to just raise is the enhanced biodiversity duty for public bodies, which came in with the as a result of the Environment Act 2021. And the first action there is for the 1st of January 2024, where public bodies must complete their first consideration of what they can do to conserve and enhance biodiversity. And it strikes me that if prime sites for conservation and restoration, in line with the Natural England proposals, I'll use that as an easy way of saying it, if prime sites for conservation and restoration are allocated for development in this plan, then the public bodies are not doing what they can do to conserve and enhance biodiversity, which is what is required by the Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Wayne.
Thank you, sir. Two short points. Firstly, in relation to a suggested approach. I mean, our firm view is that allocating New Carrington will not result in the loss or deterioration of irreplaceable habitats properly understood. But if you agree with us, which we're going to invite you to do, I think it would still be sensible to then go on to apply the wholly exceptional reasons and suitable compensation strategy test as a belt and braces approach. So it's clear that not only have you considered the gateway, i.e. is it irreplaceable, but you've also weighed the public benefits and considered whether or not it would clearly outweigh the loss or deterioration of habitat. So that's a decision-making framework suggestion, if I may. The second point is just a policy interpretation question, which arises out of my learned friend Mr. Burton's point about there being a suitable compensation strategy. And I would invite you to read national policy in a way that didn't wholly emasculate the policy itself, because if you look at C, it talks about, it gives examples of irreplaceable habitats such as ancient woodland or ancient veteran trees before going on to identify whether a suitable compensation strategy exists. Now, if you follow Natural England's train of thought, where you cannot recreate a particular habitat, and that would include ancient woodland, and it would include ancient or veteran trees, you could never provide a suitable compensation strategy. So it seems to us that suitable compensation strategy has to be read in that broader context, because if compensation is only recreating what is lost, you would never be able to pass the 180C test, and that can't be a sustainable interpretation of national policy in my submission.
Thank you very much. And do you want to come back on any?
I agree with that last point. It's something which I wanted to refer to as well, but it's been put far better than I would have put it by my learned friend, because the whole proposition in the test of wholly exceptional reasons in the footnote is posited on one having either lost or damaged the habitat. One of the ways the test comes into play is where you've lost the habitat in question. So obviously a suitable compensation strategy can't be related to that which you've lost, because you've lost it. It's got to be trying to compensate for that in some way. So I take my learned friend Mr. Easton's point about the circularity in Natural England's logic, if you like. It is compensation only arises if you're in a circumstance where you, for example, have either lost or there's been some real harm to the habitat in question. And so that adds colour, if you like, or context to an understanding of how this is all meant to work.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move on. It's 25 past 11. I don't know if we've slightly thrown on time. I don't know whether...
Shall we do, you're going to move on to the local things. Shall we do the local policies? And yeah, let's try and get through the local things.
Okay, well, local, I'll carry on with local. I think we might be able to get through all of this first part of the agenda actually before sites, and then we'll have a break, because as it happens, as often the case, and we've obviously gone away and thought about what we were going to talk about under this section and what information we've got and everything else, and we've sort of concluded that we're obviously very aware of what is in this plan. The point of this exercise, this section, was never to go over those policies again and try and reassess those policies or anything like that. It was only in relation to these sites. We obviously understand what those policies say and how they relate to this site. We've seen reference to the Salford local plan in the Statements of Common Ground. We can obviously pick that up when we get to this, those sites, so we don't need to talk about that here. So on reflection, we're not sure there's anything to particularly raise under this heading, and that we can't pick up under site specifics anyway. So unless anyone's got any burning issues they want to say about local policy in a general term, then we'll move on. Friends, Carrington Moss.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to bring us back to the Greater Manchester Strategy, which this plan is underpinning.
And are you going to tell me it's not consistent with the Greater Manchester Strategy, aren't you? Because you told me that before.
I'm just going to say the Greater Manchester Strategy suggests that the most pressing issues for the city region are climate change and inequality. And delivery of urgent action is needed, it says. And delivery of this strategy will ensure our activities are aligned and supportive of our carbon neutrality goal, with activities which are not conflicting or contrary to its attainment.
Yes. I'm sorry to be. I was going to be strict about this, because you have made these points before. So I mean, we're not unaware of that position. Ard.
Just a point about the historical nature of GMSF PFE. The call for sites was done, and so we're now arguing about sites that were allocated, have put in the allocation, but they're all put in by developers, and we are arguing to maintain our habitats. And I think that dichotomy is causing us a lot of problems.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we had a session on site selection methodology again, so I want to stick very much to the issues which we're trying to talk about today. So I'll move on then to the last part of the first part of the agenda, if you like, which was talking about relevant peat restoration programs, and other things, I suppose, other things which might be relevant, and we've highlighted the Greater Manchester Wetlands Nature Improvement Area as one of those. Again, we've talked about that before, but JPA 28, 29, 33 all sit within the nature improvement area. So perhaps just again for my benefit, what is it, and how does that affect those sites?
It's a very good question. Well, I don't know about how it affects those sites, but an understanding of it's actually the Great, by the way, Great Manchester. You'll remember this interesting point we spent a few moments on earlier on the examination process. It's the Great Manchester, because Manchester's a great place. Great Manchester Wetlands Nature Improvement Area. I think it's not greater because it doesn't apply to all of Greater Manchester, I think. But anyway, there you are. So who within our gang would just like to give a little overview, please, about Fiona, if you could? So you might just want to reintroduce yourself and pop your microphone on. And if you could just give us a little overview, please, of the Great Manchester Wetlands Nature Improvement Area, including how extensive it is and what things are included in it, which perhaps aren't obvious from the title.
Sorry, Fiona Fryer from Salford City Council. I've been involved, as Salford City Council and a number of people around this table have been involved in the Great Manchester Nature Improvement Area from the beginning. On the Great Manchester thing, I think part of that is because it was trying to be a little bit like the Great Fen project, just by the by. But so there's a number of partners, and it has a number of objectives. I mean, would you like me to go through the vision and objectives of the NIA, or just try and summarise them?
Perhaps if you could geographically how extensive or otherwise it is, and what things are included in it, maybe.
So GMCA 59 is the map that was submitted back in February, and it shows that it's a very extensive area. It goes beyond the area covered by Places for Everyone, so it goes up into a little bit of Chorley. Within Greater Manchester, it covers, I think, the entirety of Wigan, large parts of Bolton, large parts of Salford, and some of Trafford. And it's looking at, the vision is that Great Manchester Wetlands will be a thriving, resilient and inspirational landscape that delivers real benefits to local communities and the local economy. It's always been one of the things that sets it apart from some of the other nature improvement areas that it's in an urban area, or there are urban areas through it. So it's not like one big wildlife site. It's very much a mosaic of habitats and urban communities. And its aim is to, I've just covered the aim, haven't I? But it's got a number of objectives that look at mitigating the impact of environmental pressures by improving species mobility between Lancashire, Cheshire and Greater Manchester. So north-south mobility under climate change pressures, for example. Looks at creating a lasting improvement to some of Britain's rarest habitats by restoring key designated sites. None of those nationally or internationally designated sites are in Salford, incidentally, and none of them overlap with any of the proposed allocations. They're in, the Manchester Mosses is in Wigan and Warrington. So it looks at improving connectivity for critical species, basically the principles in the Lawton report about bigger, better, more and joined. Optimising ecosystem services provided by all the habitats. And then there's a vision for the partnership to continue to build and deliver a shared vision for nature recovery in the wider landscape with key partners, organisations and local people, and to enhance community health, well-being, learning and skills through improved access to nature and creative engagement with the landscape. Do you want me to go on and talk about why it's in the local plan or not?
Well, I suppose what status it has in planning terms, I guess, obviously, other than, or is it just through what it says in the local plan?
Yeah.
can only really achieve a planning status through something said about it in a planning policy. And you would have seen references to it in Places for Everyone. And we will come to the allocations when we get to the policy wording of the allocations. But its status in planning can only be given by a planning policy somewhere.
In terms of the programme, you talked about programmes, and does that involve then, and I'm sticking to the peat, does that involve peat restoration or re-wetting programmes as part of that, as part of the activities of the nature improvement area?
Yes, the main project so far has been something called the Carbon Landscape Project, which was a 5-year lottery-funded project, which has now finished, and that was based on 3 distinct habitats, one of which was peat, yes. But I think it's important to say it's not about comprehensive wetland restoration across the area. As I say, it's a mosaic of different habitats. It's got this focus in the objectives on corridors and stepping stones, not necessarily whole-scale restoration.
Does that then fit into what Natural England, in the statements Common Ground, Natural England has referred to these stepping stone habitats, and there's been some debate already about, talking about cross purposes about what each party is seeking to achieve. Is the NIA more akin to what Natural England have been referring to? Are they tied in together?
Yes, I think there is some similarity, and indeed the NIA is referred to in the Annex C of that Natural England letter from the 30th of July in terms of the SAC supplementary information.
And so you say that the programme, that the Carbon Landscape Project's finished. So has that led to a certain, in some figures in the Statement of Common Ground, and we might come on to this when we get to Chatmoss sites, but there's sort of hectares of land have been restored or planned to be restored. Is that all within that Carbon Landscape Project, or is that different?
Lancashire Wildlife Trust are the lead partner and may be better placed than me to provide details of that sort.
Well, Wildlife Trust may as well answer that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I've not necessarily been involved in the carbon landscape, but as far as I am concerned, then the objectives of the NIA are continuing beyond the carbon landscape. It doesn't end at the carbon landscape. The carbon landscape was a project within the NIA itself. Just on...
Then, if the Carbon Landscape Project's finished, and accept that it's a project within a wider project,
yeah.
Wider thing, are there any, either or anybody wants to answer, are there other projects sort of in the pipeline, as it were, that would go on and do more of this?
There's a species reintroduction project that's ongoing. I believe that's the only ongoing project listed on the Great Manchester Wetlands website at present.
So, Wildlife Trust got any insight?
Yeah, sorry, yeah, I'll come in there. So, the Carbon Landscape was a partnership project of the GM Wetlands NIA, but Lancashire Wildlife Trust, who are a key partner in that area, along with Natural England. Now we're both major landowners of peatlands in the area, so we are continuing into the long term with the work that we're doing both on our own land holdings and with partners to increase the amount of peatlands in either restoration or sustainable management. So it's a lot about sort of trying to connect the fragments that remain, but also looking at between those fragments of core conservation areas, looking to see how you can improve the management or more sympathetic management of areas, including agricultural peat soils between them. So we have a number of projects with partners working with also farmers in the area to look at that. So on both management and restoration. So it's a core remit and built into the business plan of Lancashire Wildlife Trust.
Thank you. Is that mainly on Chatmoss, or is that on?
The work that Lancashire Wildlife Trust is throughout Greater Manchester and Lancashire, North Merseyside, and we work more broadly in the North West as well with other partnerships.
Okay, so outside. Oh, sorry, Natural England. Do you want to say something first?
So just some comments really around the carbon landscape and restoration works that have been going on across Chatmoss. In one of my previous roles, I was the restoration program manager for the carbon landscape, so I've got a good handle on what was done and where it was done. Just to take a step back from that, though, we were there before the GM wetland started. It was we were pulling levers to make things happen in terms of wanting that step change in landscape scale kind of nature recovery, basically. And that was based on a lot of evidence that Natural England had been building. We've done a lot of ecological network modelling, which has basically identified where the local ecological wetland network is, where there are bottlenecks in that network, and where there are priority areas for restoration as well. So, for instance, the Chatmoss allocations, was it 29, 28? Both of those fall within one of the core nodes in the ecological network, and that whole peat mass is highlighted in that work as requiring basically an expansion zone. That's where we should be making the existing sites bigger. A major bottleneck in that ecological network modelling is identified around Carrington Moss, where we need to be creating new habitats and restoring existing habitats to create south to north connectivity.
You just mentioned their priorities. Is that in some kind of? Is that in any kind of published document that you've identified those priorities?
Yeah, that has been presented to the GM Wetland Partnership. As a piece of evidence. It came out of the natural course work that's been going on over a few years. So it's been something that's been up for discussion through the partnership and evidence we've been feeding into the partnership. Just to talk about how much habitat has been restored across Chatmoss. So from 2012 and 13, when the inception of the Great Manchester Wetlands project, I did a sort of rough back of envelope calculation. We got about 287 hectares of kind of habitat. So that's including restoration of core sites like the SAC, back to lowland raised bog, but also stepping stone sites and adjacent sites on former farmland where we've restored back to fen and wet woodland. Interesting point. We talked about the legacy of the carbon landscape. One of the big things that's coming out of that as a legacy, and it was alluded to by the Wildlife Trust in terms of Natural England is now a big landowner. We own 154 hectares of Chatmoss. That is going to all hopefully form part of a new national nature reserve, which will basically be sort of a product of the mossland zone of the carbon landscape. So it's kind of the next step, and that will be taking us into kind of wide scale fen restoration, stepping stone creation, and wetter farming, all as part of a kind of the mosaic to deliver that.
Thank you. And we've probably got a question about this later, but I'll ask it now. The 154 hectares. So is that was acquired by negotiation, presumably, or was it any kind of?
Yeah, the farm was coming up for sale. In fact, it ended up as two farms, and we were able to access monies to buy it with the express aim of creating the connectivity between the areas of the SAC, creating this core for this mossland NNR, and also act as a sort of an exemplar of sustainable peatland land management.
And the monies you identified, is that, obviously in the same Common Ground you've listed various potential areas funded. Were those what was used to address this, or was something different?
So in terms of the acquisitions, that was core Natural England funding. What we're going to do with it in the future, we're looking at Peatland Capital Grant Scheme, and we're going to be working with partners to deliver that as well, because different partners can bring in different funding streams. So it's all part of. It's not just about the one thing that there's this partnership delivering. There's things that we control, like agro-environment, that we can direct to also complement what the partnership is doing as well.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, beg your pardon.
Yeah,
So if I may come in, just a point of reference, if you go onto the Natural Course website, you'll find that the Ecological Network tool has been published there. It actually covers the whole of the North West River Basin District. Was funded through an EU Life project. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
So I'm going to not respond in relation to funding, because I think with respect we need to look at these funding issues when we look at each of the sites in turn, and we look at the scale of what we're dealing with potentially. And I thought that under your fourth bullet point for the site's likelihood of restoration, an obvious point is money, presence or absence of, willingness or unwillingness of landowners, etc. You know, those practical points fit under likelihood of restoration. So I'm going to be patient.
Okay. Any other points on that? Sorry, it's Peel.
Yes, thank you, sir. Andrew Bickerdike from Turley, representing Peel. I mean, just a very brief point. Mr. Krakowski's already alluded to this, but from a landowner point of view, I think it's become clear through our representations to the plan to date that Peel is a significant landowner in Chatmoss beyond Port Salford extension, and is engaged in a lot of the work as landowner to explore opportunities for peat restoration within Chatmoss. Is a willing partner in that process. We'll come on to it in respect of the specifics of the Port Salford extension site and the issue of mitigation and a mitigation strategy which could involve reinvestment in further programmes to explore and deliver restoration within Chatmoss. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. One last question to GMCA. It's more actually, Wildlife Trust has already raised it in a way, but this is about referring to the task force, peat task force document again, as a mechanism. No, I mentioned it as a policy tool, but a mechanism, funding or mechanism. You know, do you see any change in the picture, if you like, as a result of this document?
There is talk of some further funding, but as I understand it, and we'll have to come to this when we have a proper amount of time devoted to the subject of funding. But to cut a long story short, we're talking about funding which would barely scratch the surface as far as we're concerned in relation to the scale of the issues and problems that are faced at these sites. But we'd need to look at each site in turn. That's if any of the sites would feature in relation to the selection criteria for funding anywhere near the top of the pile, so to speak, to achieve whatever the funding is. And then you'd ask yourself, well, to the extent that any of these funds are open, because a number of the funds referred to by Natural England have actually closed to bids, that's the end of them. But for the open funds, would any of these sites actually, you have to look at it site by site, when any of them actually qualify for, high enough up the list for funding, and if so, what's that funding likely to be, and then what on earth is that going to do? Would it be the proverbial drop in the ocean? So we have to look at these things. Then you have to look at the other side of the equation, which what's going on the sites at the moment, and how valuable is that? How valuable is the lost opportunity, the hope value, if you like, of development on the site? All these things need to be factored into the equation, but we have to look at that site by site. So in short, all these things are a moving feast. We could have this conversation in a year's time and the circumstances would be a bit different for better or worse. But we're having the conversation today. I certainly don't accept the Wildlife Trust point that we're on the cusp of a great change in government funding. I think dream on, I'd say to that, but we're certainly not.
Trust might want to respond to that point.
Yes, thank you very much for allowing me to respond. Just to say that I think, obviously there's just been a launch recently of the government's Polyculture Exploration Fund, and there's 3 trials that I know of in the northwest, including one in Greater Manchester. And really, I think the point of the government funding, they've alluded to some funding that is coming down the line, as well as this Polyculture Exploration Fund that has been launched, and that runs to 2025. The point of the funding is to enable the knowledge and expertise to be grown in order to make sort of wet farming or polyculture to be economically and sustainable in its own right, and not reliant on grant funding from the government. So, for example, Lancashire Wildlife Trust are involved in a trial where we're looking at growing typha on land in Chatmoss, and that Typha is a product that can be used for multiple sources, but we're working with a company which has links with the clothing industry to create a plant-based textiles material. And so we already see a clear line from a change in the crops grown on that land with a high water table right through to an end product. And also there's trials already to show Typha can be used for insulation board, etc. So we know there are markets existing, and the point of the grant funding from the government is just to kickstart that, to give people the opportunity to develop a marketable product. We're also looking at growing food crops in Greater Manchester. So we've got trials with blueberries and celery. Elsewhere in the northwest, they have a field-scale trial through this grant funding that's just been launched to look at growing sphagnum moss at field scale for alternative growing media, which also links in with the government policy on moving to peat-free growing media. So there are clear economic drivers behind that will be enabled through this grant funding. So I'm not dreaming, I don't think, when I say we're on cusp of change, because I think if we're allowed to invest, there will be the opportunity to come for peat soils. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Another board's gone up, so before I let you invite, I may as well get as many comments as I can from Ard.
I just raise a point about the funding. In my 70 years and 10, I never thought that I'd ever see land being purchased on the Moss for wildlife. Never, ever thought of it. And all I saw was loss. And when I was about 40, the Wildlife Trust purchased Astley Moss. It's a wondrous place to be. That was from funding. They then purchased Little Woolden Moss. That was from funding. Natural England now come along in the past 2 or 3 years and bought all these hectares to bring back to wildlife. There's no such thing as a possibility of not getting funding. It will come as long as we conserve the landscape to find the funds for it eventually. That's my opinion, and that's what I've seen and lived through. I walk this landscape every day. I can see the positives that are coming from these funds that have come to these places. We mustn't forget the future is a future for the generations. We must make sure this landscape is there for when the funding does come along. It will give them the clear benefit of a clear, better landscape than one that just concreted over. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Natural England, finally.
Yeah, so thanks, sir. I just wanted to come in to really reinforce a point from the Wildlife Trust as well, to say that, you know, there is obviously we're on the sort of cusp of change in terms of things like agricultural policy as well, with the introduction of landscape recovery areas. We've got the new environmental land management schemes, which run alongside things like sustainable farming incentives and countryside stewardship. And the kind of options within these schemes are now being reviewed to look at opportunities to incorporate things like wet farming to preserve peat and reduce emissions. So I think I just wanted to add that, you know, there seems to be a change in the way we're even approaching how we're delivering previous funding mechanisms through things like the agri-environment policies, along with the new funding opportunities that are coming along through the recent announcements associated with the Lowland Agricultural Peat Task Group. So thank you.
One more point, but you've just made, you know, Ard have made a point. If we keep it going.
Yeah, of course. I just wanted to make the point that I think we're falling into a trap of talking about short-term funding opportunities for 800-year problems. Is one point, and I just wanted to make the additional point.
Okay, very quickly.
Yeah, that elsewhere in Greater Manchester, there are community land trusts being created, and there are similar interests for the sites that I'm here to speak about today. So. Just to add that into the mix.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. James.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to put a marker down. We'll have to look at this site by site. But one thing I did want to say is, as we get to each site, we really do need some clarity, particularly in relation to those who are making points which are not in support of the allocation. So Natural England in particular, as to exactly what is envisaged site by site, because this reference to paludiculture, you know, wetter farming and so on. We need to be very careful about that, and to my mind anyway, and exactly what that's got to do with restoration, recreation or replacement. You know, we need to think carefully about this, and to what extent is paludiculture a bit of a distraction from the main debate. But I really do genuinely need to understand what specifically is being said on each site or each of these potential allocations. Well, the four, which are relevant because one is dropped out of the equation.
Okay.
So, and there we need the Natural England's letter and Professor Lindsay's paper in particular.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I'm going to break here then. Is that? I've seen that's a put it down point.
We will have a 20-minute break now, I think. So we'll come back at 12:10, and we'll move on to sites. Okay, thank you. Okay, it's 10 past, so I'll make a start. So we're going to move on to the site-specific issues. We're going to start with Port Salford extension, JPA 29. The agenda is set out roughly in the same format as the statements of common ground, apart from the policy wording issue, which wasn't referred to. So that's sort of the order. I'll go through it in broad terms. Just again, a reminder, this is not the point of this session is not to go back to talk about site selection issues relating to sites, the pros and cons of the site, all the other issues that we've already talked about in previous sessions. This is very much to do with issues raised in the statements of common ground and the resulting policy wording. As said before, please be assured that all of those points are before us and will still be taken into account when we come to our final decision. So I'm going to move on then. So starting with the extent and quality of peat at Port Salford. I'm going to shorthand it to Port Salford, if that's all right. I'm going to keep going Port Salford extension, Port Salford extension. There was some dispute, I think, between Natural England and the other parties in the statements of common ground about the extent of the peat. But Natural England, and I may direct my question initially to Natural England. You've obviously reviewed some of that information now. The letter suggests you're content that it's around 20% of the peat, 20% of the allocation is not restorable peat.
Yes, there's Dr. Thomas can perhaps explain, but in a nutshell, whilst there isn't complete alignment between Natural England and the promoters, as it were, there is, so far as we're concerned, to all intents and purposes and materiality, sufficient alignment, and essentially it's 20% that's not restorable and not practically restorable deep peat. It's almost all in the southeast corner, within the golf course area. There's a little bit in the middle. I don't know, sir, if you want the actual detail there. If so, you'll need to get it from Dr. Thomas.
Okay, but is it roughly what's on? There was a plan in the Statements of Common Ground which shows an area. Is it roughly that area?
It's certainly roughly that.
So okay, that's sorted on that. So you've had opportunity to review that. Just a quick question for Peel on this. The area that you've identified as being under fill or not deep peat, is that an area where you're anticipating development taking place? It's mainly on the golf course. I couldn't recall. There was some discussion about whether that would be the green buffer or something like that.
There will be development there. That's where the road comes in.
Yes, it was the area that's outside the allocations. I think it was identified as a green buffer, the golf course there. Yeah. Good to confirm. Thank you. Obviously, again, just matter of course, we've obviously got these statements of common ground in front of us. I'm not asked a question about every single point of it. If some of that information is taken as read, I'm not. So on the extent, I think I understand the position on that. Any comments about the extent of the peat other than what's in there? No? Good. So we'll move on to quality then. So in terms of quality, I think there's general agreement that the depth of the peat is somewhere maybe between 0.5 and 4.5 metres, with the majority around 2 metres. I also agree that there are no lowland bog habitats on the site, and almost all site has non-wetland habitat, apart from some examples that are given. And that the top layer has been heavily modified, and I'll say all those reasons are set, all the reasons for that, all the modifications set out in the Statements of Common Ground, no need to repeat them. But the conclusion is that the peat is emitting carbon. So it's degrading as emitting carbon. That's agreed position. Yeah. There's some dispute between the parties about the use of the Von Post classification system, and disagreements about the hydrological conditions of the site and associated evidence. I'm not sure I'm too worried about getting into a big debate again about the Von Post classification system. There was quite a lot of discussion about that at the last session. But unless anyone has any particular point they wish to make about that, I'll move on from there. Wildlife Trust, you want to say something about that?
Yes, thank you. Just to say that on Little Walden Moss, within Chat Moss, we've been undertaking restoration works on there The Von Post readings on there were H8 and H9, which are a lot higher that have been quoted for the Port Salford site. We've been able to recreate peat bog forming vegetation on the site, including extensive lawns of sphagnum moss. So we do think, just to reiterate, that it is not really a good method of assessing restorability of a site. Thank you.
Thank you. If anyone wants to come back, Natural England, do you want to make a point?
So just a quick comment, really, kind of follows on from really what the Wildlife Trust said. You know, the Von Post scale is a useful source of information. You know, we use it when we're assessing sites for restoration, and it's not to say whether they're restorable or not. It's because it tells us information about the hydrological conditions on a site. You know, we've just had the Von Post values done for the land we've acquired on Chat Moss, and it comes the surface peats are H10, which is the most degraded class. And you know, sites with that level of degradation have been restored in the past as well. So you know, I think I've said enough on that now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kirkowski, if you want to jump in at any point, if you want to respond, just let me know.
I will, sir. Thank you. I mean, you've got the statement of common ground, so you see that we've, you know, some of these we've just left to the other protagonists, if you like.
And yes, quite. So that's why some of these questions might be more open to the people who signed up to it. And the peat pilot project suggests that Chat Moss, the carbon storage function of Chat Moss as a whole, might be lost within 60, well, say 6 decades or 60 years. So is that likely to be the case for the Port Salford area as well?
So, you know, the peat is degrading because it's drained. You know, the peat exists because it's wet. And I suppose, you know, when you talk about restoration of peat, you're almost trying to do two things. You're first of all trying to arrest the decay of your existing resource of carbon and peat, and then the second is you're trying to restart peat formation. So, you know, the same conditions for degradation of the peat, and that's, you know, why all parties agree that it's emitting carbon, because, you know, it's drained.
There's some reference in the Statements of Common Ground that a conclusion that further investigation is needed to determine the quality of the peat. This might be something that feeds into the policy section later when we talk about policy, but just to understand what would be expected, what is actually missing from investigation. I think various parties have referred to that a need for further investigation. That was Natural England, what you think is not available.
I think part of that was at the point we'd not seen the detailed hydrological and ground investigations at that point, so we didn't have the full picture. We had some historical BGS borehole logs, and that was kind of the extent of the information out. So we've got a much clearer picture now of what's going on that site.
Okay. So you're not requiring any. You don't think any. You've got enough to say what the quality is.
Yeah, the information provided we can compare with similar values from other sites.
Useful, thank you. Answers that. So yes, the point then I think we touched on again. With this, I think the very basic thing is from the earlier discussion is most basic question. I'll put it to GMCA first because I think it's Salford have said in the Statements of Common Ground that they don't consider there are irreplaceable habitats on this site. This is where we get to say, well, why, in terms of the quality it's identified here, why is this not an irreplaceable habitat?
What part of the Statement of Common Ground are you looking at, sir? Forgive me.
Now you're putting me on the spot now, aren't you? It's his paragraph.
maybe it's in the summary at the end. When our position, as I understand it, now that we're on the site-specific issues, because of the debate that's been...
7.2, thank you, Mr. Young.
Yeah.
And it started with 7.
Yes, and that is, thank you, I'm grateful to my own friend. That is, in particular, because of as we had understood it, the question marks have been placed against this, whether the habitat is indeed irreplaceable habitat, by the various points which have been made, in particular by Peel, which are reflected in the Statement of Common Ground. And, we, if you like, do not consider that the position is clear enough for one to reach that definitive position that the habitat in question is irreplaceable. There is also this whole issue that I touched on earlier on as to quite exactly what is envisaged by way of the peat on the site. And this is where we've had, if you like, further clarification in the more recent correspondence from Natural England. We're told in Natural England's letter that this site is regarded as being restorable deep peat to the extent of some 80% of the site. But in the professor's annex, it's clarified that apparently it's very clear that Natural England have never intended to create peat bog or recreate peat bog conditions, but rather to establish fen peat conditions. Natural England is not seeking full restoration of the peat, etc., etc. So, I think this is where these clarity around this, exactly what is envisaged, needs to be sought, if you like, so that we can deal with this properly. I think the question is restorable to what? Because the letter would suggest, I might certainly have read Natural England's letter as suggesting that we might be, or they might have envisaged recreating peat bog conditions, but that is, we're explicitly told, not the intention in the professor's letter. So I think some clarity is necessary here, really, is needed here.
So we are back into this circular argument of does it need to be restorable to be a replaceable habitat, and then what? And does that is that dependent on what you might restore it to or re-wet it to?
Exactly.
Okay. But I just Peel, obviously, again, it's paragraph 7.9. Have said that you don't consider it to be irreplaceable habitat. So before I ask Natural England to respond to that point, is this again the clarification of why you find that to be the case?
Yeah, so I'll just pass over to Fran.
I think it's a matter of common ground that the habitats currently present at the surface on site are, of the 80% that we're talking about here, are agricultural habitats that are not wetland habitats, that are not lowland bog habitats or even lowland fen habitats. They're not the type of habitats that would traditionally be considered irreplaceable. Indeed, they're fairly low distinctiveness in the biodiversity net gain metrics, for example. So they only come into play if they, in the context of them being restorable as deep peat habitats. And in the context of other people around this table will be a better peatland ecologist than I am, but it is clear that there are two categories of raised bog habitats. One is an active raised bog, which is very absolutely clearly an irreplaceable habitat. That would be categorized under European Union Interpretation Manual. I'm getting a bit geeky, if you like, here's H7110. There is also a second category of degraded raised bogs capable of restoration. And this is H7120. And there's no indication that there are any of those habitats present on Port Salford Extension. These habitats are habitats which would be capable of natural regeneration within a reasonable time frame, 30 years is cited, of becoming bog habitats through natural regeneration. And the JNCC talks about these habitats occurring elsewhere on Chat Moss, and including on some of the sites that we've talked about as being restoration sites, deeper within Chat Moss. And they would be typically cut over peat surfaces where there may be residual bog vegetation. But our site is very significantly drier, has been drained, and Mr. Dyer alongside me will talk a lot more about the geological influences, but basically our site is a lot drier and has no habitats that I would consider capable of natural regeneration. If one wanted to create lowland fen habitat types, there would be, and Mr. Dyer will go into this in a lot more detail, a very considerable engineering input, and also there are questions in terms of the sort of planning feasibility of it, given our neighbours. So hopefully that explains why we didn't consider there to be irreplaceable habitats on this site. In the context of what Natural England is saying, that it's irreplaceable if restorable, I think again probably our argument, and this is probably Mr. Dyer will talk about it, is that it's just not feasible to restore that 80% that we're talking about. The levels of constraint are such that they fall into a similar category as a 20% that is agreed as being, for different reasons, unrestorable.
Okay, thank you. You scared me then a couple of times by reference to your colleague and the amount of detail he was going to go into about geology. I don't want a huge amount of detail because I heard quite a lot about that, I think, at the previous session. So if you've got anything else you want to say very quickly about that before I hand over to Natural England to make their point.
Yeah, I mean, if we could, not everybody was at the previous session, and it may be just useful, but we're looking at a possible estimated cost of £150 million. And just for everybody's benefit, just to explain where some of that expense comes from, if we could just touch on that.
Yeah. Hi. As I say, we discussed this in detail previously, but it's just worth reiterating that the Port Salford extension site is materially different to that of the wider Chat Moss. It's an island, it's cut off, it's ringed by Manchester arterial motorways, a ship canal. It used to have one of the main rivers from Manchester flowing through it or adjacent to it, the Irwell, which is no longer there. And therefore, to create a wetland habitat, you're going to have to put engineering intervention around the entire periphery of it. And once the engineering intervention is there, you then need to create a water system. But because there's no water there anymore, because it's been removed, you're going to have to pump it. So you're really creating a ringed wall of steel around it of some degree, and then putting water into it to create this. And it's materially different to any of the other restoration schemes that we see in the wider northwest that are referenced. The geology is completely different. We're underlain by sands that are effectively very permeable, and the other restoration schemes, including the wider Chat Moss, are underlain by clays, which are an aquitard, so they hold water.
Thank you. Ms. Hughes, I did have a question later on when we got to the restoration point about what is the difference. Obviously, I've been told there are schemes ahead, so I understand the difference. So you've introduced that, so that's useful. Thank you. I will, before coming to Natural England even, I will just hear from the Wildlife Trust.
Thank you. Just with reference to the idea of what is restorable or capable of regeneration, I'd just like to point to the sites that Lancashire Wildlife Trust have been restoring Little Ward Moss in Chat Moss, which is a former peat extraction site. And when we took over the site about 12 years ago, it was completely denuded and heavily drained, and we were told it was not restorable. Subsequently, we have shown that it is possible, even in relatively shallow peat. We've got peat-forming vegetation communities established on site. And through that process of the restoration process on site, we've also learnt a lot about how to maximise restoration and reduce costs as well, which we'll also be happy to share with anyone in the room who'd like to learn about those. To be able to, so, I mean, I don't know what the figure is based on that you've estimated the costs to be, but we have certainly learnt a lot over the last decade about how to restore heavily degraded sites. And also I kind of question why you'd need to pump water onto the site, because I'd like to pass on to my colleague, but generally low and raised bogs are rainwater fed. You don't pump water into the system. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Just on the pumping, the techniques we use is actually to capture rainfall. We don't really want groundwater in there because that's heavily polluted, heavily nutrified. What the technique involves is capturing and storing rainfall, re-wetting the peat mass from the top down, not the bottom up. So we're not actually raising the water table, we're capturing rainfall. That technique is relatively cheap. It's deep trench bonding, which I mentioned before. As to managing the water, you can install control pipes. The positioning of the control pipes can dictate the flow of water on the site, so you can then move it away from any infrastructure that you think is vulnerable and take it out into adjacent ditches. So, completely mystified by the costings and the techniques, because that is not what we have ever undertaken on any site.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, sure.
Thank you for that. And we're well aware of the wider Chat Moss bog and, representing our client on that site. And you have the benefit there where your site's underlain by a clay soil, and where you've created a pond, a lowland area. Unfortunately, Port Salford, we have an island. We're raised up. So we're raised up above the M62 motorway. We're raised above the old riverbed, and we're in sand. So, I completely agree. If our site was underlain by a clay aquitard, a glacial deposition, rainwater can come in, it will stay, and you could create that kind of environment. But unfortunately, we don't have the clay that you're there, so water won't be confined. And historically, the bog was formed as the gentleman from Natural England sort of alluded to, that there used to be one of the main arterial rivers flooding the hydrogeology in that area, and that was removed as part of the formation of the Ship Canal. So you have to consider the site on its own exceptional circumstances, and the mechanisms and the processes you've described do work across a lot of the restoration areas in Lancashire and Cheshire, and we can see that. But also when we look at those, we see extraction, creation of lowland areas where the peat's gone, and we also know about significant issues around infrastructure where peat had to be removed to get to the area where you could have groundwater present. So, yes, I can see exactly why the simple intervention measures you've applied in Chat Moss would work, but you can't simply apply simple measures like that to very complex areas that we have, where we're next to an aerodrome, a motorway, a ship canal, a trimodal port, and the ground level has been cut around it, and the water feed that comes is blocked by the urban conurbation, which doesn't exist. In the wider Chat Moss, you have a feed coming through. So I would, without wanting to go into the technical detail, I understand exactly what you said in the circumstances you described, yes, but we need to consider the sites on their own special merit without simply applying other sites where simple interventions will work to complex sort of site-specific issues.
Thank you. I didn't expect, by the way, to get any form of agreement on this around the table. We've got all the information before us. We'll take on board that, but I'm not going to debate this until you both go, yeah, okay, we're happy with that. We're not expecting that, so I'm not going to. I don't want to get into a big back and forth on that particularly. Ard, I think saw your sign go up.
I'm a bit puzzled by the fact that this site is particularly dry. That's on my map of conservation interests. Fields 49, 50 and 55. Fields 49 and 50 and Field 55 have Typha and Juncus, and in the winter they flood. And as a consequence, they bring in snipe and jack snipe to actually winter there. They go to only wet places to winter, is where they're safe to be. At the moment, breeding on that area is yellow wagtails, they like marshes. Lapwings, they like marshes. Skylights, they like marshes. And what else have we got? And rebuntings on there, they like marshes. That's what the area holds. I've got the records to prove it. Anything can be restored. Anything can be made better for the wildlife. That is what the Lancashire, if I could just show you a picture, that is what Lancashire Wildlife Trust site Little Walden Moss.
I think we've seen these.
Yeah, but let me just say that's what it's like. That's what it is now.
Yeah.
And the point that's being made is these places can be restored and made better, and they are wet. I know that they are wet. I wander along the footpath and look at those areas.
Okay, thank
There's
you.
a right of way that takes you along.
There is. I think I've walked it myself. Thank you. Natural England, then. Can we on some of those points?
Yes, thank you. So we started this part of the discussion asking ourselves, is it this particular deep peat irreplaceable habitat? And we've wandered very much into, as we do, into well, is it restorable and so on. The test, the definition in the NPPF, to put this in a site-specific context and make Natural England's position clear in a site-specific context. The reason that we say this ticks boxes of uniqueness and rarity is because we consider it is restorable. But we don't say it only ticks those boxes if it's restorable, for example, forthwith to raised bog. And there is a real danger we see in the debate being dragged in that direction. Certainly, that is not our position. That's not why we say this is irreplaceable habitat. So that's the first point by way of generality. The second point by way of generality is something we consider must be taken as deliberate in the NPPF definition, a deliberate absence, as it were. The NPPF has not sought in any way to tie the definition of irreplaceable habitat to the Habitats Directive. It hasn't sought to say Annex 1, for example, Annex 1 priority habitats or anything like that. And again, we say it's a misconception. It's leading us down the wrong path to ask some of the questions that were asked by one of the other contributors. Well, is it Annex 1 priority habitat X or Y? I'll turn to Dr. Thomas, please, to get to the guts of the science.
So, I suppose in terms of the habitats that will develop on this site, I'm sort of reminded of the example of the site I'm working on at the moment, which is our new land on Chat Moss, and areas of that have been abandoned without agriculture for 2 years, and they're already developing into fen without us doing anything. So that kind of sets a flag in my mind, and I think it's what we're actually trying to achieve as well. I kind of alluded to it before about in terms of arresting the sort of degradation of the existing peat resource, and that's partly driven by the need to maintain the ecosystem services or natural capital benefits that it's delivering in terms of carbon storage and sort of flood remediation and things like that. But also is the potential that has. The fact that land wants to be wet. And much of Chat Moss is underlined by various drift deposits because it was a very messy place after the Ice Age. Holcroft Moss is underlain by sands and gravels. Risley is partly underlain by sand, and the same kind of low-cost peat bunding methods have been implemented on those sites. So that kind of informs our opinion on whether it's restorable or not within sort of reasonable resources. That's kind of the main thing. I think another point to take is that we don't see the fen as a final product. We don't see the wetter farming as a final product. These are almost land management techniques which will take us eventually back to lowland raised bog. It might take 100 years, but there will be a sustainable land use that will be able to take that land on that path to an eventual goal.
Thank you. Okay, GMC, have you got anything else you want to say about those points before I move on to some other related points?
No, I mean, much of what I want to say, we want to say, relates to potential stroke likelihood of restoration. So, as far as I'm concerned, the sooner we get there, the better.
Okay. Of course, it only matters what I want to get to. quality, I'm still on quality. I said we did move into other areas, but there's still points. It was the thing I mentioned earlier about the part of the 180C test about loss or deterioration. What that means in practical terms, because we've got a situation here where the peat is degrading, or it was degraded, and is emitting carbon. We know that. So I think a very simple question might be to the part. Well, I'll start with GMCA. I guess is it inevitable that development on these sites, on this site rather, is it inevitable development on this site would lead to that loss or deterioration, or would be considered as such, bearing in mind that it's already degraded and emitting carbon? Would it make it worse, I suppose?
Well, the way I see this in reality is that loss we're talking about on this site, and I suspect I might be saying something similar for the others as well, is actually the loss of, at best, the opportunity to do some form of, I'm going to put this in big inverted commas, restoration, whatever that means on this particular site. And one has to look at the degree of likelihood of that coming to pass, which is one of your later bullet points. So I think in terms of any harm, that's the reality of the harm here. I don't think it's that we're actually talking about, in the circumstances of this particular site, doing some terrible damage to some really valuable resource. I think we're actually talking at most about the potential loss of the opportunity to do the things that Natural England would like to, in the best of all possible worlds, would like to achieve on the site. So that's how I would see it. That's why I think a lot of to be honest, I think a number of these bullet points, I know you have to write them down separately and they're separately dealt with, but I think they do merge.
Yes, quite. That's why I allow a certain latitude is the word, yes,
for flow, if you like. So particularly having heard what's been said by Peel in relation to what's actually here and what would be involved in changing the environment, if you like, of the site. I do think we need to think more about what might actually be gained if this allocation doesn't happen, to which I would say precious little.
And Natural England, is that how you see the issue of harm and deterioration or loss on this site?
Well, in terms of the level of interventions required to make this site developable in terms of piling, geotechnical stabilisation, drainage, all the things that will need to importation of material to build a sort of platform to develop on. These are all things which will perturb the ability of the peat to store carbon. Now, as I said before, hydrology is always the key overriding factor. And then there's a sort of almost like a chain of things that follow on from that. Low oxygen levels in terms of, because of the waterlogging, low nutrient levels, which are to do with the biochemistry of the plants that basically made the peat in the first place. And there's a series of sort of almost like dominoes that you start to knock these things out. It kind of causes a chain reaction from all these kind of perturbations to the peat mass. So, the degradation will kind of be locked in long term if you develop it. That's my opinion.
But without any action, the information we've got is that it will continue to emit carbon without any form of intervention. And so I suppose you seem to be saying, well, if you GMCA's point, well, actually, the end result is the same, but you lose the opportunity to do anything with it. You're suggesting, are you suggesting by going on and doing all those works, it will speed it up? It will make it.
I think it's not going to make things better. And as the report, the peat pilot report suggesting we've got 60 years before all of that carbon's gone. So the opportunity's there. Who's to say what policies will be in 10 years' time in terms of sort of land management on peat and what funds will be available? We're losing the opportunity, I suppose.
Okay, thank you. Now, in the statement, again, Peel, feel free to jump in. And Peel have suggested in the same as common ground, and I think, again, you're going to want to know which paragraph, but they have said that there are several technically proved construction methods available that could be used to reduce the impact of development through less intrusive construction methods. I'm looking to Natural England here to see if you recognise those construction methods as a way of mitigating any of the loss or deterioration.
Yeah, we see these a lot come forward on peatland development sites, and they all focus on the geotechnical stability, making sure the peat doesn't collapse and subside, or that the subsidence is done in a controlled manner. Things like services are able to move to take account of the peat shrinking. They don't take into account the carbon and the sort of, I think the fact that we deem sites like the Ashton Moss site as being irreplaceable, unrestorable because it's had a lot of material dumped on top of it, kind of speaks volumes about it, really. I think there's just thinking about in terms of basically slicing up the peat mass and breaking it up into smaller units and creating more and more pathways for water to get out. I'm just thinking about the way it's being drained at the moment. You've got surface drains which are associated with the agricultural use. In where you've got 4 metres of peat, that'll only probably be impacting on the top 1.5 to 2 metres, and then you've got 2 metres of peat which is still kind of unimpacted by the drainage. You start pushing sheet piles through that and digging trenches and footings for buildings, then you're breaking into that and probably actually accelerating the rate of decay and making more of the peat mass available for oxidation.
Okay, so you don't. I'll just highlight paragraph 6.5 of the Ashton Moss West statement of common ground, where it's Natural England's position to advise peat should be taken into account when considering the appropriate construction methodologies and geotechnical solutions to avoid further degradation of the peat mass below. Is that purely then, because I read that and thought, well, is that suggesting there are appropriate construction methodologies that can be used everywhere? Is that a purely Ashton Moss West issue because of the fill situation?
I think my thoughts on that at the time were around that such a level of damage has been done already, but if to try and minimise the future losses from that peat mass, it just seems sensible to do that. The carbon still sat there underground. It would seem bad just to go in and sort of.
Well, quite. I suppose the point I'm going to quite, but whether or not there are those techniques that exist that you recognise that could be at least alluded to, if nothing else, in policy or something, if the site were to be allocated. That's the question, really. It's a bit like, is there a suitable compensation? Is there a way of affecting or reducing the effect on the quality of the peat through these methods?
I'm struggling on such a large expanse of peat.
Fine. Let's understand the position. Thank you. Friends in Carrington Moss.
Yes, sorry, I just wanted to come back to what Mr. Katkowski said about the benefits if we don't allocate the land for development. And I just point you to one of the objectives, which is to promote a proactive reduction in direct and indirect greenhouse gas emissions emitted across GM. And I believe that if we construct on these sites, that there will be a greater loss of, greater amount of emissions, and not just affecting the sites themselves, but also an area around them, because clearly to build roads and houses and warehouses, you would be draining the land, so it will impact on an area much wider than the site itself.
Thank you. And is Ard still? Oh, sorry, Wildlife Trust.
I just wanted to make a point as well that it's worth considering, say a development was to go ahead on peat soils, that there's the ongoing sort of impact on the development and the infrastructure as well. You only need to look at places around in West Lancashire where the roads are, vastly higher than the fields, but apart from that, they're cracking, they're lumpy, they're subsiding. So there is that ongoing impact of building on peat that needs to be considered as well, regardless of whether we deem it a lost opportunity or not, which I think it would be a lost opportunity, because once it's developed on, that's it in terms of the peat soil opportunity.
And now,
Thank you. I'm just wanting to make a point about what's going on the site at present, and it's under agriculture. and it's still grade 1 farmland. Surely we can improve the agricultural processes so that we can reduce carbon emissions, but still have productive farmland, which is mentioned in the government commitment to the lowland agricultural peat response.
Thank you for that. I'll make the point there. Make the point rather. Did Peel have anything they want to? Yes, I thought you do remind you to put your board up if you want to speak.
Thank you. Just some quick clarifications. I think we brought up the topic of drainage would reduce the water table. So if through construction, that's not the case. The drainage is shallow and we transfer foundation loads using construction techniques. So we know the site's already drained. We have detailed ground investigations, which is shared, and Natural England have read and are aware of that there isn't any groundwater there at the moment, but our construction techniques will not induce any further drainage. The second point regarding subsidence in the Fylde coast around roads, those roads were built 50 years ago, and modern construction standards, designs, requirements, and the CD62 for building regulations with roads ensures that we build them in a way that subsidence problems from the 60s and 70s don't occur. For example, we all know the M62 as you go along it, that has subsidence issues associated with the extraction of peat, and those mistakes aren't made again. But the main point I think Dr. Thomas alluded to was that he felt that it was possible that construction techniques and the constructed built environment could increase greater greenhouse gas emissions than the current situation on the site. We've had some detailed air quality analysis and studies prepared that looks at this, and this concludes that the use of construction methods to retain the peat in situ is likely to result in lower greenhouse gas emissions than the existing cropland and intensive grassland. So I think Dr. Thomas alluded to his thoughts on it, and we'd just like to make a note that we've actually studied this, looked at it, had studies produced, and we actually feel that the construction will limit greenhouse gas emissions as opposed to the current situation. Thank you.
Wildlife Trust.
I just wanted to, just in terms of the impact on sort of infrastructure, I wasn't specifically meaning around the Fylde coast, but in West Lancashire, but also in the east of England, they're seeing the same issue. I'd like to point you to a paper by Sue Page at Leicester University, which goes into detail about infrastructure implications of sort of, around lowland peat soils. So thank you.
That's not before us, is it? So, Natural England.
Yeah, agricultural practices, you see this in the emission factors for different agricultural uses. Grasslands produce less carbon than, say, arable crops, for instance. I think one of the key things is, though, that once you've developed on it, you're locking in that it might take a bit longer for that carbon to be released, but you're kind of locking in that carbon release because you haven't got the opportunity to re-wet it and restore the kind of hydrological function of that peat mass. I think one of the key things about these sorts of peats is that an important function of their hydrology is actually to do with the sort of land levels and relative land levels adjacent to each other. And when you're getting areas that are being compressed and subsiding adjacent to other areas, you're going to have impacts beyond the boundaries of the site, as well as impacting the ability of water to drain into the peat, even because it's been intercepted by the shallow drainage system.
Thank you. There's a board for Wildlife Trust, that an old one. Thank you. Peel.
In context, there's three concepts here. There's what it is at the moment, which is the cropland. That's a high emitting, highest emissions, in fact, from the peat pilot report. That's the current situation, the status quo. We are suggesting, and I've got an expert here just to explain, that the construction techniques are better than the cropland. So it's a better outcome. And thirdly, you've got the suggestion from those that would like to re-wet it that would be better than either of those two, but that's not feasible. Nobody's suggesting the funding for this £150 million or how this would be done. And we've explained from a geological and geotechnical point of view why it would be so expensive. So those are your three scenarios, but just to put flesh on the bones very briefly, if I may, you can just turn to the issue about the work we have done, looking at the construction techniques, and just be a minute or two on that.
Well, we've used the information that's set out in the peat pilot report in terms of the emissions from the different habitats, and we've used the habitat breakdown in the PSE natural capital report to work out what the emissions are from the Port Salford extension area, and the peat pilot report sets out the emissions for the wider Chat Moss area. Based on this, it's estimated that greenhouse gas emissions from the PSE land itself contribute 4% to the total greenhouse gas emissions from the total Chat Moss extent. Just to put it into context. In terms of the construction, the peat pilot report acknowledges that there are uncertainties in relation to greenhouse gas emissions from development over peat, but if you're retaining the peat in situ, then it's likely to have lower greenhouse gas emissions than the existing cropland and intensive grassland uses that are on the Port Salford extension land. As we've just mentioned, the emissions from cropland and intensive grassland, which is fertilised, are the highest emissions of all the different land uses. The peat pilot report also sets out some different restoration proposals. Only in the maximum restoration scenario is the Port Salford extension land restored or improved in any way. And even in that scenario, the improvements in terms of the greenhouse gas emissions equate to about 2–2.5% of the improvements, assuming that the entire Chat Moss extent is restored. So a small percentage of what could be done on the wider Chat Moss extent.
Put that in context, Peel own a lot of the Chat Moss, so when we come on to, as we will later on, the issues about compensatory measures, as the landowner, we're very well placed to provide appropriate compensation. I mean, we haven't spoken until now to the site specifics, because I have to say a lot of it is about the site specifics. We've done a great deal of work on that, but the idea that the construction on the site would be worse than the status quo is just wrong. That's what our evidence has shown. And then you get into what is the possibility of the alternative that's being suggested in terms of re-wetting, and the answer is it's not remotely feasible. So, you know, it's all fairly straightforward, I have to say. I do have a much wider point, because I align myself entirely with Mr. Katkowski in terms of the easiest and safest route for you to make the decision here, which is something barristers are preoccupied with, is not just a decision but a safe decision, is actually to focus on the wholly exceptional circumstances. Because we've been clear, we don't think that this is an irreplaceable habitat. We think there's significant technical and financial difficulties associated with that, vast financial difficulties associated with that. But for the purpose of your decision, because you're not deciding it in the context of paragraph 180C, which is a planning application, which actually is where I think all of these issues are best addressed. You're dealing with it in the context of a local plan. I appreciate the significance of 11B and the footnotes of 11B of the NPPF, but we're getting into quite difficult issues here, and quite for you to have to make a definitive statement about whether it's an irreplaceable habitat. Whereas I think the safer course is for you to assume, as the GMCAR have taken the approach, I mean, there's nothing new here, frankly, they've assumed, just for the purpose of the local, for the purpose of this plan, just assume it's an irreplaceable habitat. We don't agree with that, and it's important as a matter of record that we record we don't agree with that. because ultimately it will be determined in a planning application. But your allocation of this land, or your endorsement of the allocation of this land through the soundness of the plan, isn't the answer to whether this land gets developed or not. That's the planning application stage. You're simply dealing with the issue of a much wider issue in respect of 11B, which is whether you should then reduce the amount of employment and the amount of housing in this plan because of this issue. And the GMCA have already answered that for you. They've already said that. So it's important we give you our views, but ultimately it isn't where the actual decision that you need to make, the safe decision you need to make, lies.
Okay, thank you. Okay, boards which have gone up can go down if they're not going to say anything. Thank you. Okay, Natural England.
I think sort of boiling it all down to the sort of core issue here is that, building on it is going to basically cause a deterioration in that resource, isn't it? And it's going to make it unrestorable in the future. The farming, does have, for the moment, a higher emissions factor, but with wetter farming, who knows what's down the line for that. So that could reduce. But the fact is that potential and that opportunity is still there, whereas if it's built on, it's gone.
Okay, that point's understood now. Wildlife Trust, then.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, we seem to have strayed back
We are. The latitude is being very wide, and we'll hopefully get all the points that people want to make down. So don't worry about where we're straying into. Just make your point.
Yeah. Irreplaceable habitats, then. Again, there seems to be a dispute. I'm on the GNCC government website, and I'd like to read you the definition, if I may. The following land cover types are considered to fall within the definition of degraded raised bog: conifer plantations, improved pasture, scrub woodland, bare peat, impoverished vegetation. So I don't think there's any kind of doubt that the land we're talking about can be considered as degraded bog habitat and therefore an irreplaceable habitat.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I was going to just one further point on the creation of wetlands on the site. I find it sort of beggars belief that we can't create some sort of wetland on there. I would be very, very surprised if we can't. Thank you.
Okay. Before I ask another question, sorry, I'll get all the points raised. So, Friends of Carrington Moss.
Just a very quick question, I suppose, about 180C. Mr. Young was talking about this being really about planning applications, but when planning applications come forward for sites that have been allocated in this plan, then will we have that opportunity to go back over these peatland discussions again? Because based on what Mr. Katkowski said previously, I doubt if we will. And secondly, looking at 11B, is it really sustainable development if we destroy a habitat?
Well, that's a more general point that's been made many. We need to stay away from these sort of general points that have been made many times. Wildlife Trust. Final point on, and before I want to move on, because I think obviously everyone's having a first crack at the whip on this.
Yeah, I just want to come back on, and we were talking about sort of the current emissions, for example, from agricultural land and how they're very high, and that's why that's not a viable land use, etc. I just want to provide an example of in the North Lancashire Wildlife Trust have purchased a piece of agricultural land in 2019, and it's the site of what we call our carbon farm. So we've raised the water tables on that land and planted sphagnum mosses. So we found that we have a control area. It's part of an EU-funded project. Manchester Met University are our knowledge partners, and we're monitoring various things, including greenhouse gas emissions. And we found just through the re-wetting of that site, the greenhouse gas emissions were reduced by 20 tonnes per hectare. So we went from 24 to 2 tonnes. of carbon emissions from that site just through re-wetting. The vegetation is still being established. So just to prove that, yes, currently agricultural land may have high emissions, but it can quite rapidly, through alternative management, be greatly reduced.
I suppose this fits into the point, though. The point to be made is there's, if you like, again, 3 scenarios. There's scenario 1, nothing changes. Scenario 2, it's developed. What does that mean? Scenario 3, something is done. Yeah. And I suppose you're saying, it all still comes back to the point that if you develop on it, that something can't be done. And I think so I think we understand now through all these examples of what people think about what can be done, and there are options for doing it, and what is theoretically possible. I think we're pretty savvy on that now.
I'd want to make you aware of, like, that we're talking about high emissions for agricultural land on peat soils, but actually that can be quite
quite. And it's another example of many we've got of things which can be done. So I think obviously one of the points being made is the difference between what it is like now and what it would be like with development on it, and whether nothing happens. And so understand that. Wayne, sorry, you've been patient, I think.
Yep, thank you. So, no, it's just a point that's been sort of nagging at me throughout this whole session. We're still not any clearer about what restoration and restorable actually means. I've been listening carefully to one of the things that Natural England said. I think Dr. Thomas said there appear to be 2 elements to it. One is to arrest the decay of the underlying peat, and that obviously has the idea that carbon's retained for as long as possible. And the second element was to start peat creation. Now, it seems to me that Natural England's principal concern is to ensure that carbon is maintained within the peat for as long as possible. So this is a request really, just for a clear definition about what restoration means. But secondly, whether or not, if you came up with a scenario that arrested the decay and prevented or reduced the current level of carbon emissions as a consequence of degraded peat, would that be restoration in the context of the aim of preventing increased carbon emissions? It seems to me that it may well be. It's a cry for clarity.
Okay, they're good questions that I'll pass over to Natural England to respond to.
Well, sir, can I just make clear? Have we now moved, or are we now moving to the potential for restoration?
I think let's just assume that all of these things are one agenda item, because no one ever sticks to my plan ever. And as much as I would like to keep things to how I set them, best laid plans and all that. So I think we are. It's, if you like, a grey area now between quality and restoration. But I think we'll move on to restoration naturally, I think. Right. So, but address the point that you just been made, because that is a restoration point.
It is. So we're now. Well, certainly, I'm going to be addressing potential for restoration, as will Dr. Thomas, and then there's another debate, which maybe we'll slip into, about likelihood of restoration, but they're separate things. My learned friend Mr. Easton has asked for a definition of restoration. I'm not for myself entirely sure in what context, or within the NPPF, for example, he's asking for a definition of restoration. But Natural England has been, I hope, very clear across the statements of common ground and elsewhere that the restoration that it sees as entirely feasible at this site is and within a time frame that is measured in a matter of a few years rather than much longer, wet fenland, wetting to fenland or wet grassland, or some paludiculture. And Natural England regards all of that as restoration. Now, others might disagree, and certainly there are at least strong hints in the Statements of Common Ground that the promoter's position is, well, unless you are restoring right here, right now, immediately to wet raised bog, well, we don't think that counts as restoration. That's not Natural England's position.
I must admit, my reading of the Statements of Common Ground was I understood Natural England's position. It wasn't that restoration would encompass all of those factors, arresting the decay or re-wetting or not necessarily fully active bog. That was my understanding of the.
You had understood our position as I've just explained it. That's good. That's a good start. Yeah. I think now is the point for Dr. Thomas to come back on and comment on some of the comments made earlier regarding the need for a ring of steel and 120 million or so on associated with that. I mean, that seems to be part of the topic.
Okay, go on, yeah.
I think in terms of the specific method of sheet piling around sites, it's something that's actually been tried on the Manchester mosses. There was an early attempt at Holcroft moss, which kind of failed. It didn't work. We did also try some on Astley moss as well, which was more effective because we'd kind of learned from the Holcroft moss case. But we took two approaches in that one. We did the very expensive piling method, but we also just used deep trench bunds, and we found that the deep trench bunds were just as effective in terms of maintaining high water levels and restoring the habitat as the piles, but at a fraction of the cost. So that's kind of our learning over the past sort of 15 years.
I'm conscious of time, and I'm just thinking we've obviously a lot. I've just said to Wildlife Trust, we've had a lot where we understand there's a difference of opinion on this, and we understand there's different ways of achieving restoration or arresting decay. Are we going to be? Can you tell me anything I don't know?
I can tell you something around the costs involved. If I wasn't here today, I'd be planning the restoration of our land on Chat Moss. And the first phase of that, which is 60 hectares, which is basically delivering what we've suggested to be delivered on these sites. We've got for the bunding works, the buffer zones, the interceptor ditches to stop other land flooding and things like that. It's about 120 to 130k, the estimate of cost for that. So that's the kind of ballpark, and that's fairly sort of comparable with all the other projects we've done across the mosses. Obviously, there's inflation and things like that, but it's well within the ballpark.
Okay. Again, we're not going to get agreement. I'm not going to expect you to agree how much it's going to cost.
But I think sheet piling is not needed.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's the view. We've got your view that it is. You don't need to tell me it is now.
Well, I think the only, I'm not sure the penny has dropped with the greatest respect to Natural England. It's not the site that they are working on that Peel originally gave them. It's a different site. There's motorways, all the reasons we've explained. So any comparisons won't work. Yeah. That's the crucial point.
And I've got now the point that there are the differences, and we've got all written down. I am content.
So I've been very patient. So are we moving on to?
So we have moved on already, but we'll move on then to. We have moved on, and we've talked about the potential and likelihood of restoration.
Well, we haven't, but likelihood. This is where I think we really need to focus our thoughts, because if I might just speak for a few moments, so I've been quiet for a little while. So
fair enough.
My excitable East European side comes out every now and again. So if I can just say a few things for a few moments. Obviously, in applying the wholly exceptional reasons test, whether the public benefit would clearly outweigh the loss or deterioration, I've already mentioned the loss really is by and large, or largely, or very much, the lost opportunity to do something, whatever that something is. And I agree there might be a little bit of lack of clarity about what that something is. But let's move on from that. So the lost opportunity to restore, recreate, on the site in question. Now, it seems to me that important in all of this is that when you talk in your bullet point about likelihood of restoration, the real question, forgive me, is degree of likelihood. How likely or unlikely is it that these outcomes that Natural England would seek to achieve, how likely is it that these outcomes would be achieved in reality, in the absence of the allocation? So you remove the allocation, how likely is it in that world that the things that Natural England refer to for this particular site, we're doing one at a time, so for the Port Salford extension, are likely to come to pass in reality? And that, to my mind, is a combination of at least two things. One is money, so roughly in broad order terms, what sort of money are we talking about? And then once one has some understanding of that, what funds are available, and particularly public funding. I'm going to come to this in a few moments' time. And then added to that is what's the landowner's attitude. So even if there is some or other public money available or potentially available, the highest one could put it is potentially available, even if there is some money which is potentially available, has one actually got a landowner who is in practical and realistic terms going to be in the least interested in actually turning their site over to whatever it is that Natural England has in mind for the site in question. If the landowner isn't willing, then obviously the only way ahead would be to purchase by compulsion, and to purchase by compulsion, one would reflect any hope value for development in the land in question. You can immediately see the problem for sites which have been allocated in a draft plan in that regard. So if we just take the money side of this, in the Statement of Common Ground for this particular allocation, it's paragraph 7.15, it's the sort of tail end Charlie, as the old expression goes, paragraph, bottom of page 19 of the Statement of Common Ground, GMCA 93. Funding opportunities available to support peat restoration, this is Natural England speaking, and I'm going to take them quickly in turn. DEFRA Peat Capital Grant, applications have been closed for that. There was a sum of up to £50 million available across various schemes, but within that, the individual grant maxima were either £100,000 or £1 or £2 million, depending on what the particular project was. But applications have been closed for that particular scheme. And even if they'd still been open, one would then need to ask oneself the question, well, would this particular site, how high up in question of the criteria for that grant funding stream, how high up would this site feature? And to be honest, I mean, the more difficult a site is and the more expensive it would be to restore, the less it's going to, the lower it's going to be in the priority scale, for obvious reasons. Countryside stewardship is the next one that's referred to. Anyone, if there's a farmer in the room, you'll know about countryside stewardship. Potential grants, you can countryside stewardship is still open. Maximum £449 per hectare per annum on this site. That would be about £40,000 per annum. £40,000 per annum. That's if, you know, whatever it is that's envisaged for the site would actually, you know, satisfy all the criteria to get such grants. So, you know, the words drop in the ocean, no pun intended, spring to mind. Environmental land management, where are we? What's the next one? The new wetter farming scheme. We think that's probably the Environment Land Management Scheme, Sustainable Farming Initiative. Applications temporarily closed there at the moment, but £60 per hectare per annum. So that's about just over £5,000, forgive me being colloquial, just over £5,000 on this site per annum. What's next in the list? National Lottery Heritage Fund. Whenever anyone refers to the National Lottery, I always think it's the last resort of the desperate. But anyway, applications closed for the Green Recovery Challenge Fund round under the National Lottery Heritage Fund. Individual grants were available of up to £2 million. Again, the big question, would this site ever have featured anywhere near the top of the list to be a candidate for money anyway? Greater Manchester Environment Fund. Total round 3 funding applications now closed, but the total funding across the whole piece, you know, not for an individual project, but across the whole piece was £2.6 million. So those are the ones mentioned there. Things have moved on a little bit. I mean, what was it? The fundamental change in attitude, the cusp that apparently we're on at the moment. Well, in the government's response, the Lowland Agricultural Peat Task Force Chair's report, the government's response is OD 41. In response to recommendation 2, the government has announced, I'm just reading, soon be launching 2 new water for peat pilot schemes to kickstart changes in the way we manage water for peat. The first of those is £5.45 million, so £5.5 million. Lowland Agricultural Peat Small Infrastructure Pilot will support the installation of infrastructure and monitoring technology, etc. So that's obviously nationally. It doesn't say, you know, what would be the envisaged amount of money per project. That's a total national pot. and heavens only knows whether this site would get anywhere near qualifying for any of that money. Next, 2.2, this is a penultimate one, £2.2 million Lowland Agricultural Peat Water Discovery Plot will help us to improve our understanding of lowland peat water challenges, etc. 2.2 million across the whole nation. Doesn't yet tell us how much that might be per project. And again, query, I mean, you know, would this site get anywhere near being eligible for that? Then finally, there's still in the answer to recommendation 4, we find that there's the announcement of we will be investing in new research on wasted peat soils as part of the £6.6 million peat research and development programme, which will inform any future updates to the definition of peat used in these schemes. Others better qualified than me will perhaps be able to understand what that sentence means. But anyway, it's £6.6 million research and development, again, across the nation. No indication of what sort of projects or schemes that might cover. And obviously, you know, heavens only knows whether this site would get anywhere near qualifying for any of that. So in terms of public money, I mean, obviously there's, well, it's not really an order of magnitude, is it? I mean, the difference between the sums of money that have been mentioned are colossal, aren't they? Between Natural England on the one hand, not, as far as I can understand, talking about how much money you would need on this particular site, and what Peel have said would be needed on this particular site. But if we're in the realms of anything, even in the low millions, let alone, you know, 150 million, if we're in the realms of anything which has got a million attached to it, then you can whistle Dixie for any of these public sources of funding actually saving the day. I mean, it's simply totally unrealistic. It is not going to happen in terms of feasibility or likelihood in terms of public money riding to the rescue. Then you come on to the landowner. Why on earth would Peel decide in a situation where, the clue's in the title, Port Salford extension, why on earth would Peel decide to abandon all their ambitions, backed by this plan at the moment, and backed by the authorities who have made this plan, in return for what? I mean, why would they give up their development aspirations, you know, on a site which, from their perspective, is extraordinarily valuable as an extension to Port Salford? Why would they do it? I mean, it just won't happen. So in terms of the likelihood of any of this happening, it's all this debate we've had is fascinating, but in terms of the likelihood of it happening, the weighing scales, on the weighing scale side of what is the degree of lost opportunity here, the degree of lost opportunity is wishful thinking. It is infinitesimally minute to imagine that this site, in practical terms, would be restored in any of the ways which Natural England have referred to. I've got it all off my chest now.
Thank you. It's 1. Well, I'm conscious if we finish those points very quickly, but I might just go around very quickly and then we'll break for lunch. We're not going to get through Port Salford before lunch, unfortunately. So we'll do what we can. So we'll start with Peel and then the other side of the room, and then we'll come back to Natural England to cover.
Yeah, I mean, just to echo everything that my own friend has said, and that is a fairly, if I may say so, impressive and comprehensive list of possible funding sources. But he's absolutely right. I'll make it absolutely clear on behalf of my client. We have no intention of giving up this land, particularly given the value. It's identified in the plan as one of the best locations for warehousing and distribution in the country, but we'll come on to that with 180 Part C, the test in there. So it will not be made available. That means it would have to be compulsory purchased. It would have to be, and with that would come all of the value and aspirations for development associated with the site. So that's not going to happen. Secondly, in terms of any public money has to be heavily scrutinised to recognise whether or identify whether it is good value for money. Now look at the differences. Our figures, £150 million, and a lot of that is physical construction to create this effectively wall of steel around it. And then the alternative figures for the other side of the motorway 120 to 130,000. Now, where is public money going to be invested when the difference between our side of the motorway is 150 million and the other side of the motorway, which we're fully aware of and have been supportive of, is 120 to 130 on a comparative basis alone, regardless of how much public money was ever made available? Why would public funds be invested in our site as opposed to the many other and huge extensive parts of Chat Moss? Planning has to live in the real world, and in the real world, it's the development of this site with some compensation associated with Chat Moss in a cost-effective way, which is the answer to Part 180C. It isn't to have some, if I may say so, far-fetched idea that ignores the geology, ignores the cost, ignores the fact the river was diverted away from this area, and spending vast amounts of public money as yet not identified in any source, and spend it on that rather than the entirely obvious solution on the other side of the motorway.
Okay, thank you. Ard, sorry.
Just a couple of statements. Just reminding everybody we're in the most nature depleted country in the world, and where there's life, there's hope. Where there's concrete, there's none. And that's all I can say about that site.
Okay. Is that a separate point you want to make? No, your colleague.
It is, yeah. This statement of common ground I don't believe to be a substantive list of all of the available funding that will ever be available within the life of with the peat. I also wanted to say, considering, and it was a robust discussion in the last hearing, which I know you won't want me to go and repeat, but phase 1 of Port Salford is not complete because the rail link hasn't been completed. So I just wonder whether there's a substantive list of funding that is available to Peel, considering that, to complete this development, considering that the opposite in terms of restoration is before us now. I think in terms of comments about the real world and reality, I think, we have this process, so local people, organisations and the interest of the community can come to some kind of decision where all perspectives are considered. So in terms of why would Peel respect or change their minds, I think the answer is because we have this process for a reason, and that reason is why we're here today.
Thank you. And Natural England then to sum up. Or before GMCA may sum up.
Well, to respond, sir, I think. Sir, if I may say, Mr. Katkowski parcelled it up very sensibly in trying to work us through different stages and asking about, well, how much will it cost? Where is there funding, or would there be funding, and landowner attitude? I'm going to deal with the first and the final. I'll turn to Ms. Nielsen for the funding question, but clearly we can't discuss funding in a vacuum without having discussed certainly the first one. There is a world of difference between us and Peel regarding the cost. Please do not be sucked into the suggestions made that Natural England has yet to have the penny drop for it, that it hasn't understood this land. And please bear in mind that Natural England is expert when it comes to restoring peat in this area. The Statement of Common Ground, as you know, it works through, takes fully head on, to use Mr. Katkowski's one of his phrases from previous examinations, takes head on the constraints that Peel say exist. Natural England's considered every one of them. Natural England has considered, as you heard from Mr. Thomas, a particular point that was majored on by Peel, namely, well, what about the fact that this isn't on clay? Well, we restore on exactly this type of soil. None of these issues, none of them in any way lead Natural England to a different conclusion that the answer here, as Dr. Thomas has explained, for this particular site is the low-cost trench bunding solution. And it's not a question of, well, we pitch our camp there at something in the tens, hundreds of thousands. Peel pitched their camp at 150 million, and therefore it must be meet in the middle, almost a alternative dispute resolution. Let's find somewhere between the two. No, I mean, it's difficult, perhaps. Of course, it's difficult because you have to grapple with the choice, and that's part of, I'm afraid, the burden that you bear in this process. So that's the money. That's the first issue. The final issue, I'll come back to the funding question. The final issue, landowner attitude. Now, we have most people in this room, maybe all people in this room, have sat at examinations in public where, of course, landowners find it very, very difficult to break out of the reality before them that their site is in a plan. Of course they do, and it's not a criticism. That's simply human nature. But if the site is taken out of allocation, it seems safe to say that if it is taken out of allocation because you decide it is irreplaceable habitat and there are not wholly exceptional circumstances, that will radically change the way the market views this site. And it would be crazy if it didn't. Anyone would know that any future planning decision maker would have that at the forefront of their mind if they were faced with an application. We suggest that the reality is, and this is in a sense, it's a funding point, but it's by a side wind. The reality is that, bearing in mind the enormous potential in terms of carbon emissions, stopping them, and sequestration and biodiversity, it is so obvious that there would be value in this land that would facilitate unlocking of other land elsewhere. It would be an obvious resource. And that applies across the board. Of course, that, in a sense, is not a site-specific comment. I make it in the context of this site, but it's a general point. So I say, look not only to the funding, look to the value this land would have, if not in allocation, to unlock land elsewhere. And those points then together, as it were, lead into, I'm not in the business of discussing CPO, but I can't leave it just lying there. If you rejected, as it were, took the site out of the plan because it's irreplaceable and there aren't wholly exceptional circumstances, well, obviously that would deal a crushing blow to hope value, aspiration value. But I'm not really going down the CPO route. Can I turn to Ms. Nielsen just to say a bit about the funding?
Yeah, so I'm not going to go back through the detail of all the sort of potential different funding sources, but I think what I have got is a sort of point of principle, really. And I suppose one of the key things is that when we look at different funding mixes, what we want to do is look at this very much as a landscape scale. So it's part of the bigger suite of sites that sit around the Manchester Moss Sack. You know, it's a highly fragmented landscape. My colleague Paul Thomas has mentioned about the ecological network and how we would be looking to try to deliver that across this landscape. So I think when we sort of come to the conversation about funding, we're looking at a range of interventions across the landscape to restore these stepping stones. And, you know, we're using a range of different techniques and approaches to do that. I think we're looking at different figures in relation to Peel, as my learned friend has mentioned. But I think the important thing is that we have got a number of changes to the funding landscape coming forward with things like the environmental land management schemes, things like landscape recovery schemes, which are looking at, you know, projects at scale to benefit both environmental and climate benefits over, you know, 500 to 5,000 hectares. And these are the sort of scales of projects we're looking at. as I say, I'm not going to go back through the different kind of funding sort of opportunities as we see them as it stands at the moment, because I think in a way that slightly skews the argument. I think the important thing is about the kind of recognition of the importance of funding these schemes going forward. And even in reference to things like the Greater Manchester Environment Fund, that fund was never set up on the basis that it's going to be able to allocate 2.6 million a year. It was set up on the basis that that is a starting point at which, you know, we would then grow that in order to be able to fund projects, you know, sort of more widely in the future. And, you know, looking at a much wider range of sources of funding from private donors, philanthropists, compensation funds, as well as looking at things like biodiversity net gain commitments and carbon offsetting going forward. So I just wanted to say that I don't think it's quite a sort of as narrow a picture, and I think we are trying to look at it from Natural England's perspective at the bigger picture scale, and this is just one piece of a jigsaw. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Jim, say come back from any of those points, and then we'll break.
Yes, I think in fairness, you know, it's for those who are saying, let me take a step back. I have to remind myself Natural England are not actually participating in a debate about soundness, so they make no positive case that the plan is unsound with this allocation in it. So with that in mind, for anyone, whoever it might be, who wishes to imply or suggest that this allocation should be removed, you know, we really do need some, you know, something quite specific in relation to these points. So if we think about funding, for example, I mean, I went through the lists of currently available, well, a number of them are closed, but, you know, I went through all of the funds mentioned in the Statement of Common Ground by Natural England, and I've added on the 3 other funds recently announced, you know, as in a few days ago, by the government in its response to that peat report. Those are all the known sources of funding, and there hasn't been any suggestion that I've inaccurately explained to you how much money is potentially available for projects under those, to the extent that any of them are open, under those funds. And they're not, with great respect, I mean, they're not large sums of money in relation to the nature of the issues we're talking about here. And most particularly, I'm afraid, I haven't heard anything at all from anyone who wishes to stand in the way of these allocations, so to speak, or this allocation, to explain whether and how the restoration, in inverted commas, at Port Salford extension would feature in the assessment criteria for any of these funding streams. There isn't a jot of evidence, literally not a jot of evidence, that restoring peat, I'm putting this broadly just for the sake of the moving on, restoring peat at the Port Salford extension would satisfy the criteria so as to be potentially the recipients of X amount of money under any of these funds. I mean, we haven't a jot of evidence on that. And so, moving on, landowners' attitude, I think, with great respect, I mean, I'm not here to, you know, make Peel's cause for them, but Peel play a huge part in the restoration of peat elsewhere on this particular moss. And they own this site here. And one has to think about this in relation to the lost opportunity from Peel's perspective of, you know, giving up on their development aspirations for this particular site and actively, you know, willingly being involved in peat restoration. And the opportunity cost for them is massive here, it seems to me. So I think it really is very unrealistic to imagine the combination, the sweet spot combination of significant public funds being available and the landowner radically changing its perspective and position and saying, well, we'll roll this site in with the others that we're actively participating on the other side of the motorway. And then as for, you know, what engineering solutions or otherwise would be necessary on this site, I'm afraid that as far as I'm concerned for the GMCA, although Dr. Thomas has, you know, very eloquently explained techniques which have been used elsewhere, I'm not clear in my own mind, but this is one for you to judge, that we've had it clearly explained that given the particular features of this particular site that have been set out by, in expert terms on behalf of Peel, that the solutions that have been used elsewhere would actually be feasible here. That's one for you to judge. I mean, I'm certainly not convinced myself, but I'll leave that to you. So I think we really do have a situation here where, in terms of the weighing scales, what's in on the negative side of the weighing scales? What's the degree of lost opportunity here, the degree of likelihood of this site actually being restored in any of the ways that Natural England suggest? I think I do stand by a position that the degree of likelihood to go into those weighing scales is on the very, very low end of the scale.
Okay, thank you. Right, we obviously have overrun significantly for one reason or another. I still want to give people a reasonable. I'm not going to say come back at 2 o'clock. That would be very, very unreasonable. As everybody's here anyway, I'm going to say 20 past 2. 40 minutes, is that enough, I think? So we'll come back at 20 past 2, thank you, and we'll finish Port Salford as soon as we possibly can. Thank you. Okay, it's just gone 20 past, so I'll make a start. I'm going to move now on to the issues of the policy. The point of this section really was to determine whether or not, if the sites were to be found sound, in the fullness of time, whether any changes to the policy would be needed to be effective, and obviously that's in the context of peat. We've had some of that discussion before, but I think in the light of the Statements of Common Ground discussion this morning, there may be other things we want to discuss. I'm going to first look to GMCA, because I don't know whether I was imagining it, or maybe from your comments earlier whether you had some views on that or not.
Policy wording.
Policy wording, yes.
Yes.
So maybe it'd be easier this time for you to introduce any points you might have of policy wording, and then we'll move on from there.
That's great, sir. Thank you very much indeed. I mean, I tend to have views about most things, but whether they're of any interest to anybody is another matter. But so policy allocation 29, JP 29, Port Salford extension. So it's been added to the examination website as document. It's GMCA 12.3, isn't it? GMCA 12.3 is the latest composite plan, which catches up with all of the changes that have been made in response to your various correspondence and so on, and our earlier discussions at the examination hearings. And so hard copy, that's page 473, of that document is where this allocation starts. But to cut a long story short, the criteria in the sort of up-to-date version of the policy, up-to-date in the sense that it's caught up with everything that's happened so far, at the examination, the criteria which potentially bear upon this question of a suitable compensation strategy are a new criterion between 11 and 12, just above 12. Hard copy, page 476, make provision for biodiversity in accordance with policy JPG9, with priority given to various things, but one of the various things is the restoration of lowland raised bog and complementary habitats in Chat Moss to the north. So that's one specific reference to bear in mind, and the other is criterion 13, which refers to supporting the objectives of the Greater Manchester I've done it myself now, the Great Manchester Wetlands Nature Improvement Area in accordance with local planning policies. So the only point I wanted to make is that Natural England, in their correspondence of their letter, their recent letter, have drawn attention, totally understandably, to the second part of paragraph 180C of the framework that refers to a suitable compensation strategy. And the question really is, are the words in the draft policy sufficiently clear, if you like, to convey that notion of a suitable compensation strategy? And the nearest you get to it is in the list of priorities in that new criterion is the restoration of lowland raised bog and complementary habitats in Chat Moss to the north. So I mean, it's really from my perspective, it's an open sort of question. It's something that I'm really asking you and your colleagues to consider as to whether, in due course, in order to be sound, the plan would need to be modified so as to specifically introduce wording which is either the same as the framework or very similar to, but conveys the notion of a suitable compensation strategy, or whether you consider that enough has been said here. At least in relation to this particular allocation, we do have specific reference to restoration of lowland raised bog and complementary habitats in Chat Moss to the north. So this one, if you like, is, I'm going to say this very openly, is a bit better than some of the others, if you like, in relation to this particular point.
Thank you. So the point is particularly made in this policy about off-site,
yes,
effectively off-site.
Which sounds to me, well, again, this is why we have to have a site-specific discussion, because one of the sites is so large you can do on-site, you can have some peat restoration, but we'll come to that later. But in relation to this particular site, it would be off-site. And so that would chime very well with that new criterion. But whether, all I'm saying is, do you consider in due course, in order to be sound, it needs to be beefed up, so to speak, so that it refers specifically to a suitable compensation strategy?
Okay. But obviously, from your perspective, in principle,
yes,
you consider that could represent a suitable compensation strategy?
No, absolutely. There's no doubt at all about that. Yeah. Certainly in my mind, there's no doubt at all about that. it's bang on point, and it's just whether it needs some additional wording or some additional wording to specifically tie it, if you like, to the language of the framework.
Okay. I have got. I'll ask for views on that. I've got a couple of questions about the existing criteria, not so much the one that the minimised carbon storage one, which we'll come on to, which is criterion. He says, should know this. 18, yes, but I'll pick because that obviously is specific to the loss or deterioration point, I guess, as well. So we'll come on to that, but I will ask for any views on that wording, starting with Peel, I think, suitable compensation strategy.
Thank you, sir. I mean, we have no issue with the strengthening of the wording in the manner that Mr. Kakowski has invited you to consider, if you feel that is necessary, in the context of the application of Para 180C of the MPPF. I would also just highlight, sir, that policy criteria exists alongside others in the draft plan, including JPG4, and indeed policy GI2 of the fairly recently adopted Salford local plan. And it's the collective application and implementation of those policies, sir, which we consider to provide the means by which acceptable and appropriate and proportionate mitigation can be achieved through measures which could include investments into restoration projects within Chat Moss to the north of the site. Thank you.
Okay. Just on the where the measures might be taken, I'm sure that again there's reference in the statement of common ground to some potential, whether it's Salford saying this or yourself saying this, potential for on-site works as well, and wetlands, and is that the case?
So I think there's a distinction here between the way that is dealt with in this policy, in JPA 29 and in JPA 28, which applies to north of Earlham, and I know that there is a further sort of criterion requirement there, which requires the master plan to be informed by a consideration of the need to achieve ecological benefits, landscape benefits, and protect peat on site where achievable in the context of a deliverable master plan. So we would welcome the addition of equivalent wording being brought into JPA 29. Clearly, that is in the context of the site being allocated for development, and development which is going to overlay the peat and taking the form of significant buildings of significant scale. And I think that's probably the point of difference why that didn't feature in this policy, but does in JPA 29, which is a housing site with perhaps more flexibility in that regard. But nevertheless, there is still the opportunity through a structural landscaping scheme to achieve some of that in respect of this allocation. So we'd welcome that wording coming into the policy if necessary.
Thank you. And Natural England's view.
Yes, thank you, sir. Could I just one point, checking the order in which we're taking things. We didn't deal with the Salford local plan policies earlier because we were going to deal with them at the site-specific stage. I want to make sure I'm not missing our chance to say.
I mean, one of the points about that was in relation to the restoration issue, which I think would have been covered. So if there's anything specific you want to say about it now.
Well, let me say it now, so I don't miss the chance to say something about it now, and then I'll come on to the allocation-specific policies. So Natural England had certainly set out a starter, at least, of its position in OD 23, which is the 10th of February letter. Clearly, there are two policies in the Salford local plan that are of obvious interest, GI2, Chat Moss, and CC1 carbon. Our position in a nutshell is, because you asked the question in the agenda, we're answering it as it were, we don't see how the allocation could be consistent with either of those. GI2 contains text in what seems to be referred to as priorities. They're the list of things on which strong emphasis is given. That any development should not adversely affect capacity of the hydrology to support bog restoration, which development here in the allocation certainly would. adversely affect it, and equally priority number 5 is reducing carbon emissions from the area and protecting and enhancing the area's role in storing and sequestering carbon, thereby supporting climate change objectives. Again, we don't see how it could be consistent with that priority to build over the restorable deep peat.
Sorry to interrupt you. And it's obviously worth saying that discussion, you weren't here.
So
that discussion did take place at the earlier session on this. So that fell into the category of we've had some of this discussion before. So in fairness, so just for those people who might want to jump on that, we do know that.
I apologise, as it were, we weren't here, yes. and I'm not aware that you've had that specific discussion. But it is important that I convey to you that that is Natural England's position, and the same goes for CC1.
I mean, it's certainly in general terms about the consistency of these allocations with other policies in the plan.
Yeah. Okay. So obviously we say it's not consistent with maximising sequestration to build on restorable deep peat. So clearly, now turning to the site-specific policy requirements, we've asked ourselves, as you would expect us to ask ourselves, is there a way that, consistent with Natural England's aim here, that restorable deep peat is not built on, is there a way to achieve that in this allocation? We cannot see that there is, given the allocation proposals, given the quantum of development. It would be great if we were able to say you can fit that quantum on essentially that southeastern corner area that contains almost all of the 20% that's not restorable. But that option isn't available. In the circumstances, and now we're proceeding on the hypothetical basis that the allocation is retained, we do have some suggestions regarding the requirements, and I'll turn first to Ms Nielsen, and I think Dr Thomas as well.
Okay, thanks very much. So one of the points that I was going to bring up was actually in relation to the issue about master planning, and acknowledging that, we need to reflect within that master planning process and any accompanying SPD that we minimise the development on the deeper areas of peat, particularly to the northern end of the site where that's possible, in order to make sure that we kind of protect that where we can. I think there's been some updates to criterion 18 of the policy, which now recognises that it would not be possible to avoid the adverse effects on the surrounding peat and mossland. So again, I guess that reinforces the fact that although we don't support this allocation, should it go ahead, it's important that we place some emphasis on the impacts being understood and minimised, both sort of within the application site, but also beyond the application site as well. And that the policy to protect the sort of deepest peat within the northwest sector of the site of the allocation is considered as part of, as I say, that master planning process. I'm just going to hand over to Paul and Mr Thomas, who I think has got just a point he wanted to come in on that as well.
Yeah, I suppose that would, retaining areas of deep peat on the site would also open up the opportunities for restoration on the site as well. I think it's important point, all the reams I went through before in terms of our past experience in the area. I consider those methods the most appropriate for the site. So any future restoration as part of that should use the deep trench bunding method. I can see real negative connotations for the future development of that site in terms of peat storage and development in the long term back to low and raised bog from pumping water into it, for instance. So, yeah, I just wanted to make that point.
Do you also want us now to pick up the question of, well, is there here a, quote, suitable compensatory strategy?
Easy. I think at this stage it's easy to get all the points you want to get them out, and then we don't have to keep going around. So.
With respect, the question isn't is there a suitable compensation strategy, but whether the policy wording is up to the task if the allocation is made, as and when a planning application comes in of the planning authority being able to say, well, one of the requirements under this policy is that there's a suitable compensation strategy. That's the question. We're not going into debate, I don't think, as to whether there is or there isn't such a thing. We're talking about
I did ask earlier about whether or not you think there is such a thing as a suitable compensation strategy. I'm the inspector, I believe, so I will allow you to say what you want to say on both of those points.
Good, thank you, sir. Well, I'll throw it down to Dr. Thomas to address then. First of all, is there a suitable compensation?
Because if you recall, when I asked that question generally, I did say you could probably pick it up on a site-specific basis if that was the case. So.
I think it kind of alludes to something I said earlier in terms of the only place you can recreate this sort of habitat and grow new peat is where there is peat. So it kind of shouldn't that peat where you'd be doing it be restored and re-wet anyway to meet our objectives in terms of climate change and biodiversity. I think that's kind of the real crux of it for me.
There was a point made earlier about the fact that obviously the policy 180C, so it's about compensation strategies in the context of things where it would be lost. So facto, you can't replace an ancient woodland, you can't replace an ancient tree. So, and it was questioned whether or not that's what you were saying as an organisation. That's the only way you can you have a suitable compensation strategy in terms of deep peat is whether you restore it to a certain level. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think, in terms of, we're talking about restoring the natural functions of that habitat. So, I think that's what we want to see, and it requires the peat to be there for that to happen. So if you're losing an area of peat, you've always lost your total area of peat, haven't you? So that's kind of...
Isn't that embedded in the test? There's an assumption that it's lost, and therefore you need to provide some, the compensation, because as the point that was made, plain devil's advocate, if you were to lose something, you could never ever get to a suitable compensation strategy if you could never lose, or if you had to replace it like for like, because there's some things you just can't replace like for like. So is that's the challenge, if you like, that's been put to you.
I suppose that the test, I suppose, in terms of that the compensation would be, is that actually compensation in terms of something extra or above and beyond what should be happening anyway? Well, I think I've reached the end of my. I don't know if one of my colleagues wants to jump in on that.
Well, the difficulty that Natural England is having with this, and it is a conceptual point clearly, is because it's difficult, genuinely, and it's very difficult without having a concrete proposal put before you, and you're asked to answer the question, yes or no, is this a suitable compensation strategy? It's very difficult conceptually to think of what could be suitable compensation without thinking about it in terms of, well, where is their landscape that we could do something a bit along these lines, but that brings you around in a circle to, well, in order to do something along these lines, you need there to be deep peat. So that's the loop that naturally.
In this case, we get to specific. There is deep peat. There is deep peat elsewhere. There's the question. If you like, the policy requires that to be restored, or some restoration off-site. So would that not fall into the category of that's not that conceptual? We know what's being asked for here. So could that not be at least? It's an allocation. So we're not getting into the how much peat that's for the planned application. But is this not a suitable mechanism for at least seeking to achieve what 180C seeks to achieve?
Well, Natural England's position, as you know, in line with the England Peat Action Plan, is that all peat should be wet and kept in the ground. So Natural England doesn't regard it as a bonus, as it were, if some peat elsewhere is made wet. That's the start position.
And that may well be that's your position then. Yeah, I think so we understand that at least. Peel.
The starting point is that cannot be right. Mr. Easton, I learned from Mr. Easton, put it very well earlier, so I don't need to repeat that. I can't believe for 1 minute you could accept that interpretation from Natural England. It can't be right, even on the words of the policy itself. We've just got a few observations, though, just in terms of the the opportunity here that exists for genuine and effective compensation, and again, all within Peel's land control.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I mean, it's a relatively minor point building on that, but there's an irony here in that it's actually the circumstances around this site. It's forming part of a wider mossland, and a very small part of that mossland, and the fact that the ownership of the majority of that mossland, or a significant part of it at least, is in the control of the promoter of this site, that actually means that there is, in front of us, a clear means of suitable compensation. It's hard to imagine a situation where there's a loss of an irreplaceable habitat, as being claimed, whereby the mitigation, the compensation is there in front of you and so obviously available. So, sir, as per Mr. Kakowski's points, we are dealing with whether the wording of the policy is strong enough to secure that, not the principle of what that mitigation is, what that compensation is. So I hope we've reassured you that the mitigation options are very clearly there by focusing on Chat Moss to the north of the M62. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just to bring the whole test together, if I may then. So there's four decisions to be made in the application of 180C. First of all, that it's an irreplaceable habitat, where you've heard the start of what might be a 2-week debate at an inquiry or a Secretary of State call-in on that. We've made clear we don't think it is. Natural England think it is. Very difficult for you to resolve. As I say, and more particularly, my learned friend Mr. Kakowski has said, you don't need actually to decide that. You really don't. You can just say, we accept it's debated. It would be a matter to be considered at an application or appeal or call-in stage, and you proceed on the basis that it is, because you've got Natural England, and Natural England, as the courts tell us, are a body that you should take, as inspectors, take account of. So just assume that without concluding on it, because actually it's the kind of issues we've seen that would be better concluded at a application or appeal stage. Second one is that unless there's wholly exceptional reasons. Now that isn't, you were asking about the test and I kept quiet then, but that's not difficult because it's actually defined for you in the footnote, and I think my learned friend was alluding to that as well. And then the third part is the suitable compensation strategy, and that isn't a actual compensation program or project. It's the ability to have a strategy, and I would say that's entirely consistent with us saying, look, the other side of the motorway, there's a great deal more land capable of improvement along the lines that have been suggested, and we would, of course, be looking to provide appropriate compensation in respect of that. But just the wholly exceptional reasons, just to be clear, I think the definition is very clearly in footnote 63. It's a project, so it's not defined as a project, but it says there, for example, infrastructure projects. We, as the plan, as you know, what the plan says is that this is will provide one of the most well-connected and market-attractive industrial and warehouse locations in the country. It's on infrastructure. It's not an infrastructure proposal, but it's on infrastructure, and it's trimodal. It can't be anywhere else. That's where the motorway and the rail network and the ship canal meet. So it's completely site-specific, and I know you've been well alive to that before, but it's worth repeating, I think, that it's very, very site-specific. It's a major project of, we would say, national importance, the way it's expressed in the plan. And that's sort of the first trigger, or what might be considered the holy part of the wholly exceptional reasons.
I think I'm okay on that now.
Okay, and then after that, it is simply public interest outweighed by the loss. Well, you've got to look carefully at the loss. So what actually is the loss? Because this isn't pristine, active bog.
Okay.
And the only point I would say is there are a series of judgments in there that you don't need to make, which are very specific to the application. Okay. You simply need to recognise, I would suggest, what has been throughout this case, a recognition that this proposal is part of a wider strategy, and this site is an absolutely fundamental part of that strategy.
Thank you. I think that is, obviously, we've covered that today already, so I would leave it there. Ard.
I just want to say I totally disagree with what the gentleman has said. 109 hectares of the allocation, once removed from Greenbelt, then the development opportunities and the protections, our protections have gone. So the fact that it's a decision that should be made now, because once the allocation is in the plan, we've lost.
Okay, understood. I understand there was the point made earlier about this tension, or whatever it might be, between allocations and development policy office. That's something we understand and we will take away with us if such a tension exists. Wildlife Trust.
Thank you. Yeah, just in terms of suitable compensation, I noticed that the policy says that it will deliver a minimum 10% net gain in biodiversity. It's impossible to get any gain, let alone 10%, when you're losing an irreplaceable habitat. And I think that's what Natural England were alluding to.
There's a legal requirement to provide 10% biodiversity gain, but I'll let GMCA return on.
Forgive me, I think the gentleman perhaps has in mind that under the most recent release of the metric for biodiversity net gain, you can't count peat, if you like, in that metric. So, but we're not. I haven't mentioned the biodiversity net gain part of this allocation. That's just so we're all on the same page or the same part of the page. I mentioned a new criterion which has been suggested to go into the plan, referring to the restoration of lowland raised bog and complementary habitats in Chat Moss to the north. That's nothing to do with biodiversity net gain or that metric. Is it my turn to reply now, sir? Thank you. Right.
Sorry?
Just before my learned friend does, can I pick this up and then he can reply compendiously, as it were? Our reading of the new criteria, if I understand it correctly as the new criteria, is that it does seem to, in the way it's worded at the moment anyway, in the May 2023 composite, it does seem to flow on from that minimum net gain in biodiversity stem. I hope I'm not looking at the wrong paragraph. It's the paragraph that begins manage impacts on biodiversity, and it's at the end of that one thing.
So it's the one that starts make provision for biodiversity, ends in and the restoration of lowland raised bog and complementary habitats in Chat Moss to the north. So it's after 11. If I'm looking at the right one.
Sorry,
yeah.
I'm now worried that I'm looking at the wrong document. I thought. Oh. No, it's 12.2 I'm looking at, but I haven't got a 12.3 in my 30th of June list.
Published earlier on today.
Oh, sorry. Right. Well, okay. I've got a paper, electronic hard copy of the document list that I was looking at. Sorry, I didn't realise that we had a later version out today. Sorry. No.
Just to explain, for a little while there's been available a schedule of all the modifications, and you would have seen this modification in that schedule, but to be quite honest, it's almost incomprehensible unless you can see it in the context of the policy that wraps around it. So that's why we were very keen for the composite plan to be available to everyone, anyone who's
I beg your pardon if I didn't mention that.
Yeah.
Did I mention that? Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
I certainly had the suggestion of modifications which I was working to, and so I can slightly thrown by this. Let me, if I may, I'll just get it up.
In the hard copy, when you get it, it's page 476. What it is electronically, I don't know. We'll give you an electronic page in a moment. It's 476 electronically as well.
Page 476. 476. Make new criteria, make provision for biodiversity.
That's the one.
That's the one.
I think it's all right. I think he's found it. So we're all right.
No, I've found it, sir. I'm reassured. I had seen it, but obviously I'd not seen it in the document that I was looking at a minute ago. So now I'm looking at the right document, and I can put to the side the main modification schedule. Our concern about this is because it's not expressed in terms that, as it were, chime with policy or paragraph 180C in the MPPF. That, for us, invites the question of whether or not it is actually going to ensure suitable conservation strategy is delivered. Now, I know we all get rather tired of essentially parroting national policy wording, but the danger is that if we don't send that very clear signal that that's what we're doing, it falls between the cracks.
Okay, thank you. I think we go back to the point Mr. Gutkovsky made originally, which is.
Sorry, just a very quick follow-on point, and I'm sorry, I'm looking over my learner colleague's shoulder to read this, but the other issue that I would possibly have with this as well is that it's perhaps not highlighting the kind of hierarchy in the sense that, in relation to what we've just been talking about in relation to the kind of test in relation to 180C, we would want to see the kind of lowland raised bog element of that almost as a standalone or certainly a very highlighted criteria within that, whereas I think at the moment it's still making reference to enhancements to Foxhill Glen, SBI, and other areas of the Green Belt. So I think, we just want to be really, really clear about that. Thank you.
Primarily as a separate criterion. Okay, understood. Peel.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I mean, just coming back on those points, in anticipation of that issue being raised, there has been some dialogue with GMCA and Salford City Council regarding a potential alteration to those words to bring in that hierarchy. And if that is helpful, we can provide you with that. And I think I've made my point already in regards to the strengthening of the policy to bring in reference to 180C, or the language used in 180C. We don't, in principle, have any issue with that. If, say, you feel that would deal with the the issues that have been presented to you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll pass on then, finally.
Yes, thank you very much indeed. But you've got our point about the point of principle that 180C and its reference to suitable compensation strategy is written on the basis potentially of there being a loss of an irreplaceable habitat. So this point that Natural England is struggling with, I think is very clear actually, and this may be where Natural England not being a planning authority, so to speak, is hindering an understanding of the position. But anyway, you've got our position on that. As for the wording of the plan, I mean, we are very open to obviously clarifying, strengthening the criteria. My own view would be that it would be sensible to have a bespoke criterion that uses the language of the framework and then runs on to referring to restoration of lowland raised bog and complementary habitats in Chatmoss to the north. And I had envisaged, although there have been some dialogue or chats about potential wording, that in due course you would write a letter to us, and if that was in your letter, then we would provide some suggested wording and we could take it from there, rather than sitting here and dictating potential wording.
One thing I do want to pick up on just is the criterion, which we talked about, criterion. I've already forgotten 18.
18
and the phrase which appears in most of the policies relating to this, which is they minimise the loss of the carbon storage function of the peat, and there's a suggested modification there to avoid removing the word void any adverse impacts on hydrology surrounding areas. I think the thing I just want to focus on is the first part of that, the minimise the carbon storage. So minimise the loss of the carbon storage function, and what that would actually mean in practice. Is this a well, developers can do their best to minimise, and that's what we seek to achieve, or is there some kind of, would that phrasing create some kind of limit to what level of carbon storage function could be lost? If that makes. So is it do your best, but if it turns out that it all goes, then so be it. You've done your best, or is this trying to say that there's some kind of we will refuse permission if it really if the carbon storage function is lost to a particular degree?
Well, my reading of it would be that the way in which it would work. I mean, remember this is a multi-part policy. So my reading of this part of the policy would be that the application's homework would be marked, and if their view was formed that the loss of carbon storage function hadn't been minimised, that would be an X against this criterion. You would say, well, you've failed that criterion. Whether that means you're in breach of the policy overall because it's got 24 or more parts now is another matter, and whether that would mean you're in breach of the plan read as a whole would be yet another matter. But you get a black mark, so to speak, against point number 18 in the list. You'd be saying, well, you haven't done that. So that's how I would read it, certainly. So there's an objective to minimise the loss of the carbon.
So there'd be some kind of, as part of the process, some kind of, some part of the evidence base for an application that would explain how they've sought to achieve that.
Yeah.
And that obviously could affect layout and design and so on.
Yes.
And as you say, depending on all those other factors, if it turns out the council determined actually there's these ways you could have done it, you've not done it, therefore you could.
You could say, well, you would certainly say in the balance of considerations that, in principle at least, you would say, well, you haven't met criterion number 18 in the policy. Where that would feature in the overall weighing scales, obviously, we can't discuss now because it would be an application specific question and answer.
Sorry. And the other point I just want to pick up on is, well, obviously, I suppose the logical extension of this is there's no limit to the loss of carbon storage, the test is minimised. Should there be some kind of limitation on that? Is it?
How would one do?
Well,
I'm asking the atmosphere.
The answer may well be, it's rhetorical. You can say no.
Well, I'm struggling to see how you would achieve that myself, but that's my sort of instinctive reaction to that.
Okay. So you've allocated the site. I understand.
Exactly.
I just say there's no inferred limitation through this other than trying to do your utmost to deliver that requirement.
Yes, well, you would have to, an applicant would have to grapple with this criterion just as the applicant would have to grapple with all of the criteria, and yes, they would need to explain how they've set about minimising the loss of the carbon storage function of the peat, and the answer would be whatever it would be.
And just finally, the point that was made by Peel originally about adopting the wording of JPA 28 into JPA 29. Do you have any view on that?
I got a bit confused there because I thought haven't we said the same thing in 28 now? I'm not.
Or does it say the same thing just in a different part?
North of Earlham, isn't it? 28 is north of Earlham, where we've got make provision for biodiversity, priority off-site nature, blah blah.
So it's the master plan part.
The master plan point. I'm so sorry.
So central to the master. This is in JPA 28. Central to the master plan shall be the consideration of opportunities to restore habitat, strengthen ecological networks, etc.
Yes,
which isn't in.
No. Fair enough. Right. Sorry, I'm getting this from both sides. That's fine. At least you haven't dropped your laptop on me again. But yes, that would seem to be a perfectly sensible suggestion, and I think it would also chime with the point that was being made earlier on by Natural England, which has rather got lost in all of this, where there was reference as well to strengthening the wording of the master plan part of this allocation. So yes, we'd be perfectly content with that. Yeah.
Ard did have their board up first.
It's having to put it down, and I'm getting so obedient. Yeah, I've just picked up Natural England mentioned Foxhill Glen. They referred to it. Now, you may recall that when I spoke to you last time, Foxhill Glen has been destroyed, and you said to me quite clearly, well, that can't be dealt with. But if it's been used as an example of how this compensation for the loss of
I think in this case it's not. I think this is where we're getting a bit. There's two separate. There's two separate debates going on in that point about biodiversity in general terms, where that was mentioned. That is still referred to in the policy, and this issue about peat compensation, which is more as much as anything about carbon storage and that. So I think, I again perfectly remember the point that was made about that.
It just concerns me that we're being reassured that all these compensations are coming from right, left and centre, and yet we've already accepted the fact that one of the sites that's going to be restored and helped and enhanced has been destroyed, and during some drainage work which is going on at City Airport, and it's been going on for the past 2 years. They've done a massive drainage plan there so it won't flood, and this is in the area, let's refer back to before, that said doesn't have any water.
Understood. Again, understood. Thank you. Understood the point. And Peel, finally.
Actually, I think you raise a good point, if I may say so, about 18, because the
take it till 3 o'clock.
Not the first one, I'm sure, but you raise a good point actually, because you could read 18 to say minimise the loss of the carbon storage function of the peat, and you could take that to an extreme, couldn't you? You could say, well, actually, the way to do that is to have no development at all. So I think it should have the words before it, within the context of these proposals, minimise. Only because I can see a certain inquiry arguing over what does that phrase mean when you've raised it perfectly logically now. I mean, it might be said, well, that's odious, you don't need that, because it's obviously within the context of this allocation, within these proposals, but I can see the point you're raising.
Thank you.
Just very briefly, I don't want to fall out with anybody, but obviously the opening words, the allocation are major expansion of Port Salford accommodating, and then it's all set out as to what it's to accommodate. It's a lot, basically. And these criteria then introduced by development of this site will be required to. The development is obviously that development which has been referred to in the first paragraph, that whole lump of development. And it's in that context that you then ask yourself, well, have you minimised the loss of carbon storage function of the peat? In the context, this is a site which in this eventuality has been allocated for a very, very major development. Okay. So I don't think those words are necessary myself, but we'll leave it to you.
We'll take it.
That makes a good point. It's quite clear what the scale of the development is. So long as we're not jeopardising that through that criteria, then that's a good point.
I will take it away with me, those points, and see if any change is necessary. Any other points about the policy or about this site before we move on?
We have the same criteria on our site, and just
and I suppose the hope and expectation would be if we get some of these issues sorted now, then we won't need to talk about them again. So if there's an issue,
at the previous session, the council suggested that the self-same criteria minimise the loss of carbon, etc. Within the statement of common ground, we've added, which we thought had been agreed by the councils previously, but didn't find its way into the most recent iteration of the criterion. We were going to add, after which could facilitate the restoration of peat, the following words, subject to a prior assessment as to whether peat can feasibly be restored in those areas. So that tail piece we had recommended and I thought was agreed, but I think would make it, it's a slightly different point from the point that learned from Mr. Young raised, but it gets away from the assumption that there is peat which is capable of being restored on the site, which is not an assumption you can necessarily make.
Okay. Well, obviously I was going to touch on that, but you've touched on it now. It's led to some more boards going up. So, Peel.
I do apologise, sir.
Microphone, no, fine. Would you mind if we dealt with Mr. Eason's point when we get to his...
We can come back to it. It's been raised now.
I need to see it in context.
Well, it's been raised. So obviously, if it comes to pass that there's that's a wording which is sensible there, we might determine it's sensible elsewhere, and so on. Yeah. These things are obviously going to influence other discussions. Peel.
Thank you, sir. Just in considering the adequacy of the criteria within this policy and other policies of the plan, indeed the Salford local plan, as to whether they secure the necessary compensatory improvements, I would just add into that also the new criterion on page 475 of GMCA 12.3, which adopts, curiously, some of the language of 180 and PPF 180C in setting out that the scheme should make provision for compensatory improvements to the environmental quality and accessibility of the remaining green belt. Obviously, the reason for that is related to its green belt release, but nevertheless, improvements to the environmental quality of the remaining green belt, which could include that to the north, clearly chimes with the objective of achieving suitable compensation for the loss of peat.
Thank you. And Frances Carrington-Moss.
I just wanted to make the point, this subject to a prior assessment, no problem with that, but I think that prior assessment should be made by Natural England as to whether peat can feasibly be restored, because they have the expertise to be able to determine that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, unless James, you've got anything you want to say about any of that, I'm going to move on. I'm not going to have a break for North of Earlham because it's still Salford site, so we'll carry on unless you've got anything to say. So we're going to move on then to North of Earlham. Thank you everyone for that discussion on there. Obviously, what I'm hoping, as I've just said, is that we've covered an awful lot of ground on Port Salford, which is also relevant. He says, trying to find his notes. Also relevant to North of Earlham. So I'm hoping we don't need to have the same in-depth discussion. Bear with me.
Particularly given the statement of common ground, which is where there's more common ground, if you like, in relation to North of Earlham than there was in relation to the site we've just discussed.
Found it. So, there we go. So, the extent and quality of peat, I think, as you said, pretty much it was agreed that it was 100% within the area identified. 100% within the area identified by the earlier maps, the DEFRA maps or Natural England maps, GM59 as being deep peaty soils, and that there's been some investigations which have identified that the sort of depth is between 1 metre and 2 metres, roughly. We've already heard, obviously, the point from ARD that they've got some concerns about the data, so that's understood. We'll take that into account. The quality of peat, I mean, we've had a lot of discussion about what should constitute irreplaceable habitat, what isn't irreplaceable habitat, what tests we should apply. The general consensus seems to be, we should be applying 180C in any event. So that would seem to apply, unless someone tells me otherwise, that would seem to apply for this site as well. So I don't think I need to go into too much detail about, again, questioning, is this classed as, is this considered an irreplaceable habitat? So on and so forth, unless anyone's got anything particularly want to say about quality that's not really been picked up. Again, obviously under the quality heading, we also understand a lot about the issues around chat moss and the state of peat on chat moss and so on. So I think we've got a lot of information, which I think is still relevant to North of Earlham.
Absolutely, not least because the Statement of Common Ground records no areas of disagreement regarding the quality of the peat, so for this particular site.
I mean, obviously, if any other people who weren't signatories to that, of course, might want to say something. So any points about the extent or quality of peat before I move on to restoration matters? I covered all those, good. So again, restoration, I think a lot of this is a similar sort of discussion. We know there is a disagreement between, in this case, the council, and there is no site promoter on board. The statement of common ground, so it's difference of opinion between the parties as to whether or not, there's agreement that it's theoretically achievable to restore it, but obviously a lot of difference of opinion about the likelihood of that. And although I think for different reasons to Port Salford, they are still fall into the technical, financial, land ownership and planning spheres. Is that fair?
That's absolutely right. And in fairness to the people who worked so hard on the Statement of Common Ground, I mean, each party's position on that, where they disagree, is set out clearly in the statement of common ground. So it's the same debate with different entries and different things being said under the headings by the parties. But it's a very, very similar debate. And the reasons of each, reasons why one person says this and another person says something the opposite are in the statement of common ground.
Correct. No, so it's all before me. Just a sort of very basic point. The constraints here, though, are they not necessarily as severe as Port Salford in terms of geology and hydrology?
Yeah, absolutely. The Port Salford extension site has its own peculiarities, if you like, which aren't replicated on North of Wales.
And would this site be more comparable then, or not, to the other areas that have been put to us about where restoration is taking place? I mean, we had some very clear views about whether or not Port Salford chimes with those areas, but I suppose the question is this area more consistent with those or not?
I think we've got some caveats to enter about that, but I'll just look to my left.
So in terms of what's underlying it and its surroundings, I think it's potentially more similar to the sites that the Wales Eye Trust and so on have been discussing, but I would like to emphasise its location in relation to those sites. It's still south of the M62, east of the River Glaze, next to the urban area, so physically really separated from these other restoration areas. I think in the Statement of Common Ground, Natural England refer to it as being in an area of peat that's 300 hectares, but that is a separate area of peat because of these divisions, the River Glaze and the motorway.
Thank you. And in terms of land ownership issues, obviously the landowners aren't here today, so do we have the same level of substantive evidence, if you like, that the landowners in this situation wouldn't be willing to enter into restoration?
I'll look immediately to my left for some help on this, but in practical terms, although the landowners in question aren't here, given what the site is used for and so on, there's certainly no evidence to demonstrate that the landowners would be in the least interested in giving up what they've got, so to speak, and restoring the peat on the site, to put the point bluntly.
No, thank you. There are 3 landowners on the site, so there is one parcel. There are 2 large parcels and 1 smaller parcel. The smaller parcel is a sort of residential site, so it's a home, so that would obviously not be suitable for alternative uses without being acquired. One of the large parcels is a sort of landscape business, so that's already in a active use, which wouldn't lend itself to another one. The final large parcel is currently sort of intense grassland, so isn't in that use at the moment, but the landowner there certainly has had ambitions for development on that site for quite some time, and has other land holdings across the Moss, so I don't think they're quite in the position yet to look at sort of some of the more conservation-focused uses of the site, but they seem very focused on development at the moment.
Thank you. I didn't ask this about Port Salford because we were overwhelmed with information, but it's a similar point. Is it? I suppose the question would be: Salford has your priorities. You talk about your priorities for delivering restoration. You've obviously said that this isn't the case. Just to confirm, if this site were to be allocated for development, how that would affect your overall programme or strategy or priorities for delivering what you're seeking to deliver on Chat Moss? Would it have any major effects on that?
Short answer is no, it wouldn't. Because it's outside the biodiversity heartland, and indeed, I think as we discussed in February, there is wording in the local plan that acknowledges that greenbelt might need to be released along the edges of Chat Moss. Paragraph 22.9, I think, is of the local plan.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. Sorry, I'm just checking. Obviously, I may have answered a lot of these questions. I don't want to ask them again if I don't have to. Okay, I will open it up then. I think to I'll open up to this side first before coming on. So
can I just before you do so, was that meant to be everything apart from policy wording? If it is, then I just wanted to quickly say in relation to likelihood, it's very.
Well, if you want to say yes, if you want to say
some of the points, the points that we discussed earlier on. So, it's the same sources of potential public funding. It's the same point about landowners willing or unwilling. And it's the same point that there's no evidence that that I'm aware of, that the restoration of this site, the restoration of the peat on this site would count high in relation to the eligibility criteria for public funding in any of the schemes which are currently open. So it's the same point, it's different site.
Yeah, I think I was sort of working on the basis that these are the questions that if we like, in my mind, were slightly different, and I wanted to get them rather than assuming all the other points were the same. So we'll start with Wildlife Trust and potential likelihood for restoration.
Yes, thank you. Just to say that the Trust has actually engaged with a lot of the landowners around Chat Moss. The ones we have been speaking to are very engaged with the idea of wetter farming. They see that the sustainability and longevity of the current farming practices on the land are time limited, and therefore it's no surprise they're looking for alternative streams of kind of making money. And I suppose the easy one is development, because a lot of the grants can't compete with the amount of money that's paid for land to be acquired through development. But certainly the landowners we have spoken to are very engaged with the idea of
just to be clear, when you say landowners you spoke to, these landowners or landowners generally?
No, sorry, landowners in general around Chat Moss. We've bought.
Have you spoken to these, by the way?
We haven't. No, okay. We don't know who they are. So otherwise we would.
Okay.
We have bought land from local landowners. They are actively engaged with the restoration works and the wetter farming works that we're undertaking on the sites. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Ard.
Sorry, I just want to make the point about restoration. The ground in that particular area is very deep peat, and want them go back to my concern prior, and also the constraints of building on it. And so I'm very concerned that this allocation would go ahead because of that. Thank you.
Wildlife Trust again.
Thank you. I just want to come back to the point that was made that that the same issues around funding were the same for this site as previously, and I've had that, we talked about public funding and possible limitations, etc. But I just wanted to highlight the fact that obviously I think there is increasing recognition that it's private funding and other mechanisms that are going to be the key to supporting either peatland restoration or alternative management. So I think most people have probably heard of the Peatland Code. There's also another standard called the Wilder Carbon Standard, which was set up in 2021, which provides sales, certification and assurance services for relating to the emerging carbon market, and it applies its standards to support a range of carbon-rich habitats that, providing carbon and biodiversity uplift. And that offers a £75 per unit per year, so a one carbon unit is equivalent of 1 tonne of carbon. And so just an example, we've been working through potential land acquisitions that we're looking at, and just for 26 hectares of land currently under agricultural production, that would release £1.3 million of funding. So there are other options that can be looked at for those in the area beyond the grant funding. I just wanted to make that point as we said that the same points around funding alluded to for this site as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, can you just remind me of the figures? 1.3 million.
So we've estimated, so you have to go through a verification process, but for sites that we've looked at, so it's 26 hectares approximately of land under a mixture of pasture and arable land use, and we estimate that would draw down approximately £1.3 million of funding. So you have to, through Wild Carbon, it's for sort of carbon plus, so biodiversity, carbon benefits and uplift. And so it takes it from one condition to the next over a period of 50 years, and that it draws down that long-term funding. Thank you.
Thank you. And so, yes, Natural England.
Thank you, sir. I'll start off and then I'll hand over. So you'll have noticed from the statement of common ground that in this statement of common ground anyway, there's the same sense of ships passing in the night as to what is meant by restoration here. We have the authority talking about raised bog. That's not what Natural England has in mind, and we need to bear that in mind when you're assessing the evidence you've received as to whether restoration is possible, is feasible, and so on. We are literally talking about different things when we talk about restoration. So that's the first point. The second point is you said, sir, and apologies for picking up on it as it were, but you suggested perhaps that the constraints here are not those at Port Salford. I think you have our point, but we don't see the constraints at Port Salford as anywhere near the constraints that the landowner says they are there. And Dr. Thomas can come in and tell us about what the specific restoration for this site would be. Just one other point to pick up, and because I'll ask Ms. Nielsen to come back on funding, but a point was made by the authority regarding what can only be a reference to the supporting text in policy GI2. But of course that, well, apart from the fact it's only supporting text and not policy, as you know, all it says is it simply refers to the allocations, or the potential for allocations in places for everyone. It doesn't say anything about the nature of the allocations or anything like that, the nature of the development proposed. So we're not really sure that actually takes one anywhere. And the other point on GI2 is that there's nothing in GI2 that says, well, one shouldn't be looking to restore across the whole of Chatham Moss only in the heartland, clearly. So I'll hand over to I think probably Dr. Thomas first regarding restoration and at the site-specific level.
Well, I think it goes without saying. I think the all the examples I've already gone through apply equally on this site in terms of the techniques of restoration. In terms of what I do know quite a bit about this area because I've actually done some restoration adjacent within metres of it at New Moss Wood. So at least part of the site has got sand under it. It's alluvial deposits associated with the Glazed Brook, which then the peat kind of goes over the top of. So yeah, I think the trench bunding method would work adequately. That's what was used on the site across the road at New Moss Wood. In terms of the location outside the biodiversity heartland, none of the SAC is within the biodiversity heartland, and this is kind of a key linking area in terms of connectivity, particularly between Holtcroft Moss through to Little Walden Moss, which is within the heartland, and then up out of the heartland again to Astley and Bedford Moss. So it's a bit of a key location. That was one of the real drivers why we created the stepping stone that is New Moss Wood. And the costs involved in the work at New Moss Wood were kind of comparable to what I've already discussed. You know, using the peat bunding method. You know, you're talking sort of £10 to £11 per metre per bund. You know, it's affordable. Let's see. And you know, it's as we alluded to, it is still a significant mass of peat. It is more than adequately large enough to support itself as its own hydrological unit.
So thanks. So I was just going to come in a couple of points on the funding side of things again, really. Just to say, similar to the previous allocation, I think this does need to be looked at in the light of where we are in terms of climate and biodiversity emergencies and the opportunities that are being presented on a regular basis to us to access different alternative funding streams. I think we're looking at blended funding opportunities with sites like this. And I think the other thing to say as well is that, you know, we're not necessarily looking at incredibly high restoration costs in this context, as my colleague Dr. Thomas has alluded to there as well. So I think we are looking at something that is quite feasible and, you know, achievable in terms of outcome. I think you know, the issue, as always with these situations, is that there is a value attached to that land, and that value is linked to the fact that it is potentially part of development allocation at the moment. However, if it wasn't, would we be in a different situation where, you know, the landowners might be willing to look, or be, in fact, actively looking for alternative ways of managing that land going forward? Thank you.
Just a matter of completeness. Obviously, part of that land is under use as a nursery or garden. So is that outside? You not as? Is that put a different perspective on your views on restoration and/or likelihood of restoration, as it's an ongoing use?
Yeah, well, I mean, I presume the landowner is obviously considering alternative potential locations, perhaps going forward, or potentially, you know, I don't know his personal circumstances, whether or not they're looking for alternative options if they're looking at venturing into, you know, potential development options. So, you know, it's difficult for me to comment, I think, on that directly, but yeah, I think.
Because those more the practical terms. If it's already on use as a garden centre, then is it?
I don't think that necessarily presents a barrier to restoration from a technical perspective or practical perspective.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ard again.
As a point of clarification, the landowner in question is an elderly gentleman, and the business is not going to be wound up. If it's not going to allocation, it's going to go passed down the generations. But other than the situation is, if it goes into allocation, they might be under a compulsory purchase situation, and so they have played their cards to say, we'll go if we have to go.
Thank you for that information. Sorry?
Just to say, speaking about the wildlife, Lane's Landscapes has a rather large swallow population. The swallow population is not very good. So we're actually protecting their Lane's Landscapes going, and they're very welcome to the swallows, so let me go around and do surveys.
Okay, thank you very much. CPRE.
Yeah, it was just on the costs and benefits balance. Obviously, there is an implied cost in terms of future more high intense rainfall and impacts of flooding, and also looking at the benefits from natural capital. Whilst it might not have a pound sign attached to it, we're increasingly recognising the benefits, and there's also other potential revenue streams coming online as a result of the Environment Act and enabling legislation in November. So finance coming through sustainable alternative natural green space. You know, there's a lot of different models to be considered, and they are real. They will be, have an impact over the lifetime of the plan. So it's worth just factoring those in as well.
Thank you. Is that a new Wildlife Trust sign?
It is, yes. Yeah. Just a very small and quick point. Having a nursery on site is the perfect place to grow bog vegetation. We currently work with a small community garden centre in Earlham, and they're funded to grow kind of sphagnums and peat bog vegetation. So it would be a great way for them to branch out and help increase the amount of plants available for translocation in the area.
Okay, thank you. Is that new?
So just echoing that point, really.
I'm going to take you right back to the first point I said. No need to tell me if you're echoing a point.
But Natural England, as part of our NNR development, are hoping to encourage that kind of sort of plant production to support
it's obviously builds into the broader picture of what's happening and everything else. So thank you. Any final words from you, and then we'll move on to the policy.
Yes, it was just a couple of points. First was in one of the contributions from the Wildlife Trust. There's reference to the Wild Carbon initiative, which I don't think has been mentioned before, and so I've just been looking up Wild Carbon, and it seems to be an organisation that facilitates private capital being invested into carbon storage. They indicate that they already have 1,674 hectares of native habitat ready to restore, and they're looking for people to invest in that restoration. So I haven't been able to find, literally on their website and any of their detailed papers, anything about amounts of money per project. It seems to be, here we are as an organisation, we're seeking to facilitate people investing in carbon storage, and we have, over 1,000 hectares of land that we could entice you to invest in, if you like, for that purpose. I don't think any of that really bears on the subject we're discussing here, to be quite frank. As for the other sources of public funding, it's been said by Natural England, well, there are these they're looking for blended funds. I've been through every individual fund and explained the position to you, so I won't repeat all of that. The suggestion that if there wasn't an allocation that, things could change quite dramatically, we've made the point. I mean, this site actually has its own unique circumstances. There is an existing business on the site. There's also a house on the site. So, it's not as easy as just saying in the absence of an allocation, the world would change, because that wouldn't necessarily lead to the landowner or landowners in question having a change of mindset, if you like. So we're again down to you ultimately making a judgment call on the degree of likelihood of there being restoration on the site, and you entering that into the weighing scales. And you understand from previous sessions just how important this allocation is to the plan. Places for everyone.
Well, is it a new point, really new point, or is it a point you've made before?
No.
No.
There's no developers in-house for that site.
Yeah, which we know. In fact, yeah, we know that from the statement of common ground, which actually is clear there are no developers on that. So I'm going to assume that's a legacy. So I'm moving on. Oh. It always is.
Just a very, very quick point. Blended finance, we mean a blending of private and public sector funding.
I understood that to be the point. Yeah.
But there's no evidence that there's any private funding available for this and eligibility criteria. I keep making this point. For those who wish to stand in the way of these allocations, and I bear in mind Natural England have made it clear they're not saying these are soundness issues, so you need to think carefully about the implications of that. But for those who are seeking to stand in the way of these allocations, it's really for them to say, we think the cost will be so and so, the sources of funding.
I'm going to be strict with yourself.
I'm sorry, but really,
I'm going to strict. We are moving on. I'm going to stop that now. Yeah. So we're going to move on to the policy, which I think in many ways, again, we've probably covered some. Obviously, the minimise is the same. So if I feel there's any need to change that, and we'll probably cover it again under New Carrington. But any need to change that, I will come back on. Unless anybody who's got anything else they want to say in the context of this site. This policy has got the reference at the start to the master plan, consideration of opportunities to restore habitat, strengthen ecological networks, and manage the carbon and hydrological implications having regard to the presence of peat on the site. It does reflect and recognise the presence of peat on the site. That's someone's stomach rumbling. We obviously didn't give long enough for dinner. That was
this is a low point now. That even the inspector heard my stomach rumbling.
It's picked up on the microphone. That was. I'm just trying. And there is the provision for, again, similar to JPA 29, the make provision for off-site nature conservation enhancements and the restoration of lowland raised bogs to complementary habitats in Chat Moss to the north. So a similar point, again, of your similar points about, I know you may wish to reiterate, or don't try to reiterate, but if there's anything different to what you said on Port Salford about that, then...
I can't think of anything different, sir, other than to make clear that, of course, we asked ourselves, as we did at Port Salford, could the amount, the quantum of development proposed here, could it be accommodated without developing on the deep peat? Well, clearly not, because on this site, it's all deep peat. We haven't even got a 20% that isn't. Could I just take the opportunity to make sure there is no ambiguity? My learned friend may have just misspoke, Mr. Katkowski, but he said Natural England is saying these are not soundness issues. No. Natural England is saying we are offering no opinion on soundness one way or the other. And there's a very important difference between the two.
Okay, I hope you could expect us to understand that difference.
Well, I know. I was just a bit concerned the way my learned friend put it. You know that we don't want these sites to come forward, but that's not an application, an interpretation, an application of the National Planning Policy Framework. That's our separate.
I think with your letters, we understand. Right. Any other points about the policy on this one? Natural England.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, can I just come in on this? So it's just a point in relation to the allocation and New Moss Wood, which obviously has undergone a significant amount of restoration over recent years. And it's just to make sure we have got some policy, should this allocation go ahead, that reflects the need to make sure we've got some hydrological buffer between built development and the New Moss Wood site itself. I think the policy's already been amended in relation to hydrology, if my memory serves me right, so that isn't specifically within a policy, but is captured through the kind of the narrative, or the implications in the narrative. So that's okay, but I just want to be really clear that we do need to make sure that we consider that hydrological buffer and that's included as part of the master planning process and would be acknowledged through any SPD as well. Thank you.
So would that not be picked up? Is that not inferred through the and minimise the loss of carbon storage function and any adverse impacts on hydrology Chatton Moss? Would that not be the detail? Would not?
I think it's more the fact that New Moss Wood is beyond the boundaries of the site, so it's what implication the development within that site might have on New Moss Wood beyond. So I think I would want us to kind of pick that up a bit more specifically, if that's okay. Thank you.
Any other points before I ask GMCA if they've got anything?
I was just looking at the criterion that's being commented on. Well, to be quite frank, it's a constructive suggestion, and if you think that the criterion we've got doesn't explicitly or clearly enough capture the point that's been made, then fair enough. You can write to us. You can write to us in due course, and we'll seek to put something forward to capture the point.
Okay, so unless there are any other final points on this site, I'm going to end that here, and we'll have a 5 minute. 5 minutes? 5 minutes should be enough, I think. 5 minute adjournment. Come back. Well, I'll come back at 7 minutes, and then we'll move on to New Carrington. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you for your contribution. If you are not staying, thank you for your contributions on those sites. More than welcome to. Okay, it's quarter. I'm going to let people say there's far too much hilarity ensuing in here, so we're going to crack on. Yeah, it's not supposed to be fun. Yeah. Just wait for anybody to sit. Right, so we're going to move on to New Carrington. Of those who were here, we had a very, very, very long session on New Carrington, not that long ago. So again, obviously we know an awful lot about it, much of which we don't need to go over again. And I think similar points to what I made before north of Earlham. If there are areas where we've already covered issues such as what is an irreplaceable habitat and so on and so forth, we don't necessarily need to cover that again. Similarly, things like the funding mechanisms that are available or examples of those mechanisms, I think we've got more than enough of those before us now to understand that position. So I think we just want to focus on the bits which are specific to New Carrington in relation to extent, quality, restoration and so on. So I will start. In terms of extent of peat, this is one, actually, again, there did seem to be an area of disagreement about the extent of peat to a degree. There was, particularly between I think Natural England and the developer, about the extent of the inferred peat and so on. But similarly, but either way, it's sort of somewhere between 145 hectares and 200 hectares of land could be in peat, deep peat, which is also within the developable area, if you like. So we're differentiating here between the area that's in the green belt and not, because I've got a figure here, 400 altogether, with 200 in the green belt.
So obviously this is absolutely, that's right, sir, but this is where Natural England's letter of the 30th of June is helpful, because on the fourth page, is it? 5th page, New Carrington, JPA 33, bottom of the page. This is under the heading of update in their letter.
Do you beg your pardon? Obviously, yes. Having not been aware of this.
No, that's absolutely fine. So, area of deep peat towards the centre of the allocation of circa 400, which Natural England considers previously developed to the extent that deep peat there is not sensibly restorable. Natural England shown that on a figure, Annex A. Area of restorable deep peat, etc., circa 335 hectares, of which 105 is proposed for development. So it has rather clarified matters and moved matters on, I think, even from the Statement of Common Ground, which is helpful, if I might say. So brings a focus to what we're discussing.
Thank you. Yes. So yes, I actually have the updated position here then, so I can take this as read, I guess, if anyone...
No, you can't take it as read. So Mr. Wilton might have a few things to say about the extent of the inferred peat, and we need to look at the letter and also Annex A to the letter.
The map.
Very briefly, in the Statement of Common Ground, there is a plan that shows site investigation locations and an assumed extent of peat. We previously provided the Council and GMCA the borehole logs for those inside the inferred extent that shows the peat were found in those investigations. What we haven't done previously is shared the investigation points outside that area. We have now shared those with the Council. I have looked at them all. None of them say the word peat on them. So our view remains that we drew our line on inferred extent of peat based on those site investigation points, and those points outside that area have no evidence of peat being within them within the site investigations that have been carried out.
Okay. Would there need to be any further investigation as far as, well, your concern in the first instance, anybody else's concern?
From our point of view, to determine the extent of peat, we think there's been enough investigation points to understand the extent of peat within there. You can have a look at the locations that have been investigated if others believe there needs to be more detailed investigation, but there are a number of investigation points around those areas that help understand the extent of peat. And that drawing showing the investigation points are within the Statement of Common Ground.
Okay, Natural England.
No, I think it would be really helpful to have those logs from outside their inferred peat mass.
We made it pretty clear we're not accepting any more written information about this. So I think we've had enough by now. And between you could have sorted this out, frankly.
Well, we requested it, and we were told we didn't need to see them because there was no peat there.
Well, okay.
But the one area that does sort of shine out to me is Broad Oak Wood, which is one of the SBIs, which is outside the inferred peat area, but Natural England holds records from some investigations we did to look at restorability, and we know there's a metre of peat on that site. So, yeah, we know there's a definite discrepancy in that area.
Okay, right, understood there's some difference of opinion.
With apologies on that point, we could have drawn that line around the, I think we're talking about Birch Moss Covert. I don't think we did any site investigation in that area. We accept that that is a area on the edges of the old Carrington Moss. I'm fully accepting that that area does have peat in it, and our line should have, if necessary, go around the outside of that. But that's where we've done investigation points. Every dot that we've got outside the line we've shown does not have peat in it.
Okay, Friends of Carrington Moss.
So we have two records. The first is from the Carrington Relief Road Geological Survey, which suggests in one point, which is within the inferred peat extent, that peat of 1.25 metres thickness was found there, and that is in November 2020. And the second one is the Heath Farm Lane planning application, which had a geology report in August 2018 and said that peat of 2.2 metres thickness was found there.
So this is areas outside the inferred peat area.
No, they're both within the within the Natural England inferred peat area.
Okay, yeah.
But one is in Wayne's Land, the other is in Vistry Land, and neither of those were included. And I just feel that demonstrates that more investigation is needed. I mean, Wayne have demonstrated that there is deep peat on the site with their information. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, you were going to make a point.
Only that I think I would like to see where those locations are and see where they test against our inferred peat extent. Any more information is always a good thing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, we won't be accepting it. So you have a nice conversation about it. But whether it takes us any further, I don't know. Because one of the questions we'll probably have in terms of the policy is whether or not the policy need refer to further investigation and what that would mean in terms of layout and so on. Okay. Any other points about extent? Because again, it's Wildlife Trust.
Thanks, sir. Sorry, it's Simon Pemberton.
Oh, beg your pardon. So I couldn't see all the way down there.
It's quite a long way, isn't it?
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify a point in the Statement of Common Ground, because in the table on the first page it identifies 16 hectares of land that's within the United Utilities ownership that is within the potential area of extent of peat. That is the operational land and not the land that is being put forward for development.
So 16 hectares of land that's identified as peat is operational, not development?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Wildlife Trust, I think you're signed up.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to raise a point that Lancashire Wildlife Trust they coordinate the Northern Lowland Peat Coalition, and as part of that we have two Nature Climate Peating Grant Scheme grants, including a Discovery Grant. The idea of the Discovery Grant is to sort of look at areas of potential for restoration or look at opportunities and challenges, etc. But the point I wanted to make is Birch Moss Covert was an area identified, and colleagues did try to approach Wayne State to offer to do surveys, etc. But we never had any response to our approaches.
Okay, thank you. I'm getting confused now with signs that are up. So is Natural England a new point or a legacy? Yeah. Yes. So I accept at the moment. So some uncertainty or disagreement or about this, the consequence of which we can work through if there are any. Quality. Again, we've obviously talked about what's irreplaceable, what isn't, so on. I don't want to go into that again if it's absolutely necessary. I just want to pick up on some points, perhaps, which are matters of difference between here and elsewhere. Obviously, this is a site where not all of the allocation is peat. Some of the allocation isn't. Some of the area of red line is peat, which isn't part of developable area. But one thing I just wanted to clarify, and this map actually has been provided, the Annex A, has got this area of previously developed peat. So is this land which is currently in use for other purposes? And so is that not expected to be? Is that out? If you were totting up the amount of peat which was likely to be affected by development, this would not be it. Is that?
Because Natural England's clarificatory letter refers this in a large an area of peat which they describe as not sensibly restorable. So
is that the previously developed peat then? Yeah.
Well, that's what they say in their letter. That they say that's the. Bear with me. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so that's not restorable, but it's not necessarily, but it's developable. There's only one. Yeah.
The area that's highlighted grey on the Annex A map that's been provided by Natural England identifies an area of land within the allocation which has been developed in the past for industrial uses. It's not all of it in current and active use at this current time, and it is sat on peat.
But it could be redeveloped as well.
And it could be redeveloped.
This sort of leads. So there's an important point wrapped up in this. The special position in relation to New Carrington, there are two aspects to this. That's the first of the two aspects. So a large area of peat, which Natural England very helpfully indicate they do not regard as restorable, and so therefore, things therefore flow from that, obviously. And the other aspect, which is particular to New Carrington, is the fact that as the Statement of Common Ground records, when we set out our position in 5.6, there's some 200 hectares of the allocation which falls within this definition of deep peaty soils, to be retained within the green belt, undeveloped, and also 8 SBIs. So the particular thing that I wanted to mention, somewhere on the line, I'm going to do it now because I can't think of anywhere else to do it. The peculiarity, so to speak, about this particular allocation is that potentially the allocation has the benefit of bringing about peat restoration because of that large area of retained green belt and the things that flow from that. So, and the policy requirements in relation to that area. So I think those are the two special features of this site: a large area of peat, which Natural England very helpfully indicates is not regarded as being capable of restoration or sensibly capable of restoration. And then secondly, a large area which isn't envisaged for development retained within green belt, which could be restored and which the policy could potentially encourage. So, that's those two things that make this site special.
Okay, understood. Thank you, Francis Carrington-Moss. You want to say something?
Yeah, I'd just like to, through you, ask a question about where it would be restored, because 45 hectares of that land is owned by Man United. The Carrington Relief Road is going to go through, and there will be a lot of drainage as a consequence of that. Wayne are looking to develop on the western side of the site, and there are other roads planned to go through it. Effectively, Wayne Estates have identified, I think, Birch Moss Covert and the southern part of the wetland site, Shell Pool, yeah. But is that because the Birch Moss Covert is around about 6 hectares? So we're talking about releasing 169 hectares of green belt and restoring 6 hectares of peat moss.
Okay, that's a question. GMC or indeed Wayne Estates can respond to that. Wayne, sorry.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, it was just a point of clarification, sir. You were referred earlier to the Statement of Common Ground and the borehole locations. You may already have the references, but just to It was the earlier statement of common ground that was being referred to between Wayne Estates and the GMCA. So that's GMCA 61, 62 and 63, and it's GMCA 62 in particular that has all of the borehole locations on, and you will see there are literally dozens and dozens across the site. And what Arup have confirmed is they've provided all of the borehole locations where there are peats, and they've confirmed at previous hearings and in that statement of common ground that in all of the locations outside of that, unless specified, no peat was found. So Natural England have that information. Obviously, they can see the boreholes information, but it will tell them exactly that. So I just wanted to clarify that point.
Yeah, we only have the ones that have references on the plan. The large sort of spread of boreholes outside the inferred peat area, we can't judge.
Well, you know our position now. We're not. There's been plenty of opportunity for this to be resolved, and plenty of opportunity to discuss it. So, I'm afraid. Well, exactly. Yeah. Okay, moving on to some of my points. Other points. What I was getting to when I was going through my logical, then we went off on another tangent, was where so we've got this area that's been previously developed. What I just wanted to double check is how much of any of the peat that's in the developer is committed, any permissions. It may be the answer is 0, but broadly, I don't expect.
So how much of the land identified as previously developed,
No,
non-restorable?
sorry, how much of the deep peat within the allocation?
So this would be the 100. So working on Natural England's basis and just jumping out of the debate about whether they're right or not, in Natural England's recent letter, the restorable deep peat is circa 335 hectares, of which circa 105 is proposed for development. So.
And I just wonder if any of that's already committed, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's within that 105
yeah.
that relates to.
None of it. Okay.
Yeah, it's none. So.
Okay, good.
No.
Just double checking. Thank you. I'm going to take the council's view on that. I'm afraid.
Well,
if the council have told me there isn't any, then
Manchester United is in that land.
I'm on about committed development, as in planning permissions, I should say. Sorry.
But in that 105
But is that outside the? That's out the developable area, isn't it?
No.
This is a byproduct of allocating Greenbelt in an allocation, I have to say.
The existing Manchester United training ground is within the blue area, pale blue area, unhatched blue area provided by Natural England. But there's no outstanding permissions. I'm sorry, we took your question to be, are there kind of permissions not yet implemented?
Yes,
within
the
no.
developable area.
No. So there is existing development, such as Manchester United, but there's no other permission.
Sorry, my mistake. I should have been clear about what I meant by commitments. Different issue. Okay, so moving on. We again are in a position where it's generally agreed that the peat is degraded and emitting carbon. Is anybody arguing other than that? I'm not sure. Obviously, Chat Moss, we've got the peat pilot project, which says within 60 years. I don't know if we have the same sort of information for this area. Or we may no. So.
Only thing I'd venture is that the peat in Carrington Moss is generally thinner than on Chat Moss. So I would expect if it's 60 years on Chat Moss, it's probably going to be that or less. But we haven't got that analysis.
Okay. We've discussed what the implications of development are on sites such as this and what it means in terms of deterioration or loss. Any other point on that, as in what we've said, what we've already talked about?
Not to add to what we've talked about, I just want to briefly touch on the point about night soil. So Carrington Mosses has a substantial volume of night soil that was deposited from 1880 to 1930. that provides a blanket of organic and material on top of the peat. And I know there's been a lot of conversation today about restoration and about the importance of restoration of peat on top of peat. And I want to make clear that on Carrington, that layer of night soil makes restoration really two separate points. There's the point about the re-wetting the lower peat, the existing peat level, and there's the point about growing new peat. And our view is on Carrington Moss, because of that layer of night soil between the two, they are two separate aspects of restoration. It's not just restoration of a peat mass and growing new peat on top of that peat mass. You've got a wet in the lower level and then a separate upper level, which you would have to then also wet to make grow. But it's not quite the same thing. I think a comment made by Natural England, to restore peat, you need to grow it on peat. I've got a sandwich layer between the two. We have suggested in our statement of common ground that would need to be removed. There's a cost and a carbon disbenefit to that. Natural England suggests that doesn't need to be removed, but we still see that blanketing layer between the top where you may grow new peat and the underneath the lower peat that's been covered for 100 years by night soil and topsoil.
So I think, thank you. That comes on to the likelihood of, is that potential of restoration or likelihood of restoration, or both? Both.
So I think they're both wrapped. They've just become intertwined, haven't they, during the course of today? So if you don't mind, whilst Mr. Wilson's still got the microphone, I think he just does need to explain to you what would need to be done and what the constraints are likely to be in the event that we took Natural England's suggestion and re-wet the area.
Thank you. Very briefly, I don't want to repeat a lot of the conversation on the conversation we had on the Port Salford extension site. Very similar in the sense we've got a thinner layer of peat. We have the night soil, but again, we sit on glacial till, mixture of clay and sand. All the questions about water are important. We accept the point about bunding as a potential solution, and I've seen that being used elsewhere on Chat Moss. We really want to emphasise the significance of the impact on our neighbours or other parts of our site if that bunding is not wholly successful in retaining the raised groundwater levels within our site. We've mentioned this before. We have Man United's training ground. That is not a bit of pasture where cows are moving around. There are £1 million things moving around that pitch. If we get that wrong, there's a problem. We have pipelines through the site. It's not the occasional gas main. One of the things going through our site is a thing called the mainline pipeline that takes petrol from South Wales to Manchester at £1,000 a square inch pressure. They are very sensitive about us doing anything that's going to change the ground conditions around that. If we wet it, we wet the peat underneath it, the risk of swelling, risk of impact in that, they are going to be very concerned. And then finally, we have mentioned the point of contamination plumes within the Shell site. If we change groundwater levels and if that impacts outside the area, that will start to move those contamination plumes, run the risk of them coming outside the site boundary where they're currently being controlled, and run the risk of them becoming more of a significant impact. So absolutely accept that bunding is a potential solution. In other places, we're saying on Carrington, those three particular points means that you need to be much more robust in how you retain your raised groundwater. And therefore, we think some of the more intrusive methods we talked about are necessary because of those risks.
Thank you. Friends of Carrington Moss.
Just coming back on that point, some of those constraints would apply if the land was developed but in the opposite direction. So if you dry out the soil, you're going to have some problems as well. If we and the same with the pipeline, so that's running through whatever you do with the site. There will be constraints on New Carrington, whether you develop or restore. What I did want to just make a point is about how wet the site is at the moment, because again, just referring to the Carrington Relief Road options report, it stated that the plan was to create wetland areas in multiple locations, a series of ponds to cope with the required water storage, which the report suggests is 2.5 times greater than the alternative options.
So we need to bear in mind that there is an expectation that extensive wetland creation is going to be made on this site. That's what Trafford are proposing with the Carrington Relief Road. So that sort of conflicts with some of the statements in here that extensive wetland creation isn't possible. In fact, what I noticed is that they say that it's not possible in the areas scheduled for development, but it is possible in the retained areas, which seems a little bit odd.
Okay, thank you. Noted. Wildlife Trust.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple of points. When we're talking about nutrients and night soil and topsoils, it's not necessary to strip the soils. We've just undertaken a technique on Rindle Fields, which is to the north of the railway, where we've grown a celery crop, and we've been undertaking the soil analysis of we've been doing that. We found that in one season we can remove all the nutrients from that soil. The celery crop almost got to harvest, but probably in the last couple of weeks went very yellow and died off. But yeah, the takeaway points there. You don't have to soil strip. Growing crops is an inexpensive way of removing the nutrients from the soil. And just on the bunding, the Wildlife Trust and many other organisations are very experienced of creating re-wetting schemes without affecting adjacent land. It's a legal requirement on all schemes that we don't affect adjacent land. And we've re-wetted sites near motorways, near railways, very, very kind of important infrastructure. So all restoration design works includes the need to avoid kind of flooding adjacent land.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That reflects quite a lot of what Natural England have said in the Statement of Common Ground. There's a hint to Natural England not to tell me that again. Thank you. Wayne, do you want to come up?
Just to pick up on those points briefly, on the point about drainage and wetness, we've been doing site investigation on the Carrington site since I think 2013, so there'll be a number of rounds of investigation. Sometimes we have found the site completely dry, and sometimes we have found it wetter. We show groundwater levels typically between 1 and 2 metres below ground, so the sort of bottom layer of the peat might still be wet, the upper layers are dry and are largely dry most of the time. I think your points about Carrington Relief Road, I'm suspecting the ponds they're talking about are to address surface water and around surface water attenuation. They're not about creating wetlands or doing anything else. A modern highway scheme cannot just throw the water out onto the road, onto the local ditches. You will have a series of ponds. They may even be lined in some places in order to control pollution risk. So I don't think that's relating to that. Point on removing the night soil, I was kind of referring a bit to the point made by Natural England earlier that you need to grow peat on peat, and that's why I raised the issue of the top of the night soil and whether that's relevant or not. In terms of the bunding, I accept bunding has worked and you've been done next to railways and next to motorways. I think they are less sensitive to the groundwater level than what we've got on Carrington, and that's the point we're trying to make. It's a more sensitive location for adjacent users in terms of groundwater for the reasons I set out.
Thank you. We're obviously we've moved well into issues of restoration now. Everything's intertwined. So, Natural England points.
Thank you, sir. Yes, rest assured, I'm not going to tell you what we've already seen in the Statement of Common Ground. What I need to communicate, though, and really deja vu regarding Port Salford, is this point. None of these factors, which obviously they're being called constraints, I'm not sure I'm entirely happy with that term, but none of these factors are factors that Natural England have not considered. You have seen that. These are not surprises to us. We've taken these all on board in a site-specific way, and having taken them all on board, reached the very firm conclusion this is sensibly restorable at a certainly manageable cost. I don't know if Dr. Thomas has particular points in all of that run that he wants to pick up.
I've had my thunder rather stolen by the Wildlife Trust, but Never mind. Just on the night soil issue, that was the main method of sort of conversion to agriculture across the whole of Chat Moss. And the night soil's not just sat there, it's been mixed in with the peat as it's been ploughed over 140, 100 years, whatever. So there's peat still in that layer. And that's one of the driving forces to why we're suggesting fen, because we want to save that carbon that's in that night soil layer as well. In terms of the pipeline issue, again, this is something we come across quite a lot. There's at least 3 of our mosses that have been bunded, that have high pressure gas mains that go through them, and that work has been done in consultation with I think it's Cadent, who the operator there. So that's something that we're aware of, and we use buffer zones to offset our bunds to deal with that issue. So that's fine. Just one other issue in terms of I know we've referred to the SBIs before around the site. We do consider them to be Annex 1 lowland raised bog in terms of the type of habitat that's on the site. So I think buffering of those is of critical importance as well. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. In terms of all those points, obviously we may as well, if we carry on the logic of we're into the potential and likelihood of restoration, is there anything different in responding to those? But also, is there anything different you want to add to what you've said about the other sites? So we've got technical issues which have been discussed. I understand those. We've got financial issues which have been discussed. We've got landowner issues and planning things. So all of those things are still relevant here, presumably, as far as you're concerned.
They are, but the special and different thing about New Carrington is because of the size of the site and because of the amount of retained green belt, which overlaps to 200 hectares with deep peaty soils. The position at New Carrington is, I'm going to put it in these terms, it is more likely that you're going to get peat restoration with the allocation than without it. And that's the particular point about this allocation because of that particular feature of the site. So when you come to do that public benefit weighing scales exercise, on the plus side of the equation, one of the public benefits here, even if I'm wrong in what I've just said, one of the public benefits to be weighed into the equation here is the likelihood of restoration of peat with the allocation. That's a plus which you get on this site, a special feature of this site, and it needs to be recognised somewhere in your overall planning judgment about this particular potential allocation. And there's one other thing that you want to say.
I think it's important to note that there is a particularly unique set of ground conditions at Carrington which are not present on any of the other sites that we're talking about today, and that's unfortunately PFAS, which is subject to a cross agency task force of industry experts, both from the contamination and chemicals point of view, but also from an environmental professional background. We have to be incredibly mindful, and I'm not entirely sure that has been fully understood and taken into account in some of the statements put forward, that has to be a considerable factor in terms of understanding how and if peat restoration, re-wetting, movement of water, etc., within and around the site takes place. That is a significant concern, not just to the council, not just to the landowners, but also other government departments as well as local residents. So I just want to make that, in terms of Carrington, there is another specific and unique factor that needs to be taken into account, and that is ground contamination of a particularly nasty nature.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's just to say that was one of the driving forces of why we suggested that the previously developed land was removed, because we picked that up, and also that would be a significant constraint and something that would have to be factored in to have buffer zones, so you do not raise water level in the contaminated areas. It's simple as that, really.
Thank you.
I think just on very, very quickly, it's not contained to that particular area within the site. So noteworthy and nice, glad that you've thought about it, but that's not actually the area that we're specifically talking about in particular.
Okay, thanks. Any other points about restoration? I think we might pick up some of this in the policy anyway, but.
Sorry, I just wanted to make the point that surely that contamination would be a similar issue if the site is developed as well. But the other point I wanted to make is that in Trafford's existing core strategy, the current local plan, there are explicit policies that are around protecting the peat moss. And we seem to be going backwards with this. So we have policies to protect and enhance the mosslands as a natural carbon sink to mitigate the effects of climate change. We have policies that talk about specific priority species being in certain habitats, including the mosslands. So the policies within the existing local plan are actually stronger than what, for protection, are stronger than what we've got in here. And just finally, just to go back on the wetlands point in the Carrington Relief Road, it explicitly mentions the creation of wetlands in the report. Okay, thank you.
Okay, right. Any other points anyone wants to make about the likely? I mean, I say between the statement of common ground, what we've heard on other sites, we've got a fairly good understanding, I think, of all of these issues now. If anyone's dying to say anything else, to do so, but I'm prepared to move on to the policy.
I know that I'm taking your lead very clearly. I would have an awful lot to say if you wanted me to, but I suspect you won't want me to, so I won't.
I suspect we've heard the flavour of it, shall we say, before. Would that be fair?
I think more than the flavour.
Right.
Yeah, I think more than the flavour. I think you've had. I think you've got enough from our statement of common ground and from what we've heard, and particularly in the way in which learned from Mr. Katkowski suggested, as he wrapped up the approach in a parcel. Again, entirely comfortable with that. Entirely comfortable with the the council's position in relation to the availability of finance. More than happy to accept that our site is special and unique for the reasons that have already been explained. And so I'm just not sure whether adding anything else would assist you, unless you've got any specific questions.
I don't. At this stage now, I think we're fine. I just don't want to make sure. I always want to make sure no one leaves the room without saying what they want to say, but equally don't say for the sake of it.
And on that note, so I'm obviously working on the basis that you, just for the record, that you fully understand. You'll make of it what you would in due course. Our sort of overriding public benefit case for this allocation and indeed the others. I mean, we've discussed this at previous sessions, but you'll know how this site in particular is absolutely critical to the plan. So that goes without saying that as we've raised this all before, but it's very, very important because this debate today is taking it to a certain point, but it's not actually coming to the crunch.
No, that's for us to decide. Anon. So going into the policy, we've talked about the first part. This one has quite a few. Well, yeah, it's got.
Don't remind us.
About 80 criteria.
Only 80.
Some of which relate to peat, and some don't.
Yes.
Because we talked about it earlier, we'll just pick up the minimi that paragraph and Wayne's point about now. The extra line and what your views on it would be.
So in the composite plan, sorry, I just need to get my head around the point that's being made. So in the composite plan, it's page 516, hard copy, and it's the new criterion between 32 and 33, I think is the one that we're talking about. So minimise the loss of the carbon storage function of peat and any adverse impacts on the hydrology of undeveloped areas of the allocation which could facilitate the restoration of peat. So that's the item we're talking about, I think. And sorry, the missing words. It's in
the statement of common ground, and the phrase, the additional wording Wayne Estates were suggesting.
Fine, let me just find that, sir. Sorry, I've got the statement of common ground, so I'm just looking at the page. Thank you so much. That's grand. Thank you. Underlined, subject to a prior assessment as to whether peat can feasibly be restored in these areas. Why don't you like it?
It's very useful to know why you don't like it.
Yes. I'm getting vigorous shaking of heads to my left, so.
session on Wayne Estates, so my very clear recollection is that the councils were content with that addition, albeit it didn't feed its way through into their suggested changes.
Okay, you can explain to me why now that didn't find its way through then?
Yes, so we thought that it was probably, we understand what the point they're trying to make, but we thought that really it was sort of giving with one hand and taking back with the other, essentially. And that you would get into the specifics of how good the peat is and all the rest of it when you're looking at the feasibility, when you're looking at that restoration. So we thought that it was, we understood the point that was being made, but we thought that it undermined the kind of core principle, and therefore we thought on balance it should be, we preferred the wording as it was. You would get into those matters that I think Wayne Estates have raised as a secondary issue when you actually come to the specifics of it, and that's where we thought it was the better place for that to be considered.
So I just wonder whether I'm looking again at the wording. I just wonder, I have a slight concern where it says minimise the loss of carbon storage function of peat and any adverse impacts on the hydrology undeveloped areas of the allocation which could facilitate the restoration of peat. Now, what does which could facilitate the restoration of peat relate to? Does it start with an assumption that all areas, undeveloped areas, could facilitate the restoration of peat? Or does it require an investigation as to those areas which could be restored before that part of the policy kicks in? It's the end piece which could facilitate the restoration of peat, which I think is unclear. Is there a blanket assumption that all areas, undeveloped areas, could facilitate the restoration of peat, or do you have to do an investigation first of all to determine which ones are? Second one.
Yeah. Thanks. Thank you. So, I mean, surely if with a planning application there was evidence to demonstrate that the undeveloped area of the allocation, some particular part of the undeveloped area of the allocation could not facilitate the restoration of peat, then the point wouldn't arise. But there would need to be some evidence of that. So, I mean, whether that's the point which my own friend's team is getting at in the underlying words in the Statement of Common Ground, perhaps it is, I'm not sure, but I mean, I'm content to just leave this with you. You've got our position on it. I don't think it's a great big point, to be honest.
Okay. I think the other thing is I compare and contrast with the other wording in the other policies, whether it's not necessarily the same, and whether or not that we'll have that debate. But I think I need to look at it in that context. I understand the point. It may be there are other modifications to that element anyway.
Yes, and as with all of these, because I think you've probably. Well, surely you have parked a number of these points subject to today's discussion. So after today, you'll be looking across the piece, if you like, at these various peaty bits of these allocations. And I assume in due course, if we carry on with the allocations, etc., and you want to get these criteria straightened out, then we hopefully you'll recommend to us that we be consistently consistent in our wording.
Quite. Just moving on then, we've got this, so we go back to the initial point on the other ones, I suppose, about whether or not the policy is effective in terms of suitable compensation strategy. If you've had any thoughts on that.
I think here, because of the on-site point, which is a special feature of this site, I mean, it's number 33 in the list, as I understand it, achieve enhanced delivery of ecosystem services through restoration and creation of all sorts of things, stepping stone habitats, areas of wetland within the site, commensurate with the identified high potential of the area in this regard, and then seeking to deliver the objectives of the Great Manchester Wetlands Nature Improvement Area. So that's the part of the amended policy which is on point. That, to me, is an on-site compensation strategy. But again, I mean, I've got absolutely no problem at all, needless to say, if in due course you say it would be helpful for the language suitable compensation strategy to be introduced into the criterion. But that's what this is banging on about. That's what this is getting at.
Sorry, when we talk about within the site in this context, because the allocation obviously covers it's everything within the red line. So it could be that also would include the area of retained greenbelt then, basically.
Oh yeah, that's the point. Yeah. That's the point. That's the exact point. And if that isn't clear enough, then it needs to be made clear.
I think I suppose in the way I think so, within the site is always defaulting to the development rather than the red line.
Not so here.
Sort of a natural tendency to do that. But understood. Sure. So as long as there's no clarity from your perspective, it is the whole of the red line inclusive.
That's certainly how I read it and how we understand it. That's the intention, and if that isn't clear enough, then fine, it can be made clear enough.
So taking Forensic Carrington and Moss's point about where that on one hand saying that in the statement of common ground there might be difficulties in restoring some of this, but then in other areas it says actually we've got a policy which requires some restoration or re-wetting or whatever compensation mitigation. How is that possible? You're saying but it's because you're looking at potentially the wider area, which doesn't necessarily, some of these constraints or factors don't necessarily apply in all of that area.
But you're also talking about this being achieved in the context of a major allocation, so you're obviously talking about levering in private funding, commercial funding, because you've allocated the site for a huge development. So that's what makes everything so different, if you like. That's why I said earlier on. I mean, ironically, this allocation is potentially good news for peat restoration rather than bad news. That's the point.
And if obviously and if there's some need for some further investigation of what is restorable peat and so on, and there's maybe some needs for further investigation of what the extent of the inferred peat is, or at least could that, in theory, then result in some alterations to layout or extent of development? Because obviously this is not like Port Salford and Earlham, where, subject to what we say in Port Salford about the 20%, but it's not the whole site, isn't peat? So is there more scope here to avoid peat that is?
I think there's more scope to avoid restorable peat.
Yes, that's
definitely. I mean, that's another one of these special things to think about.
And is that that potential? Notwithstanding what Wayne might say, is this factored into the policy in any way?
I'm just checking now. I mean, it would be sensibly you would introduce it or make sure it's in the master planning item. And is it? I'm not.
No,
it's not specific.
Yeah, not specific. Yeah. So logically, and one would have liked to think in that famous world of common sense entering into the equation that it would be looked at in the master planning process, but it isn't explicitly referred to. Natural England earlier on very sensibly suggested that in looking at master plans for one of the other sites or the other sites that this issue should be considered as part of the master plan seems a sensible point, to be quite frank. So.
And again, in theory, in this site. Unlike the other two I've talked about, the minimised carbon storage, impact on carbon storage function, could that also not just be through construction techniques, or that could also be through, actually this is an area of restorable peat, we'll avoid it, if possible. So that would all factor into that.
Sorry, I just without revisiting what we discussed previously on Carrington, but you may recall a conversation about the slightly strange shaped of the allocation, and that's because from a placemaking perspective, what we were seeking to do was get a patchwork of development in amongst undeveloped areas. So there's areas of woodland, you've got areas of, other quite important for recreation and so on. And so conceptually, the whole, particularly the residential element, was to get development in amongst areas where you would be doing, in effect, enhancing either biodiversity, or it may be landscape, it might be public amenity and recreation. So in a sense, you've got all of that built into the concept of New Carrington, at least as far as the residential elements are concerned. So absolutely what you're describing would fit in, I think, from our point of view, with all of what's already hopefully in the concept for that development.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, I just wanted to remind everybody that in the idea that this is a great site for restoration and it's likely to come forward, the viability of this site is marginal. So I'm just wondering where we expect the funding to come from for restoration.
Well, that comes back into the likelihood point, I suppose, but I think we've not going to. Thank you for the point. I'll take the point. And obviously, again, that also feeds into the other discussion we've had about viability on this site. So I think it all feeds in. I'll come back to Wayne. If no boards are up, but I don't know if you've got any views on any point you've heard before I go to Natural England. If you're comfortable with any of the discussion that's taken place.
We're happy with the suggested amendments, including in relation to the master plan.
So recognising that it might well be the layout changes to avoid areas of
Yeah, I mean, of course, there'll be a variety of different factors which influence the master plan. If in policy terms, one of them is the possibility of restoration of certain parts of the site, then that would make sense to go in the policy.
And would just ask both of you, open this, whether it might be a question you can't answer, but the effects that might have on scale, quantum of development. Is that something that would be, this amount of development subject to further investigation about these things? Or?
I'm just checking the.
It's up to 5,000 dwellings.
Yeah, well, no, so the policy at the moment says deliver around 5,000. Horrible word, units. That might need to be changed into something different, but so it's around 5,000 homes. So I don't think that.
So provided that, obviously, there'd be some scope.
Yeah, there will be some scope. So around 5,000 units doesn't mean there's a minimum of 5,000, doesn't mean maximum. And if there needs to be a slight amendment to the numbers and all the layouts as a consequence of the master plan, and indeed other factors, come quite apart from peat and.
It's quite. I mean, there are 54 criteria, so it's quite a lot to. There's quite a lot to be going at. To affect the. It's a number that will be ingrained in my brain forever. 54 criteria.
Are there?
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I think some of them have been crossed out now, haven't they?
Well, hopefully there's quite a lot of them actually. Yeah.
Quite a few have come off.
So, Natural England.
Thank you, sir. As you probably gathered from our recent letter, this site we found almost tantalising, actually, because of its size, because the restorable peat is, whilst very, very considerable, there's clearly a lot of other land that isn't restorable peat. We looked very hard at whether one could, within the proposals in the allocation, so the around number of units, but also, of course, where it said on the indicative plan they are to go, one could fit it all in, bearing in mind the densities as well. We can't see that one could without developing on the irreplaceable peat, but there is this tantalising sense that, as it were, it would appear that something substantial could come forward, subject to other constraints, without developing on the irreplaceable habitat here. So there's this obviously clear wish for something to happen here that can somehow square the circle. But we don't see how it can be done with those numbers and those locations in this allocation. Clearly, if it is allocated, we would want it clearly written in, and Ms Nielsen will just say a bit more, but we want it clearly written in that there's a specific driver to avoid developing on the restorable deep peat as a starting point.
Yeah, so just following on from that, he's stole my thunder a bit, but yes, again, master planning exercise, really try and make sure that we can minimise, if this development comes forward, the development on deep peat. But I'd also like to pick up another couple of points as well in relation to criterion 32 and 33. So 32, and I'm looking at the new versions here, I think we would just like to make sure that we kind of strengthen that provision in relation to protecting the SSSI and the SBIs on site, making sure that we have got sort of adequate buffering, particularly around those sites that are those remnants of lowland raised bog that exist within the allocation site as well. So I think we need something around that. And then under criterion 33, where we talk about creation of wildlife corridors and stepping stones, again, all really good stuff. But again, we would quite like an emphasis on that in terms of the focus around wetlands and the restoring the peat within those wetlands as part of that process. So again, links to the ecological network modelling that we've done and how that would help to inform that approach to peat restoration. As my colleague Paul Thomas mentioned previously, Carrington Moss is actually one of the bottlenecks in our ecological network model, and we really want to make sure that we try to maximise the opportunity to get some really substantial kind of peat restoration into that area in order to help to bolster that wetland network. I think that's really important, and that's got wider implications for the wider Great Manchester Wetlands NIA as part of that process. So, thank you.
Thank you. Wayne.
So having said that, factoring into the master plan the possibility of restoring some of the areas of peat is a sensible idea. I still think it is a sensible idea, but what I think you should be careful to avoid is a reintroduction of the paragraph 180 test through the master planning exercise. Because if you allocate the site, you will either have concluded that it isn't an irreplaceable habitat, or that if it is, the policy test will have been satisfied, namely exceptional circumstances and suitable compensation. So any master planning exercise will have to be undertaken in light of the fact that there is an allocation. And what we can't do in my submission is to then reintroduce the paragraph 180C test in relation to individual planning applications, because that would have the effect of stopping development through the back door, which is obviously not the intention of the allocation in the first place. Thank you.
Okay. This has come up a couple of times, the interrelationship between that, so you're going to make the same point?
I just wanted to make the point that there is a huge lack of ecological information with this application.
Not an application.
With this allocation.
We're not, well,
the evidence isn't there.
We've had a whole session on ecological information.
So I just think 180C is really important. So
okay. Well, I understand. We've had various differing views on quite how it all fits together, but the test is there before us. Again, something for us to take away. Any final points?
No, so I mean, I stand by what we've said earlier on about the criteria here. We don't.
Sorry, Mr. Tarkowski. We may as well get.
Go on, let's get them.
May as well get United Utilities. I really can't see that far. Booking an eye test tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. It's just a brief point, and the only constraint that's in the plan that is defined is the precise greenbelt boundary. We obviously made original representations in that respect, but not dealing with this peat point that has emerged since. So I'll just ask you to take a view on that boundary point in light of this the peat issue.
Okay. Sorry, thank you. Now.
I've got nothing to add. We've explained the modifications that we think potentially are sensible. We don't accept any further modifications beyond those, so I'll leave it there. So you'll report back to us in due course what you make of all this.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to leave New Carrington there then, unless there's any final points. Oh, really quickly.
Really quick. We made this point earlier about the previous allocations, but the fact that we talked about suitable compensation on site in this case. I think the same arguments around that Natural England's position on that, I think, stands in this case as well.
Okay, understood. Well, I think I took that as being understood. Yeah. To be honest, yeah. Okay, I'm going to pause here. Then we're going to have another quick 5 minutes to turn it around for Ashton Moss West. Thank you, everybody. Ashton Moss West, I do not expect to take very long at all, as most of it appears to be agreed. And then we'll move on to the final one. So we may well be done not that much later than anticipated, I think. So thank you.
That's good.
Okay, thank you everyone. We've had our 5 minutes turnaround. I see we've had an exodus. No, not at all, understood. Thank you for those who are here, have been here for the full duration for this particular site and the one next to it. Obviously someone had to go last, or near to last, so drew the short straw there, I'm afraid. And obviously you've heard a lot of what I've said, a lot of the discussions, and as we go through each site, even more of those discussions have taken place. So there may not be a lot to still say about this site, but we'll my understanding was obviously that there was agreement about the extent of the site, extent of peat on the site. It's about 95% of it, I think, is not restorable, and there's an element of about 5 hectares, I think, which is not saying not restorable, but is at ground level, if you like. Is not under the fill. Is that? So, yep, understanding. Yep. I'm looking over there and looking over there. I think, aren't I? Yeah. Okay. And that, in terms of quality, again, I'm not sure about the 5 hectares. It isn't under the restorable, but there's no suggestion by any party that this is restorable peat for the reasons given, as in the very large amounts of made ground. So that's again no. Your signs up, is that? Yeah. So again, there's no reasonable potential or reasonable likelihood that anyone suggests or anyone would suggest otherwise for this to be restored. And so I did raise earlier, this is a policy point actually, so let me check if there's nothing else there. Yes, I just want to check the area that I keep calling it the 5 hectares, the area that's exposed or degraded. That presumably again that's just such a small area of isolated land that there would be no suggestion that it has any particular value in doing anything. Is that the point? I get nods for that. So there's no difference to the way that land should be treated to the rest of the site in policy terms. Good. Okay. So, well, that's it on quality, extent, and potential restoration. Unless anyone's got anything else they want to say about that, that's very quick. Anything you want to say about those up to the policy issue? No. Okay, so the policy. I'm not sure says anything at the moment. We've got some general points about biodiversity and so on and ecological features, but it doesn't. There is apart from the new element, which is a different one again. So this one just says minimise the loss of carbon storage function of the peat. So it just takes that one element of those other policies. I think that was on the back of me that was an action point. I think that we needed to at least reflect the fact that peat exists. You want me to say something, Mr. Kukowski?
I don't know, to be honest. I'm just wondering how that fits. Does that? Sorry, I've got brain fog. Does that fit with the very clear position that it's recognised that there's nothing here which is sensibly restorable? I suppose it does. So I'm just thinking out aloud here. So one would still say, even though it's not sensibly restorable, one should still minimise the loss of carbon storage in relation to the peat. Yes. Yeah, no, fair enough. Fine. Sorry,
and this presumably would fit into Natural England's point about using the, again, the point I raised earlier about the construction and geotechnical methodologies to try and get the actual words correct.
Okay, so that makes
geotechnical solution to avoid further degradation to the peat mass below. Would you want something different to just to minimise the loss of carbon storage function, though? Would you be looking for something more specific? Okay. Okay.
We know what we're getting at. It's around those construction methodologies. The question is simply, should that be spelled out explicitly in the policy?
Something for us.
Something for you, I think.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Anything from the site promoters on that point at all? On the or that point, or anything in the policy that you feel needs to be addressed in relation to peat?
Just to confirm that Staley are in complete agreement with everything said so far. Thank you.
It's good.
Probably echo a similar point and say that our preference would be for the policy wording that's currently drafted. I think that's broad enough to recognise the issues with sort of doing anything really with the peat on the site whilst not compromising the development potential. And it allows for the issue to be assessed in more detail through a future application.
Okay, thanks. The difference between that phrase in this policy and the others, and there's variations on the theme, is the next part of the policy on the other sites. It talks about not impacting on the hydrological function of other parts of the peat. Is that not relevant here because it's a pocket on its own effectively and couldn't affect anything else? So having a inconsistent approach is okay in this.
Yeah, makes sense in this case. Yes.
Okay. And so also there'd be no expectation other than normal, because there is no compensation if there's no harm, effectively. So, yeah. And going right back to square one, because it's not restorable, it's not considered a replaceable habitat, therefore it doesn't fall under a 180C, and therefore different test. Okay.
Excellent.
Any other points on this side? Sorry, I do apologise to the people who've been here all day for that, but obviously you never know. It might have been a really contentious issue and you might have needed to be there, but obviously the statement of common ground was so clear and good that it solved all the issues anyway. So I have no other points on this point. Anybody else? No? So again, thank you very much for your time. That was very quick. I don't know if we need to... You happy to carry on? We're happy to carry on. So thank you again. Thank you. So yeah, you obviously can leave if you wish. We'll just give it a second or two to shuffle papers, and I'll be passing over to my colleague. You'll be pleased to hear for the final bit.
And thanks for leaving me 1 minute, Stephen.
I didn't think that was not bad.
Okay, well, good morning, everyone, etc. So here we go. We've got one other site that has peat on it. We've got representatives from Rochdale and Bury who've joined us on behalf of GMCA. And apologies to those with interest in the site, and thanks for your patience all day sitting there. But you may have learnt more than you want to know about peat, or you may have learnt nothing about peat. I don't know. But we've got this site actually is different again in terms of what the issues are, and so I'm not going to go through the same sort of issues really. This is really about understanding the nature of the what could happen in terms of the master planning and how the peat that does exist on the western part of the site could be accommodated. So I've got the letter from Marrow Developments and the survey, site investigation work that was done. So understand that, and that obviously came along after the statement of common ground. So we've got that, and I know Natural England had a chance to look at that, and they referred to it in their letter that was that you've received in the last day or so, and that we've read this morning. So that's fine. So anyway, on this site, it's a large site. It's 641 hectares, and around 68 hectares of it are classified as deep peaty soils, based on the Natural England map. So we know that, and that's in 3 distinct areas. Area A has already got planning permission, or most of that peat in that area has got planning permission already, and it's being implemented. So in a way, that issue's gone, although there's a slight residual area, which we can just pick up in a minute. And then the other 2 areas on the western part of the site, which the policy envisaged would be a longer-term development, but we'll come on to what actually that means and what the implications may be in a minute. So at the time the statement of common ground was done, the agreement was, well, we don't actually know a great deal because we haven't had really site investigation information done. So hence the work that was done by on behalf of the landowner of the area around Area C, which and we've got that, and you'll have had a chance to see what Natural England has said in response. So we'll come on to that. Okay, so what I really want. Right, let's just pick up on whether there's anything to do with Area A that anybody thinks is an issue that has any implication for the policy. Area A being the bit of the peat that is on the area that's got planning permission. I think you say that there's a small part is outside the area that's got planning permission. Is that right?
It is, yes. The kind of western part of Area A is outside the bit that's got planning permission.
And is there anything that it would need to be? Is that something that you'd look at for restoration or landscaping or avoiding development on, or is it not big enough or important enough for that to be an issue?
I think the issue is it could probably be picked up through the master plan if it was considered important. I think obviously we'll come on to the wording we've kind of looked at later, which I think the focus is on Area C.
So there could be an implication for the latter development?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is all in 5.2 of the Statement of Common Ground. I mean, it's agreed between ourselves and Natural England that one would be able to consider the particular area you're talking about through the future master planning process. Given this relates to a relatively small area, it's not considered this would impact on delivery of the scale of development, etc., etc. So this is all manageable as I see it.
Fine. Yeah. And that's Natural England. Yeah. Okay, fine. Yeah. In terms of Area B, that's the bit that straddles the motorway right on the western boundary of the site. Yeah. Yeah.
That's right, Steve.
And the same would apply to that. If development, I mean, I think the master plan probably doesn't show development on that bit, does it? I can't recall now.
In the indicative illustrative development framework, that's shown for part of the beyond the plan period.
Yes. Yes. And development could go up to that western boundary of the site, although there are policies about having buffers along the motorway, etc. So again, it's an issue that could just be picked up through the normal master planning. Is that correct?
Yes. I'm only hesitating because, of course, there's a position set out in 5.7 of the Statement of Common Ground, which has rather moved on. You can see this in Natural England's letter, and I don't think you accepted it. You accepted the sort of wording that we've discussed, or have you? I can't remember now. The wording that we've discussed and agreed with Natural England to.
No, we were advised that had been, but I thought we'd leave it and have that discussion about the wording.
Because you didn't want to provoke too many extra bits of paper going in. So for Area B and then also Area C, sorry to jump in, but at paragraph 5.7 of the Statement of Common Ground, Natural England considered there was peat there which was suitable for restoration, fine, and the policy should be modified to reflect this. To which the question was begged, if you like, well, modified in what way? And so since that question was begged, there have been discussions which have led to a position which is certainly agreed between ourselves and Natural England. I'm not saying it's agreed by anybody else, but where one would modify to introduce a new criterion that would be hydrological ground investigations to determine the extent and quality of any peat identified in the southwestern part of the site to inform the potential for restoration and the comprehensive master planning of the site. So there's a way of managing this issue, as I understand it, that's agreed between ourselves and Natural England. And that's why they say, Natural England say, forgive me, in their letter under the heading of this allocation, Natural England would not insist on the modification it proposed at paragraph 5.7 of the Statement of Common Ground, and is working with the promoting authorities to present the inspectors with an agreed proposed modification. So there is some agreed wording. If in due course you write to us and say, well, can we have it, then here it is.
Fine. Okay, so Area B, there's not detailed information about, and so it'd be something that would have to be investigated, and then that would be the implication. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Well, Area C, we do know that there has been some further investigation. Do you want to just and your conclusion from that is you don't think there is deep peaty soil on Area C?
No, we don't, sir. If I may just reel back a little bit to some of the contents of my letter.
and our objection to the statement of common ground. You'll recall in my letter that we had issues that we weren't invited as a significant landowner.
We've got all that, so
yeah,
I'm aware.
I understand that, but the statement of common ground then went on to talk about master planning and phasing, and it continued to restate this off-quoted and waved around illustrative master plan that we've already said that we wholly disagree with. And I think we've probably moved on from there, and we welcome your revised wording in relation to JPA 1.1 in regard to master planning and the fact that that will be taken forward with the local authority in due course. I just hope that we will get a better chance to inform that forum than we have this so-called statement of common ground, because it's certainly not a statement of common ground with us as it refers a relevant party. So I'll leave that issue there. The other issue in terms of master planning and phasing and anything else is that I'm not entirely sure that everyone's aware of the area in control of the Northern Gateway development vehicle. They're actually a minority promoter within the area of Bury, within the master plan. There are 500 acres outside the NGDV control within Bury, within the master plan. So as a fairly significant landowner in our own right, circa 130 acres, some peripheral landowners, that's not being rude to them, they just have smaller land holdings, together with ours would amount in that southwest corner to circa 200 acres. And in addition, there are many, many, many other land holdings which account up to 500 acres. So we'd like to think that in the future we're going to be given our voice, certainly in the master planning process.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to come on to some questions about what the policy actually says about the layout and phasing of development and the status of the indicative framework. Before I do, I just wanted to establish what the sort of position is, right, what we know about peat and how much uncertainty there is or certainty there is about it. So you've done your investigations, you've set out why, you've told us about how the land's been used for agriculture, etc., over the many years, and it's been treated, etc. And you've done your boreholes or your trial pits in a number of spots within the area, and you've concluded that you don't think it's deep peat. So, and I'm going to get Natural England's response to that in a minute. So, anything further you just want to say about that?
Yes, there is. Thanks. Just today, we've been chasing. I'll reel back a little bit. As you know, there is a proposal at Sinister Island Junction 18 for quite a significant development to improve the island. We've been in discussion with Highways England and Costain, who are their chosen contractor, and they've done some SI work. We've got the results of that SI work today. Unfortunately, I've just been trying to read borehole logs on my mobile phone earlier, which is never easy. But unless I've missed something, there is just one borehole right up against the motorway that shows a couple of peat lenses at depth. The rest of the boreholes are consistent with our findings. We do accept the point that Natural England have made, that 5 boreholes over that area, or trial pits as they were over that area, is probably not enough. It's our intention, once David's managed to crop his hay, which when the sun comes back out we will do, and it's our intention to go back onto the site to do some further trial pitting.
Okay, thanks very much, that's helpful. Okay. So I think there's an acceptance there that some further investigation work is needed. And I think that's Natural England's position too. Yep. Okay, fine. So really what I want to do is move on and sort of assume that could reveal that it isn't restorable peat, or it isn't deep peat, or it could be. And but the implication therefore would be for what that might mean for the development and what the policy should say. But is there anything you want to say about what we know or don't know about the peat that we haven't already covered, really?
Sir, no, you've captured it perfectly. Could I just put a plea out before we move to the next section? My version of 12.3 is missing. Okay, it's not just me. Good.
We've spotted at the same time that 12.3, for some unknown reason, and I hope it's not sort of, some curse on this site, but it's dropped out allocation 1.1. It's just not there. So you might be relying on some separate printout of what we've had before, I should think.
Apologies for that.
So we're trying to rectify that now.
Okay.
But you are right. Because I was looking in my book thinking, where the hell is it? I can't see it.
You have got the rather hard to use PMM5.
Good luck to you. Yes.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
we've got a hard copy printout of. Yeah. But have we got any others of these? Because I can walk mine across.
So Aaron's just going into the program offices to get that, but I've been asked for 1.2 as well, which I haven't got.
Oh, well, don't worry about 1.2, I think, because we're talking about 1.1 at the moment. So,
whilst you're doing that, Northern Gateway, did you want to just make a point?
Yeah, thank you, sir, for bringing me in there. It was just to say, on Area A, backtracking slightly, the JV, obviously, the planning permission was granted in the northern part of the site for the South Haywood development. I have inquired with, it's actually the Russell part of the JV, was any peat encountered with construction of the new link road, which you've probably seen, is open. And there's obviously reserve matters applications coming forward in that part of the site as well. No peat, no peaty soils have been identified through that site coming forward, either through the planning application process and construction to date. So, that, anecdotal evidence, I guess, but no indications.
Okay, thank you. Right. Are we waiting for?
We're just trying to sort this out. Can you just give me one moment, sir? Yeah. Right, okay. I think I've got to the position now where I can give my learned friend. I'm sorry, it's just... Oh, there you are. That's great. I was going to say,
Have you got a copy of the policy? Is it latest version or not? Down that end?
But I've got a spare now as well, so... If
Okay.
we run into difficulties.
Shall we carry on?
Please.
Yeah, okay. So, what from the illustrative master plan, we know that areas B and C are on the area that are envisaged to come forward, after 2037 or after 2039 or whatever, it's later on. But there isn't anything in policy JPEA 1.1, is there, that phases back development?
Indeed.
So, and that illustrative master plan isn't part of the plan. It doesn't actually have any status. So, if we find this allocation sound and the policy could envisage that development coming forward earlier than that. And there isn't another. It's not dependent on a plan review or anything like that.
No.
It's there as a commitment.
It could come forward earlier, in which case the wording that Natural England and ourselves have agreed, which you haven't got in front of you, but this idea of investigations to determine the extent and quality of the peat and inform the potential for restoration of the master plan would come into play. It would just come into play in year 5 rather than year 25 or something,
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll come on to that in a minute, but I'm just trying to think about what the implication really is for the amount of development that this policy is proposing be accommodated on the site. So, what the policy now says is that the area that I think is is expected to be developed before 2039 is around 935,000. So that leaves 265,000, let's call it 300,000 or whatever, a significant amount still to be developed on the western part of the site.
Are you looking at 1 sub 1 of the policy?
Yeah.
So this is the industrial and warehousing space you're talking about here, sir. So 1.2 million square metres with around 935,000 square metres within the planned period.
And I'm reading that alongside the illustrative development framework.
Well, that may
be wrong.
That might be the issue, mightn't it? Because given the lack of status.
Let me just get to the number bit.
Please.
If 45 hectares proved to be restorable peat that shouldn't be built on the western part of the site, could you still accommodate 1.2 million square metres? That's all I want to know, really.
Yeah, that's my understanding, that whole development, I mean, the site's big enough to accommodate 1.2, even if, you know, if subsequent investigation showed that Area C or any other area should be sort of restored for peat.
Okay. But Area C is quite a large chunk of the purple area on the illustrative development framework, isn't it?
It is, yeah. But as far as I understand it, I mean, it might be one for the development vehicle, I think, but certainly it's my understanding that it could accommodate 1.2 million square metres on there, yeah.
Okay, anything, can you shed any more light on that? Is 1.2 million square metres sort of accommodated?
We think there's scope to get to that figure, and sort of backtrack slightly. I think the word around was used in respect of another allocation, so I don't know if that would be appropriate here, so in the circumstances, but I mean, with the scale of this site, we would just take maybe 1 or 2 buildings with the mezzanine, and we would seriously accelerate the floor space capacity.
Right. Okay. So the implication then, if there is one, when further site investigation work is done and you reveal whether these 45 hectares ought to be, you know, not built on, and they should be restored as wetland peat, the implication would be for the layout of development rather than the overall quantum of development. That's what your views are. And do you have any reason to doubt that?
No, sir, and that's exactly why we've taken the position that we have on this site.
Yeah, okay, thank you, that's clear. So I think then that leaves us with the issue of whether the policy, as we've got at the moment, which doesn't, I don't think, refer to peat at all, does it?
That's why we've discussed and agreed.
Yeah, okay. So, the first one, I think when we discussed the other sites, I think there seemed to be a sort of general feeling that the Earlham one, where the master planning itself refers to taking account of peat in the master planning, is helpful.
That's right. I mean, certainly in relation to this particular site, the one we're talking about at the moment, 1.1, the wording that I've read out twice now, but it refers...
Okay, I'll listen this time. Third time I'll listen.
That's all right, don't worry.
It's okay. The time has come for me to listen.
Grand. Okay, I'll read it slowly.
Yeah.
Undertake hydrological and ground investigations to determine the extent and quality of any peat identified in the southwestern part of the site, to inform the potential for restoration and the comprehensive master planning of the site.
Right.
So that's agreed as a new criterion. Now, logically, I think you'd pop it in right at the beginning of the policy, you know, after the reference to which I hope is there to a comprehensive master plan. You'd put that in very early, I think.
Okay.
I would say.
Yeah, understood.
But, you know, there'd be a home for it, but the intention is that those investigations, depending on what they throw up, obviously, will inform the comprehensive master planning of the site.
Yeah. Okay. Right. I think what I'll do is I'll ask you that to be submitted, that wording.
Thank you.
So that we can take account of it and respond in our action point, whether we think anything further needs to be done. But in principle, it seems to be general enough to sort of inform the master planning process, which could mean clearly the layout of development, but also the design of development.
Yes.
And the landscaping and any restoration, etc., that would be needed on parts of the site. So,
yes. Yeah.
Right. Let me go down the other end. Marrow Developments. Could you put the microphone on?
Apologies. I know that you haven't yet accepted the letters from Natural England, but we're perfectly happy with the proposal to remove the statement made in the Statement of Common Ground about the restoration. I don't know whether you recall that from reading through this morning. In the circumstances, Natural England would not insist on the modification it proposed in paragraph 5.7 of JPA 1.1.
Yeah, I got that, and things have moved on again, though, because what was just been read out is in an alternative form of policy wording, which you won't have seen because it hasn't been actually provided. So I think maybe, do you want to just read it again so that... Yes. So...
Lovely, good. I never envisaged this when I became a then Queen's Counsel, but for the 4th time, and it does get better. The more times you read it, the better it gets. So there will be a new criterion introduced into the policy, and as I understand it, Natural England have said in their letter that they no longer insist on what's said in 5.7 of the Statement of Common Ground because of this wording that's been agreed between Natural England and ourselves. And it reads, new criterion, undertake hydrological and ground investigations to determine the extent and quality of any peat identified in the southwestern part of the site to inform the potential for restoration and the comprehensive master planning of the site.
Okay, any initial observations, Mr. Stroud, on that?
No, other than the fact that we've already done some work which is demonstrating that there isn't any peat there.
Yeah, understood. Understood. Yeah.
And also taking the point that Natural England made this morning that in restoration, in inverted commas, although we're not entirely sure what that is, you need peat to restore on peat. So if there's no peat there, then there's no restoration to take place.
Yeah, understood. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So you will have a chance, obviously, formally, if this ends up as being a main modification to the plan, to respond to that in the consultation exercise that will take place. But thank you for your initial view that you don't have any major objection because of the way it's phrased. Okay, thank you very much. In which case, Northern Gateway Development Vehicle. Could you turn your microphone off, Mr. Stroud? Thanks.
Sorry.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate Mr. Kukowski's now read that out on 4 occasions, but I don't think I quite absorbed it. So I will appreciate the opportunity to read that with a cold towel around my head and reflect on it. But in principle, sir, that sounds like it's acceptable.
A rather guarded acceptance, but okay. Right. Yeah.
Just chip in on that. Obviously, the wording that we've agreed with the authority is pregnant with the implication that if one does find peat that's restorable there, well, don't build on it. We don't feel that needs to be spelled out, although perhaps given some of the discussions today, I'm actually starting to wonder about that.
Well, yes, I understand that, and we can take that away. So thank you for pointing that out. I mean, that is implicit in what you said originally, and as I said, I think what we'll do, we'll accept that drafted policy as a GMCA document, and I'll take account of it when we respond to
and see whether you think it passes muster.
Yeah.
But when you get it, I mean, as I've read several times, to inform the potential and the comprehensive master planning of the site is meant to capture the point my learned friend has made. But you'll tell us in due course whether you think it does or it doesn't.
Right. Okay. Any other points that people wish to make or queries they have about this site, or indeed on reflection? No, I won't go there. On anything else. Right. So, thank you for your contributions today. As we've done previously, we will obviously take account of what we've heard. We will set out in any action point. Well, there will be some action points, I think, inevitably, because of the need to catch up on the particular clauses in these 5 policies that relate to peat, and to think about, what each of them says in relation to each site. So that's fine. As Mr. Lee said earlier, there may be a limited number of other action points relating parts of these policies that I think we put a note on the website to say this, where the GMCA response to our previous action points we may not have come to a final conclusion about. We didn't want to preempt the discussion today by sort of setting off on anything there. But I think that's likely to be fairly limited, isn't it, in extent of any of those. Okay, so unless there's any further questions, we will end the day there, and we will issue an action point note in due course. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.